Tonight, my friends, we'll be talking about the crone of the Iron Forest and many other mystical stories. Before you get cozy, be sure to like the video and subscribe if you're new to the channel. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. So, get cozy, take a deep breath, and let the journey begin. Bloomdale wasn't like other villages. It nestled not beside a babbling brook or a sun-drenched meadow, but against the whispering woods, a place where the ordinary rules of life seemed to bend and break. These weren't your typical trees of oak and ash. No, the whispering woods boasted trees with bark like hammered metal, reflecting the pale, ethereal light that constantly seeped from the soil. Their leaves, a brittle, crystalline green, were laced with veins of shimmering frost, even in the heart of summer. They were beautiful, yes, but beautiful in a way that prickled your skin and sent shivers down your spine. We, the residents of Bloomdale, lived with the woods, not in harmony, but in a wary truce. We knew better than to venture too deep, for legend held that on the border between the living and the not living, resided a crone. They called her Memory Weaver. Her dwelling was said to be a ramshackle cottage, cobbled together from bones and petrified wood, perpetually shrouded in a mist that smelled of dried forget-me-nots and dust. The legend also said she traded warmth for memories. A simple bargain, it seemed, but the cost could be everything. For when Memory Weaver forgot your name, you started to vanish. Not in a dramatic puff of smoke, but slowly, subtly. First, your favorite song would slip from your mind. Then, the taste of your mother's apple pie would fade. And eventually, you'd simply cease to be, erased from the tapestry of Bloomdale as if you'd never existed at all. I, Jackson Bloom, didn't believe in the legend. Not really. I was a practical man, a carpenter by trade, with calloused hands and a mind that preferred the solid facts of wood and nails to fanciful tales whispered around the hearth. My friends, Clara, Simon, and Kara, however, were less convinced, especially Kara. She was a dreamer, a weaver of stories herself, with eyes the color of the twilight sky and a spirit that yearned for something beyond the mundane. It was Kyra, of course, who first suggested we visit the Whispering Woods. Just a short walk, she'd insisted, her voice laced with a mischievous excitement. To see the metal trees, it will be an adventure. Simon, ever the cautious one, had protested. Are you mad, Kyra? The Memory Weaver? We can't just wander into her territory. Who knows what she'll do? Clara, pragmatic and level-headed, had tried to mediate. Perhaps a glimpse from the edge of the woods wouldn't hurt. But we stay together, and we don't go near the crone's cottage. I, caught in the middle as always, found myself agreeing with both sides. The lure of the unknown, the chance to see the fabled trees, tugged at my curiosity, but the thought of the Memory Weaver, the chilling tales associated with her, made my blood run cold. In the end, Kyra's enthusiasm won us over, so one crisp autumn afternoon, under a sky the color of bruised plums, we ventured into the Whispering Woods. The air grew noticeably colder as we crossed the invisible threshold, the sunlight dimming as if a curtain had been drawn. The metal trees stood before us, shimmering like ghostly sentinels. Their frost-veined leaves rustled in the breeze, creating a sound like the hushed whispers of forgotten voices. It was undeniably beautiful, a landscape plucked from a dream, but it was also unsettling, The silence was too profound, broken only by the whispering leaves and the crunch of our boots on the forest floor. An unnatural stillness permeated the air, as if the woods themselves were holding their breath. We walked deeper, drawn in by the strange allure. Kyra was in her element, her eyes wide with wonder as she ran her fingers over the metallic bark. Simon kept close to Clara, his gaze darting nervously from shadow to shadow. I tried to remain grounded, focusing on the practical, the texture of the bark, the way the frost sparkled in the dim light. But even I couldn't deny the feeling of unease that was creeping into my bones. "Look!" Kyra exclaimed, pointing towards a break in the trees. "I think I see something." A narrow path, barely visible beneath a carpet of fallen leaves, led towards a clearing shrouded in a swirling mist, a mist that smelled of dried forget-me-nots and dust. The cottage! I grabbed Kyra's arm. "Number we agreed, we're not going any closer." But the pull was too strong. Kyra shook me off, her eyes fixed on the clearing. "I just want to see, just a peek." Before I could stop her, she was moving down the path, drawn towards the mist, like a moth to a flame. Simon and Clara exchanged worried glances, then followed close behind. I sighed and trailed after them, my heart hammering against my ribs. The clearing was small, barely large enough to hold the cottage. The structure itself was even more dilapidated than the legends described. Bones, bleached white by time and weather, formed the foundation, while petrified wood served as the walls. The roof sagged precariously, covered in a layer of moss and lichen. A single, flickering candle burned in a window, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to writhe with a life of their own. The air was thick with the scent of decay and forgotten things. I could feel the weight of the woods pressing in on me, a sense of ancient power that hummed just beneath the surface of reality. This was no place for mortals. We should turn back. Now, as if summoned by my thoughts, the door of the cottage creaked open. A figure emerged, silhouetted against the candlelight, tall and hunched, draped in a cloak of woven shadows. The memory weaver. Her face was hidden in the darkness of her hood, but I could feel her gaze upon us, cold and calculating. She held a gnarled staff in her hand, its tip carved into the shape of a skull. The silence stretched, taut and suffocating. Kyra gasped, a sound that echoed in the stillness. You're real," she whispered, her voice filled with a mixture of awe and fear. The memory weaver said nothing. She simply raised her head as if sniffing the air. Then, in a voice that sounded like the rustling of dead leaves, she spoke. "Warmth. I sense warmth. You seek something from me?" Simon stepped forward, his voice trembling slightly. We only came to see the woods. We didn't mean to intrude." The memory weaver's gaze shifted to him. "Intrude? All are welcome here, but everything has a price." She paused, her head tilting slightly. "Warmth for memories, a simple exchange." Clara grabbed Simon's arm, pulling him back. "We have nothing to trade. We should leave." The memory weaver chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. "Oh, but you do. Everyone does. You carry them with you, these precious memories. They cling to you like shadows, and I can offer you relief from their burden." Kyra stepped forward again, her eyes shining with an almost feverish light. "What kind of memories?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "What would you take?" The memory weaver smiled, a flash of white teeth in the darkness. "Anything, everything, The laughter of your childhood, the sting of heartbreak, the faces of those you love, all for the flutting warmth of a moment. I finally found my voice, the words tumbling out in a rush. We want nothing to do with this. We're leaving. I turned to go, grabbing Kyra's arm, but she resisted. Her eyes were fixed on the memory weaver, lost in a strange, hypnotic trance. Kyra, come on, I urged, pulling harder, but it was too late. The memory weaver raised her staff, its skull-shaped head glowing with an eerie light. She pointed it at Kyra, and a wave of cold washed over us, a sensation that felt like icy fingers reaching into my mind. Kyra gasped, her eyes widening in terror. I don't feel so good, she stammered, clutching her head. My head hurts. Then she swayed, her eyes unfocused. Jackson? Who's Jackson? My blood ran cold. The memory weaver had taken a memory of me. Kyra, it's me, Jackson. Don't you remember? I pleaded, shaking her gently. She looked at me, her eyes blank and uncomprehending. I don't know you. I don't know any of you. Where am I? Panic seized me. This was it. The vanishing. It was happening. I turned to the memory weaver, rage boiling in my chest. What have you done to her? I shouted. The crone simply smiled, her eyes glinting in the candlelight. A small price to pay for warmth. Give her back her memory, I demanded, taking a step towards her. The memory weaver raised her staff again, pointing it at me. Perhaps you would like to trade another memory to ease her suffering? I froze. The temptation was almost overwhelming to sacrifice a part of myself to save Kyra. But what then? Would I be next to vanish? Clara stepped in front of me, her face pale but resolute. Leave him alone, she shouted at the memory weaver. We're taking Kyra and leaving. She grabbed Kyra's arm, pulling her away from the cottage. Simon, still trembling, helped support her as they stumbled back down the path towards the woods. I hesitated, my gaze torn between Kyra and the memory weaver. But I knew what I had to do. I couldn't leave Kyra. I turned and ran after them, leaving the memory weaver standing alone in the clearing, shrouded in her mist and her memories. We didn't stop running until we were back in Bloomdale, safe within the familiar walls of our homes. We laid Kyra down on her bed, her face still pale and confused. We tried to jog her memory, showing her old photographs, telling her stories of our shared adventures. But it was no use. The memory of me, of Jackson Bloom, was gone. The next few days were a nightmare. Kyra remained distant, unable to recognize me. She treated me like a stranger, a polite but indifferent acquaintance. It was like a piece of me had been ripped away, leaving a gaping hole in my soul. And then the vanishing began. It started small. I couldn't remember the name of my favorite tree in the Whispering Woods. Then the taste of my grandmother's honey cakes faded from my mind. My reflection in the mirror seemed less defined, as if the edges of my being were starting to blur. I knew what was happening. The memory weaver had forgotten my name, and I was beginning to cease to exist. Desperate, I turned to Clara and Simon. They were worried, of course, but they couldn't fully understand. They remembered me. They could see me. But even their memories were starting to fade, tainted by the memory weaver's magic. We have to do something, I said, my voice filled with desperation. We have to find a way to break the curse. Clara wrung her hands. But what can we do? We can't just go back to the memory weaver. She'll take more memories. Then we have to find another way, I insisted. There has to be something we can do. Some way to restore Kyra's memory and to save me from vanishing. Simon, ever the pragmatist, spoke up. Perhaps there's something in the old books. My grandfather had a collection of folklore and legends. Maybe there's something in there about the memory weaver. It was a long shot, but it was all we had. We spent hours poring over the dusty tomes, searching for any mention of the crone and her magic. We found tales of her origins, of her centuries-long existence on the border between worlds. We learned of the source of her power, the stolen memories of countless souls. But we found no cure, no way to reverse the vanishing. Just as despair began to set in, Kyra wandered into the room. She looked at us, her eyes still distant and confused. "What are you doing?" she asked, her voice flat. "We're trying to help you, Kyra," Clara said gently. "We're trying to bring back your memories." Kyra frowned. "Memories? What memories? I don't understand." Then her gaze fell on me. She stared at me for a long moment, her brow furrowed in concentration. I think I know you," she said slowly. "You seem familiar, but I can't quite place it. It's like a dream." Hope flared in my chest, a glimmer of recognition. Maybe it wasn't too late. "Tell me what you remember," I urged, my voice trembling. "Tell me anything." Kyra closed her eyes, focusing on the fragments of memory that floated just beyond her grasp. She opened her mouth, and a single word escaped her lips. "Bloom?" she whispered. A jolt of electricity ran through me. "Bloom? My last name." She remembered something. "Bloom?" I repeated. "Yes, that's right. Jackson Bloom. That's me. Don't you remember? We grew up together. We've been friends for years." Kyra's eyes flickered with a spark of recognition. "Jackson," she repeated, testing the name on her tongue. "Jackson Bloom." Then a wave of emotion washed over her face. Confusion, fear, and finally, recognition. "Jackson!" she cried, her voice filled with relief. "Oh, Jackson! I remember everything." She rushed to me, throwing her arms around me in a tight embrace. I held her close, tears streaming down my face. The curse was broken. Kyra remembered me, but the feeling of relief was short-lived. As Kyra's memory returned, my own began to fade even faster. The edges of my being were dissolving, my thoughts becoming scattered and incoherent. I could feel myself slipping away inch by agonizing inch. "Jackson, what's wrong?" Kyra asked, pulling away from me. "You look faded." I tried to speak, but the words wouldn't come. My tongue felt thick and heavy. I could barely remember my own name. "He's vanishing, Kyra," Clara cried, her voice filled with panic. "The curse is still active. He's disappearing." We were back where we started, only this time the stakes were even higher. Now that Kyra's memory had returned, I was fading away even faster. If we didn't do something soon, I would be gone forever. Then Kyra had an idea. "The warmth," she said, her eyes wide with realization. "The memory weaver trades warmth for memories. What if we could reverse the process? What if we could trade memories for warmth?" It was a desperate gamble, but it was the only chance we had. We decided to return to the memory weaver, not to beg for mercy or offer another sacrifice, but to propose a new kind of bargain. We gathered our courage and ventured back into the whispering woods. The metal trees loomed over us, their frost-veined leaves whispering secrets in the wind. The air was heavy with the scent of decay and forgotten things. We found the memory weaver's cottage in the clearing, shrouded in its perpetual mist. The crone stood in the doorway, her eyes glinting in the shadows. "You have returned," she said, her voice like the rustling of dead leaves. "Do you seek to trade more memories?" "No," Kara said, her voice firm and resolute. "We've come to propose a different kind of bargain." The memory weaver raised a skeptical eyebrow. "A different bargain? What could you possibly offer me that I do not already possess?" "We offer you warmth," Kara said. "Not the fleeting warmth of a stolen memory, but a warmth that can last forever. The warmth of friendship, of love, of shared experience." The memory weaver laughed, a dry, rasping sound. "Friendship, love, those are fleeting illusions, ephemeral as dreams. They hold no value for me." "But they do," Kara insisted. "They hold the power to create new memories, to fill the void that you have created with your stolen treasures. We offer you the chance to experience these things for yourself, to feel the warmth that you have denied yourself for so long." The memory weaver was silent for a long moment, considering Kyra's words. Then she spoke. "And what would you ask in return?" "We ask for Jackson's memories back," Kara said, "and for you to forget his name, to release him from the curse." The memory weaver hesitated. This was a risky proposition. To give up her power, to open herself up to the vulnerability of human emotion, it was a terrifying thought. But the loneliness was gnawing at her. The emptiness of her existence, surrounded by stolen memories, was becoming unbearable. Perhaps there was another way. "Very well," she said finally. "I accept your bargain, but be warned. The path to warmth is not an easy one. It will require sacrifice, devotion, and a willingness to open yourselves up to the pain and joy of human connection." And so, the exchange began. We spent days, weeks, perhaps even months, with the memory weaver, sharing our stories, our laughter, our tears. We told her about our childhoods in Bloomdale, our hopes and dreams, our fears and failures. We taught her about friendship, about love, about the simple joys of life. It wasn't easy. The memory weaver was a creature of darkness and solitude, accustomed to a life of isolation and control. She resisted our attempts to connect with her, clinging to her stolen memories as if they were precious jewels. But we persevered. We showed her kindness, compassion, and unwavering support. We challenged her cynicism, her bitterness, and her fear of intimacy. And slowly, gradually, the ice around her heart began to melt. She started to laugh, to cry, to open herself up to the possibility of human connection. She learned to appreciate the value of shared experiences, the warmth of friendship, and the power of love. As the memory weaver's heart softened, my memories began to return. The fog that had clouded my mind began to lift, revealing the familiar landscape of my own life, the faces of my loved ones, the taste of my favorite foods, the sound of my own laughter. They all came flooding back, filling the void that had threatened to consume me. And finally, the memory weaver forgot my name. The curse was broken. I was free. But the greatest miracle was not my own salvation, but the transformation of the memory weaver. She was no longer a creature of darkness and despair, but a compassionate and loving being, eager to embrace the warmth of human connection. She abandoned her cottage in the woods. Her stolen memories returned to their rightful owners. She came to live in Bloomdale among the people she had once preyed upon. At first, The villagers were wary, mistrustful of her sudden change of heart. But Kara, Simon, Clara, and I stood by her, vouching for her sincerity and urging the community to give her a chance. And gradually, the villagers began to accept her. They saw the genuine remorse in her eyes, the sincere desire to make amends for her past actions. They witnessed her acts of kindness, her unwavering support, and her willingness to embrace the values of their community. The memory weaver, once a symbol of fear and dread, became a beloved member of Bloomdale. She used her knowledge of forgotten things to help people remember their loved ones, to heal old wounds, and to connect with their past. She became known as simply Weaver, a gentle soul who spent her days tending to the village garden, sharing stories with the children, and offering wise counsel to those who sought her guidance. And I, Jackson Bloom, learned a valuable lesson about the power of memory, the importance of connection, and the transformative potential of love. The Whispering Woods remained a place of mystery and wonder, but it was no longer a place of fear. It was a reminder of the darkness we had overcome and the light we had found within ourselves. Bloomdale, once a village living in the shadow of the unknown, blossomed into a community of warmth, hope, and unwavering belief in the power of memory and the enduring strength of the human spirit. And it all began with a curious girl, a whispered legend, and a walk into the woods where metal trees grew and a crone traded warmth for stolen memories. The end, or perhaps just the beginning, because in Bloomdale the story never truly ends. It simply weaves itself into the ever-changing tapestry of life, love, and the memories that bind us all together. The salt spray stung Amma's face as she stood on the Accra shoreline, the humid Ghanaian air thick with the scent of fish and anticipation. Tonight was the night. For generations, her family had held the vigil, passing down the knowledge, the rituals, and the bone-deep understanding of what this night meant. Tonight, Ogyakrom, the city of the dead, would rise. Amma wasn't a traditional priestess or even particularly spiritual in the conventional sense. She was a software engineer, coding by day and chasing server errors. But the blood of her ancestors flowed in her veins, a current stronger than any algorithm. She couldn't deny the pull, the electric hum in the air that grew stronger as the moon climbed higher. Around her, the beach throbbed with life. Fishermen had pulled their canoes ashore, offering libations to the sea gods, their voices a low, reverent murmur. Tourists, drawn by whispered legends and viral TikTok videos, mingled with locals, their cameras poised, eager to capture the spectacle. Amma found their presence jarring, a crass intrusion into something sacred. This wasn't a show, it was a reckoning. Her grandmother, Nana Abena, stood beside her, her face a roadmap of wrinkles etched by time and wisdom. Nana Abena's eyes, though clouded with age, held a sharp, unwavering focus. She clutched a gnarled wooden staff, its surface worn smooth by decades of rituals. "They are here for a spectacle, Amma," Nana Abena said, her voice raspy but firm, cutting through the ambient noise. "They do not understand the weight of what we witness." Amma nodded, her gaze fixed on the horizon. The air crackled with energy, a palpable tension that made the hairs on her arms stand on end. Then it began. A faint, ethereal glow shimmered on the water, barely visible at first. It pulsed, grew brighter, coalescing into a luminous form. The crowd gasped, a collective intake of breath as the impossible unfolded before their eyes. Ogiakrom rose from the depths. It wasn't a city of rotting corpses or grotesque specters as the sensationalist stories often claimed. It was beautiful, hauntingly so. Buildings crafted from shimmering opalescent stone spiraled towards the heavens, their architecture defying earthly physics. Ghostly lights flickered in the windows, and faint music, like the echo of a forgotten song, drifted across the water. It was a city frozen in time, a testament to a civilization lost to the sea, yet somehow preserved in a realm beyond mortal comprehension. Amma felt a wave of awe wash over her, mingled with a primal fear. The city was beautiful, but it was also undeniably wrong. It shouldn't exist. It defied the natural order. This year, though, there was something different. Aside from the normal ghostly lights of Ogiakrom, there was a pulsating golden light. It originated from the highest tower of the floating city, a beacon visible even from the shore. It was a light of immense power, of resistance. Nana Abena gripped Amma's arm, her fingers surprisingly strong. "He is here," she whispered, her voice filled with a mixture of dread and anticipation. "He has returned?" "Who?" Amma asked, her heart pounding in her chest. Before Nana Abena could answer, a figure emerged from the golden light. It was a man, or rather, the shape of a man, formed from pure energy. He hovered in the air between Ogiakrom and the shore, his form flickering like a dying flame. He looked at the crowd, and the tourists, even in their morbid fascination, took a step back. The man's gaze swept over the crowd like he was searching for someone or something. When the man's gaze settled on Amma, she forgot how to breathe. The man spoke, his voice resonating in Amma's mind, bypassing her ears altogether. "I am Kwame," he said, "and I will not stay dead." Chaos erupted. The tourists screamed, scrambling back from the shore. The fishermen, hardened by years of facing the unpredictable sea, crossed themselves and chanted ancient prayers. Nana Abena pushed Amma behind her, raising her staff in a defensive posture. "He is a rogue spirit," Nana Abena said, her eyes fixed on Kwame. "A soul who refuses to accept his fate. He seeks to return to the world of the living, a transgression against the balance." Kwame ignored the commotion, his gaze still locked on Amma. "I need your help," he said, his voice pleading. "I cannot do this alone." Amma, despite her fear, felt a strange pull towards Kwame, a flicker of recognition. It was as if she knew him, or perhaps knew of him, from a dream or a forgotten memory. "Why me?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "Because you are the key," Kwame replied. "You are the link between the world of the living and the world of the dead. Your bloodline carries the power to open the gate." Nana Abena gasped. "He speaks of forbidden magic," she said, her voice trembling. "The gate of return. It is a dangerous path, Amma. It leads to nothing but suffering." Amma ignored her grandmother. She was drawn to Kwame, to his desperation, to the hope that flickered within his spectral form. He was a ghost fighting against his own demise, a rebel against the natural order, and something inside Amma, something she had always suppressed, resonated with that rebellion. "What do you need me to do?" she asked. Kwame's form flickered brighter, as if fueled by her willingness. "I need you to perform the rite of passage," he said, "a ritual passed down through your family. It is the only way to anchor me to the mortal realm." But the rite is meant to guide souls into the afterlife, Amma protested. It can be reversed, Kwame said, with the right intention, with the right power. You have that power, Amma. You have always had it. Nana Abena stepped forward, her face etched with worry. Amma, do not listen to him. He is manipulating you. He seeks to disrupt the balance of life and death. He will bring nothing but chaos and destruction. Amma looked at her grandmother, at the fear in her eyes. She loved Nana Abena, respected her wisdom. But she couldn't ignore the pull, the undeniable feeling that this was her destiny, her purpose. I have to try, she said, her voice firm. I have to see what happens. Nana Abena shook her head, her eyes filled with sorrow. Then you walk a dangerous path, child, a path from which there may be no return. The next few days were a blur of frantic research and whispered consultations with Nana Abena. Despite her disapproval, Nana Abena couldn't deny the ancient knowledge that flowed through her veins. She reluctantly guided Amma through the intricacies of the rite of passage, explaining the chants, the offerings, and the precise movements required to perform the ritual. Amma pored over ancient texts, her coding skills proving surprisingly useful in deciphering the cryptic symbols and archaic language. She learned about the Gate of Return, a mythical portal between the worlds of the living and the dead, a gate that was said to be guarded by powerful spirits. She also learned about Kwame. He was a warrior, a hero of his time, who had died defending his city from invaders. But his spirit was restless, unable to find peace in the afterlife. He believed that his purpose was not yet fulfilled, that he still had a role to play in the world of the living. Amma found herself drawn to Kwame's story, to his unwavering determination. She admired his courage, his refusal to accept his fate. But she also worried about the consequences of his actions. Could one soul, no matter how noble, truly defy the natural order without causing irreparable damage? As she prepared for the ritual, Amma felt the weight of responsibility press down on her. She was not just performing a ceremony, she was potentially altering the fabric of reality. She was opening a door that should have remained closed, inviting the unknown into the world. She shared her concerns with Kwame, communicating with him through dreams and meditative trances. He assured her that he understood the risks, that he would do everything in his power to protect the balance. But Amma couldn't shake the feeling that they were playing with forces beyond their comprehension. Finally, the night arrived. The moon was full, its silvery light bathing the Accra shoreline. Amma stood on the beach, surrounded by her family and a small group of trusted friends. Nana Abena stood beside her, her face a mask of stoic resignation. The air was thick with anticipation. The crowd was smaller this time, the tourists having been scared off by rumors of impending doom. But those who remained were there to support Amma, to witness the unfolding of history. Amma took a deep breath, steadied herself, and began the rite of passage. Her voice, amplified by the power of the ritual, echoed across the water. She chanted the ancient words, her body moving in precise rhythmic patterns. She offered libations to the sea gods, invoking their blessings and their protection. As she chanted, she felt a surge of energy flowing through her, a power she had never known she possessed. It was the power of her ancestors, the power of her bloodline, the power to bridge the gap between life and death. Kwame appeared before her, his spectral form shimmering in the moonlight. He reached out his hand, and Amma took it. Their hands touched, and a jolt of electricity surged through her body. The ground began to tremble, the sea churned, the sky crackled with lightning. The gate of return began to open. It wasn't a physical gate, but rather a tear in the fabric of reality, a shimmering portal that led to a realm beyond human comprehension. Amma could see glimpses of swirling colors, of strange landscapes, of faces both familiar and alien. The gate pulsed with energy, drawing Kwame towards it. He turned to Amma, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you," he said. "You have given me a second chance." "What happens now?" Amma asked, her voice trembling. "Now, I fight for my place in the world of the living," Kwame replied. "I will not let this opportunity go to waste." He stepped through the gate. For a moment, everything was still. The trembling stopped. The sea calmed. The lightning subsided. Then the gate slammed shut. Amma collapsed to her knees, exhausted but exhilarated. She had done it. She had opened the gate of return. She had brought a soul back from the dead. But the victory was short-lived. The aftermath of Kwame's return was chaotic and unpredictable. He materialized in Accra as a being of pure energy, struggling to maintain a physical form. He was weak, disoriented, and vulnerable. Amma and her friends took him in, sheltering him in a secluded location. They helped him learn to control his powers, to adapt to the mortal realm. They taught him about the modern world, about technology, about politics, about the changes that had occurred since his death centuries ago. Kwame was a quick learner. He was intelligent, resourceful, and determined to make a difference. He quickly mastered the basics of technology, using his energy powers to manipulate computers and access information. He studied the history of Ghana, learning about the struggles and triumphs of his people. But he also faced challenges. His presence attracted unwanted attention. Government agencies, religious organizations, and shadowy corporations all sought to control him, to exploit his powers for their own purposes. Kwame refused to be a pawn. He used his abilities to fight back, to protect the innocent, to expose corruption. He became a symbol of hope for the oppressed, a beacon of light in a dark world. But his actions also had consequences. He made enemies, powerful enemies who were determined to destroy him. They spread rumors, launched smear campaigns, and even attempted to assassinate him. Amma and her friends stood by Kwame, protecting him from his enemies, guiding him through the complexities of the modern world. They became his family, his support system, his anchor to the mortal realm. As Kwame grew stronger, he began to remember details of his past life. He remembered his family, his friends, his city. He remembered the invaders who had killed him, the war that had destroyed his civilization. He became obsessed with finding out what had happened to his people, to his city. He used his powers to search for clues, to uncover ancient secrets. He discovered that Ogiakrom had not been completely destroyed. A small group of survivors had managed to escape the invaders, fleeing to a remote island where they had rebuilt their civilization. Kwame was determined to find them, to reunite with his people. But the journey would be dangerous. The island was said to be protected by powerful spirits who guarded it from outsiders. And Kwame's enemies were still hunting him, eager to capture him before he could reach his destination. Amma knew that she had to help him. She had brought him back from the dead, and she felt responsible for his well-being. She also believed in his mission, in his desire to reconnect with his past. Together, they embarked on a perilous quest, a journey that would take them across the seas, through uncharted territories, and into the heart of ancient mysteries. Their journey took them to hidden sanctuaries and forgotten temples, each step revealing more about Kwame's past and the fate of his people. Amma, initially a reluctant participant, found herself growing increasingly invested, her analytical mind captivated by the intricate tapestry of history and magic they were uncovering. The bond between her and Kwame deepened, forged in the crucible of shared danger and purpose. She was no longer just helping a rogue spirit. She was fighting for a lost civilization, for the preservation of a forgotten culture. They learned that Ogiakram wasn't merely a city of the dead, but a repository of knowledge and power, a place where the veil between worlds was thin. The city's reappearance every century wasn't random. It was a deliberate act, a cyclical attempt to re-establish contact with the living world, to share its wisdom and its warnings. Kwame's return was not just a personal quest, it was a catalyst, a trigger that could potentially reignite the flame of Ogiakram's legacy. But it also carried the risk of exposing the city's secrets to those who would exploit them for their own gain. Their pursuers were relentless. A shadowy organization known as the Collectors sought to capture Kwame, believing that his energy powers could be harnessed to create weapons of unimaginable destruction. They were led by a ruthless woman named Dr. Evelyn Reed, a brilliant but morally bankrupt scientist who saw Kwame as nothing more than a scientific experiment. They faced trials that tested their courage and their resolve. They battled ancient spirits, navigated treacherous landscapes, and outsmarted cunning adversaries. Amma's coding skills came in handy, allowing her to hack into security systems, decipher encrypted messages, and create technological countermeasures against their enemies. Kwame's powers grew stronger, but so did his awareness of the responsibility that came with them. One particular encounter stands out. They found themselves in a hidden cave guarded by a colossal earth spirit, its body formed from living rock. The spirit challenged Kwame, testing his worthiness to enter the sacred realm of Ogiakram's survivors. Kwame faced the spirit with humility and respect, acknowledging the spirit's power and its role as a protector. He spoke of his desire to reconnect with his people, to learn from their wisdom, and to help them preserve their culture. The spirit was moved by Kwame's sincerity. It granted them passage, but warned them of the dangers that lay ahead. The path to reunion is fraught with peril, the spirit boomed. You will face trials that will test your very souls. But remember, the strength of your spirit is greater than any obstacle. Finally, after months of relentless pursuit, they reached the island, a lush, vibrant paradise hidden amidst treacherous reefs and swirling currents. The survivors of Ogiakram had created a thriving community, blending ancient traditions with modern technology. They lived in harmony with nature, harnessing the power of the elements to sustain their civilization. Kwame was welcomed as a hero, a legend returned to life. He reunited with his descendants, learning about the history of his people, about the sacrifices they had made to preserve their culture. But the reunion was bittersweet. The survivors of Ogiakram were wary of the outside world, fearful of exposing their secrets to those who would exploit them. They were divided on the question of whether to reveal themselves to the world or to remain hidden in their sanctuary. Kwame found himself caught in the middle, torn between his desire to share his people's wisdom with the world and his loyalty to their traditions of seclusion. Meanwhile, Dr. Reed and the collectors were closing in. They had tracked Kwame to the island, determined to capture him and seize the secrets of Ogiakrome. A final confrontation was inevitable. The collectors launched a full-scale assault on the island, using advanced weaponry and technological gadgets. The survivors of Ogiakrome fought back with their ancient powers and their knowledge of the island's defenses. Kwame and Amma led the defense, using their combined skills and abilities to repel the invaders. Kwame channeled his energy powers, creating shields of light, deflecting missiles, and disrupting the collectors' technology. Amma used her coding skills to hack into their systems, disabling their weapons and creating diversions. The battle was fierce and chaotic. Lives were lost on both sides, but the survivors of Ogiakrome fought with courage and determination, defending their home, their culture, their very existence. In the midst of the chaos, Kwame confronted Dr. Reed. She revealed her twisted vision, her belief that Kwame's powers could be used to create a new world order, a world where the strong ruled over the weak. Kwame rejected her vision. He argued that power should be used to protect the innocent, to uplift the oppressed, to create a world of peace and justice. Their clash was not just a physical battle, but a philosophical one, a struggle between two opposing ideologies. In the end, Kwame prevailed. He used his powers to disable Dr. Reed's technology, rendering her harmless, but he refused to kill her. He believed that even she could be redeemed, that she could learn to use her talents for good. The remaining collectors were defeated, their forces scattered, their plans thwarted. The island was safe. In the aftermath of the battle, the survivors of Ogiakrome faced a difficult decision. Should they remain hidden, or should they reveal themselves to the world? Kwame argued that they had a responsibility to share their wisdom and their knowledge with humanity, to help create a better future. He believed that the world needed Ogiakrome's perspective, its understanding of the interconnectedness of all things, its reverence for nature. But he also acknowledged the risks. Exposure to the outside world could lead to exploitation, to cultural appropriation, to the destruction of their way of life. Ultimately, the decision was left to the elders of Ogiakrome. After much deliberation, they decided to take a cautious approach. They would begin by sharing their knowledge with a select group of individuals, people who were trustworthy and dedicated to making a positive impact on the world. Amma was chosen to be one of the ambassadors, to serve as a link between Ogiakrome and the outside world. She accepted the responsibility with humility and gratitude. Kwame, having fulfilled his purpose, began to fade. His connection to the mortal realm was weakening, his energy dissipating. He knew that it was time for him to return to the afterlife. He said his goodbyes to his people, to Amma, to his friends. He thanked them for their love, their support, their unwavering belief in him. He stepped back through the gate of return, this time willingly, peacefully. As he faded away, he left Amma with a message of hope. "The future is not predetermined," he said. "We have the power to shape our own destinies. We must use that power wisely to create a world that is worthy of our ancestors and worthy of our descendants." Amma returned to Accra, carrying Kwame's message with her. She dedicated her life to building bridges between cultures, to promoting understanding and cooperation, to creating a world where the wisdom of the past could guide the choices of the future. She never forgot Kwame, the rogue spirit who had defied death, who had fought for his people, who had inspired her to embrace her destiny. She knew that his spirit lived on, not just in the afterlife, but in the hearts of all those who dared to challenge the status quo, who dared to dream of a better world. And every 100 years, when Ogiakrom rose from the depths, Amma would stand on the Accra shoreline, listening for the echo of his voice, remembering the lessons he had taught her, and reaffirming her commitment to the cause of justice, equality, and peace. The city would rise again, bringing with it the reminder that even in death there is the potential for rebirth, for renewal, for the enduring power of the human spirit to transcend the boundaries of time and space. And Amma would be ready, waiting for the next message, the next challenge, the next opportunity to make a difference in the world. The legacy of Kwame, the soul who refused to stay dead, would live on through her and through all those who dared to listen to the echoes of the past and to build a better future. In the fledgling colony of Jamestown, nestled amidst the verdant, untamed wilderness of the New World, lived Walter, a young man of humble origins and boundless curiosity. Walter was neither a nobleman nor a soldier, but rather a craftsman's son, possessing a gentle heart and an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Jamestown, in its infancy, was a melting pot of dreams and desperation. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, wood smoke, and the ever-present anxiety of survival. The settlers, driven by visions of gold and glory, had arrived with hopes as vast as the ocean they had crossed. But the reality was harsh, and the land, though abundant, was unforgiving. One fateful eve, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of fiery orange and deep violet, a commotion erupted near the colony's edge. A group of hunters, their faces flushed with excitement, returned bearing a cage woven of sturdy vines. Inside, a creature of unimaginable beauty pulsed with an ethereal glow, a firebird, its feathers shimmering like molten gold and its eyes burning with the intensity of 1,000 suns. The news of the firebird's capture spread like wildfire through Jamestown. The colony's leaders, men hardened by hardship and driven by ambition, saw in the bird's capture an opportunity to secure their future. Its feathers, they believed, could be sold for a king's ransom, its magical properties harnessed to ensure their prosperity. But Walter, drawn by an unseen force, approached the cage with a sense of trepidation. As he gazed into the firebird's eyes, he saw not a creature of immense power, but a being of profound sorrow, a prisoner of its own magnificent existence. That night, under the cloak of darkness, Walter crept towards the cage. He reached out, his fingers trembling, and gently touched the bars. The firebird stirred, its gaze meeting his. In that instant, Walter felt a surge of energy coursing through his veins, a connection forged between their souls. As days turned into weeks, the firebird remained captive, its flames growing ever more erratic. The colony, initially filled with excitement, began to experience strange occurrences. Stars fell from the heavens with alarming frequency, their fiery trails scarring the night sky. Dreams bled into reality, blurring the line between what was and what could be. Walter, witnessing these events, understood the dire consequences of the firebird's captivity. The bird's essence was intertwined with the fabric of reality, and its imprisonment was tearing holes in the delicate balance of the world. Torn between his loyalty to the colony and his growing compassion for the firebird, Walter found himself at a crossroads. He could choose to exploit the bird's power, securing Jamestown's future, but at the cost of unraveling the very essence of existence. Or he could defy his community, freeing the firebird and risking their wrath, but potentially saving the world from destruction. With a heavy heart, Walter made his decision. He would free the firebird, placing his faith in the unknown and trusting that the universe would find a way to restore balance. Under the cover of a moonless night, Walter approached the cage, his heart pounding in his chest. He carried with him a set of lock picks, tools he had learned to use from his father. With trembling hands, he worked on the lock, the metal clicking softly in the stillness of the night. Finally, with a resounding click, the lock sprung open. The cage door creaked ajar, and Walter stepped back, allowing the firebird to emerge. The bird hesitated for a moment, its gaze fixed on Walter. Then, with a grateful cry, it spread its wings and soared into the night sky, its flames illuminating the darkness. As the firebird ascended, the stars realigned themselves in the heavens, their brilliance restored. The strange occurrences that had plagued Jamestown ceased, and the world began to heal. Walter, watching the firebird disappear into the vast expanse of the night sky, felt a sense of both relief and trepidation. He knew that his actions would not go unnoticed, that he would face the consequences of his defiance. The following morning, Walter was summoned before the colony's leaders. He stood before them, his head held high, and confessed to his actions. The leaders, their faces etched with anger and disappointment, condemned Walter for his betrayal. They saw him as a threat to their authority, a rebel who dared to challenge their vision. But as they prepared to pronounce their judgment, a voice spoke out from the crowd. It was the colony's elder, a wise woman who had witnessed the firebird's capture and the subsequent chaos. "Hold," she said, her voice filled with authority. "Before you condemn this young man, consider the consequences of your actions. You sought to exploit the firebird's power, but in doing so, you threatened to unravel the very fabric of our world. Walter, in his compassion, chose a different path, a path that has saved us all." The leaders, taken aback by the elder's words, paused to consider her wisdom. They looked at Walter, not with anger, but with a newfound respect. In the end, they decided to spare Walter's life, acknowledging the significance of his actions. However, they banished him from Jamestown, fearing that his rebellious spirit would incite further unrest. Walter, accepting his fate, bid farewell to his family and friends. He left Jamestown, not as a criminal, but as a hero, a young man who had dared to defy authority in the name of compassion and balance. As Walter ventured into the wilderness, he carried with him the memory of the firebird, its radiant beauty, and its profound sorrow. He knew that his journey would be fraught with challenges, but he was determined to live a life guided by the principles he had learned from the firebird: compassion, courage, and a deep respect for the delicate balance of the world. And so Walter, the craftsman's son, embarked on a new adventure, a journey that would lead him to the far corners of the New World and beyond, a journey that would transform him into a legend, a symbol of hope and resistance in a world teetering on the brink of chaos. Walter's exile from Jamestown led him into the heart of the Virginia wilderness. Stripped of his familiar surroundings and the comfort of his community, he found himself face to face with the raw, untamed beauty of the New World. The dense forests, the winding rivers, and the towering mountains became his new companions. At first, survival was a daunting task. He learned to hunt, to fish, and to identify edible plants. He built a small shelter, a haven from the elements, and gradually adapted to the rhythm of the wilderness. But Walter's journey was not merely about physical survival. It was also a journey of self-discovery. As he spent time alone in the wilderness, he began to hear the whispers of the land, the voices of the ancient spirits that dwelled within the trees, the rocks, and the rivers. He learned that the wilderness was not just a collection of resources to be exploited, but a living, breathing entity, deserving of respect and reverence. He discovered that the native tribes, the indigenous peoples of the land, possessed a deep understanding of this intricate ecosystem, a knowledge that had been passed down through generations. Driven by a desire to learn more, Walter sought out these tribes, seeking their wisdom and guidance. He approached them with humility and respect, eager to bridge the gap between their cultures. Initially, the native tribes were wary of Walter, viewing him as a representative of the colonists who had encroached upon their land and disrupted their way of life. But Walter's sincerity and genuine interest in their traditions gradually won them over. He learned their language, their customs, and their spiritual beliefs. He participated in their ceremonies, listened to their stories, and shared his own experiences. He discovered that they possessed a profound understanding of the interconnectedness of all things, a wisdom that resonated deeply with his own beliefs. Through his interactions with the native tribes, Walter began to see the world through a different lens. He realized that the colonists' pursuit of wealth and power had blinded them to the true value of the land and its inhabitants. He understood that their arrogance and greed were not only harming the environment, but also destroying the delicate balance of human relationships. Walter became an advocate for the native tribes, speaking out against the injustices they faced and working to bridge the divide between the colonists and the indigenous peoples. He used his knowledge of both cultures to negotiate treaties, to mediate disputes, and to promote understanding and cooperation. His efforts were not always successful. Many colonists remained suspicious of Walter, viewing him as a traitor to his own people. They accused him of siding with the savages and undermining their efforts to colonize the New World. But Walter refused to be deterred. He believed that it was his duty to protect the native tribes and to preserve the wilderness from the destructive forces of greed and exploitation. As Walter's reputation grew, he attracted followers from both the colonist and native communities. These individuals, inspired by his vision of a harmonious coexistence, joined him in his efforts to build a better future for the New World. Together, they established a network of settlements where colonists and native tribes could live together in peace and harmony. They shared their knowledge, their skills, and their resources, creating a vibrant and sustainable community. Walter's experiment in coexistence was not without its challenges. There were conflicts and disagreements, misunderstandings and prejudices. But through open communication, mutual respect, and a willingness to compromise, they were able to overcome these obstacles and build a community based on trust and understanding. News of Walter's success spread throughout the colonies, inspiring others to follow his example. Similar communities sprung up in other parts of the New World, creating a movement of resistance against the forces of exploitation and destruction. Walter, the craftsman's son who had once been banished from Jamestown, had become a leader, a visionary, and a symbol of hope for a better future. He had shown that it was possible for different cultures to coexist in peace and harmony, that it was possible to build a world based on compassion, respect, and understanding. Years passed, and Walter's influence continued to grow. His communities flourished, attracting people from all walks of life who sought a life of purpose and meaning. The wilderness, once a place of exile, had become a sanctuary, a testament to the power of human resilience and the transformative potential of compassion. But the idyllic existence of Walter's communities was soon threatened by a shadow from across the sea. News arrived that a Russian Tsar, driven by insatiable ambition and a thirst for magical power, had learned of the Firebird's existence and its potential to alter reality itself. The Tsar, known for his ruthlessness and his obsession with the occult, dispatched a team of hunters and sorcerers to the New World, tasked with capturing the Firebird and harnessing its power for his own nefarious purposes. These hunters, led by a formidable sorcerer named Rasputin, were relentless in their pursuit. They tracked the Firebird across the vast wilderness, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Walter, learning of the Tsar's intentions, knew that he had to act. He understood that if the Firebird fell into the wrong hands, the consequences would be catastrophic. He gathered his allies, both colonists and native tribes, and prepared to defend the Firebird and the balance of the world. The clash between Walter's forces and the Tsar's hunters was inevitable. It took place in the heart of the wilderness, amidst towering trees and ancient ruins. The battle was fierce, with spells clashing against swords and arrows flying through the air. Walter, though not a warrior by nature, fought with courage and determination. He used his knowledge of the wilderness to his advantage, guiding his allies through the treacherous terrain and leading them in ambushes and strategic maneuvers. But Rasputin, the Tsar's sorcerer, was a formidable opponent. He wielded dark magic, summoning storms and conjuring shadowy creatures to fight on his behalf. He possessed a cunning mind and a ruthless heart, making him a dangerous adversary. The battle raged on for days, with neither side gaining a clear advantage. Walter's forces, though outnumbered, fought with the conviction that they were defending something far greater than themselves. They were protecting the Firebird, the balance of the world, and the future of their communities. As the battle reached its climax, Walter found himself face to face with Rasputin. The two men stared at each other, their eyes locked in a battle of wills. Rasputin unleashed a torrent of dark magic, attempting to overwhelm Walter and crush his spirit. But Walter stood firm, drawing strength from the wilderness and the spirits of his ancestors. He countered Rasputin's spells with his own magic, learned from the native tribes and honed through years of practice. The two men engaged in a fierce, magical duel, their powers clashing and creating shock waves that reverberated through the forest. The trees swayed, the ground trembled, and the air crackled with energy. Finally, with a surge of power, Walter unleashed a spell that struck Rasputin with full force. The sorcerer staggered back, his body convulsing as the energy coursed through him. He let out a cry of pain and frustration before collapsing to the ground, defeated. With Rasputin vanquished, the Tsar's hunters lost their will to fight. They scattered and fled, abandoning their mission and leaving the Firebird safe. Walter and his allies had won the battle, but they knew that the war was far from over. The Tsar, driven by his insatiable ambition, would not give up so easily. He would send more hunters, more sorcerers, and more forces to capture the Firebird and claim its power. Walter knew that he had to find a way to protect the Firebird permanently, to ensure that it would never fall into the wrong hands. He sought the advice of the native elders, who revealed an ancient prophecy that spoke of a hidden sanctuary, a place where the Firebird could be safe from harm. This sanctuary, according to the prophecy, was located in the heart of the mountains, guarded by ancient spirits and protected by powerful magic. It was a place known only to a select few, a place that could only be reached by those who were pure of heart and possessed a deep connection to the wilderness. Walter, guided by the prophecy and the wisdom of the native elders, embarked on a quest to find this hidden sanctuary. He gathered his most trusted allies and ventured into the uncharted territory of the mountains, facing treacherous terrain and dangerous creatures along the way. Walter's journey into the mountains was a test of endurance, resilience, and faith. The terrain was unforgiving, the weather unpredictable, and the dangers lurking in the shadows were ever present. But Walter and his allies pressed on, driven by their determination to protect the Firebird and ensure its safety. They faced challenges that tested their limits, both physically and mentally. They climbed treacherous cliffs, navigated through dense forests, and crossed raging rivers. They battled wild animals, avoided hidden traps, and outsmarted cunning foes. But the greatest challenges they faced were not external, but internal. They had to confront their own fears, doubts, and prejudices. They had to learn to trust each other, to rely on each other, and to work together as a team. As they journeyed deeper into the mountains, they began to experience strange occurrences. They saw visions, heard voices, and felt the presence of ancient spirits. They realized that they were entering a sacred place, a realm where the veil between the physical and spiritual worlds was thin. The native elders had warned them that the path to the sanctuary would not be easy. They had told them that they would have to prove their worthiness, that they would have to demonstrate their purity of heart and their deep connection to the wilderness. Walter and his allies understood that they were being tested, that they were being judged by the ancient spirits who guarded the sanctuary. They resolved to remain true to their values, to act with compassion and integrity, and to respect the sacredness of the land. After weeks of arduous travel, they finally reached the entrance to the sanctuary. It was a hidden cave concealed behind a waterfall and guarded by two towering stone statues. The statues, animated by ancient magic, challenged Walter and his allies, demanding to know their intentions and their worthiness to enter the sanctuary. Walter stepped forward, his voice filled with sincerity and humility. He explained his quest, his desire to protect the Firebird, and his commitment to preserving the balance of the world. The statues listened intently, their eyes glowing with an ethereal light. After a long moment of silence, they nodded their heads in approval. "You have proven yourselves worthy," one of the statues said. "You may enter the sanctuary." The statue stepped aside, allowing Walter and his allies to pass through the entrance. They entered the cave, their hearts filled with anticipation and awe. The cave led into a vast underground chamber, illuminated by crystals that glowed with a soft, otherworldly light. In the center of the chamber, perched on a pedestal of pure white stone, was the Firebird. The bird, sensing their presence, turned its gaze towards them. Its eyes glowed with warmth and welcome. It spread its wings and let out a melodic cry, as if greeting old friends. Walter and his allies approached the Firebird with reverence and respect. They knelt before it, offering their gratitude and their commitment to protecting it. The Firebird responded by showering them with its radiant energy, filling them with a sense of peace and well-being. It communicated with them telepathically, sharing its wisdom and its knowledge of the universe. It revealed that the sanctuary was a place of healing and renewal, a place where the Firebird could rest and rejuvenate itself. It explained that the sanctuary was protected by ancient magic, making it impossible for anyone with malicious intent to enter. Walter and his allies understood that they had found the perfect place to protect the Firebird from the Tsar and his forces. They resolved to remain in the sanctuary, guarding the Firebird and ensuring its safety for generations to come. They established a community within the sanctuary, living in harmony with the Firebird and the ancient spirits who guarded it. They learned to cultivate the land, to heal the sick, and to harness the power of the crystals for their own benefit. The sanctuary became a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of compassion, courage, and the interconnectedness of all things. News of its existence spread throughout the world, attracting seekers of truth and wisdom from all walks of life. Walter, the craftsman's son who had once been banished from Jamestown, had become a guardian of the Firebird, a protector of the balance of the world, and a leader of a community dedicated to peace, harmony, and sustainability. Years turned into decades, and the sanctuary of souls flourished under Walter's guidance. The community within grew, attracting individuals who sought refuge from the turmoil of the outside world, individuals who yearned for a life of purpose and connection. But the shadow of the Tsar still loomed large, a constant reminder of the threat that lurked on the horizon. Despite the sanctuary's protective magic, Walter knew that the Tsar would never truly give up his pursuit of the Firebird. And he was right. One day, a scout returned to the sanctuary with alarming news. The Tsar, fueled by years of birth and obsession, had gathered a vast army, the largest and most formidable force he had ever assembled. He was marching toward the mountains, intent on breaching the sanctuary and claiming the Firebird for himself. Walter knew that this was the final stand, the ultimate test of their resolve. He gathered his community, both human and spirit, and prepared to defend the sanctuary against the Tsar's onslaught. He fortified the entrance to the cave, setting traps and reinforcing the stone statues. He trained his community in combat, teaching them the skills he had learned from the native tribes and from his own experiences in the wilderness. He also sought the counsel of the ancient spirits, who revealed that the key to defeating the Tsar lay not in brute force, but in understanding the source of his power. They explained that the Tsar's strength came from his fear, his greed, and his disconnection from the natural world. To defeat him, Walter would have to confront him with his own darkness, to expose his weaknesses, and to sever his connection to the forces that fueled his ambition. As the Tsar's army approached the mountains, Walter led his community out to meet them. They stood before the entrance to the sanctuary, a small but determined force facing an overwhelming enemy. The Tsar, mounted on a black steed and clad in ornate armor, rode to the front of his army. His eyes burned with a feverish intensity, his face etched with lines of ambition and desperation. "Walter," he roared, his voice filled with hatred and contempt, "I have come to claim what is rightfully mine. Surrender the Firebird, and I will spare your lives. Resist me, and you will all be crushed." Walter stepped forward, his voice calm and steady. "Tsar," he replied, "you seek to possess the Firebird for your own selfish gain. You believe that its power will make you invincible, but you are wrong. The Firebird's power is not meant to be controlled. It is meant to be shared, to be used for the benefit of all." "Silence!" the Tsar bellowed. "You are a fool, a naive idealist who knows nothing of the true nature of power. The world belongs to those who are strong enough to take it." With that, the Tsar gave the order to attack. His army surged forward, a wave of steel and fire crashing against Walter's defenses. The battle was fierce and brutal. Walter's community fought with courage and determination, but they were outnumbered and outgunned. The Tsar's soldiers breached the outer defenses, pushing their way towards the entrance to the cave. As the battle raged, Walter confronted the Tsar in single combat. The two men clashed, their weapons meeting in a shower of sparks. The Tsar, fueled by his dark magic, fought with incredible strength and ferocity. But Walter, guided by the wisdom of the ancient spirits, fought with a calm focus and a deep understanding of his opponent's weaknesses. He parried the Tsar's attacks, dodged his blows, and waited for the opportune moment to strike. Finally, with a swift and decisive move, Walter disarmed the Tsar, knocking his sword from his hand. He held his own weapon to the Tsar's throat, his eyes filled with compassion. "Tsar," Walter said, "I do not wish to kill you. I only want you to understand the error of your ways. You have been blinded by your ambition, consumed by your desire for power, but it is not too late to change. You can still choose a different path." The Tsar stared at Walter, his face contorted with rage and frustration. But in his eyes, Walter saw a flicker of doubt, a glimmer of hope. I don't understand," the Tsar stammered. "Why are you showing me mercy? I have come to destroy you, to steal your most precious possession." "Because I believe that everyone deserves a second chance," Walter replied. "Because I believe that even you can find redemption." Walter lowered his weapon, offering the Tsar his hand. "Come," he said, "join us in the sanctuary, learn from us, and we will learn from you. Together we can build a better world, a world based on peace, harmony, and understanding." The Tsar hesitated for a moment, his face a mask of conflicting emotions. Then, slowly, he reached out and took Walter's hand. In that instant, a wave of energy surged through the Tsar's body, cleansing him of his dark magic and filling him with a sense of peace and clarity. He fell to his knees, weeping with remorse. The Tsar's army, witnessing this transformation, laid down their weapons and surrendered. The battle was over. Walter had won not by Scylla, but by compassion, not by destruction, but by understanding. He had shown that even the most hardened heart could be touched by kindness, that even the most ambitious soul could find redemption. The Tsar, now a changed man, joined Walter's community in the sanctuary. He devoted his life to serving others, to promoting peace, and to preserving the balance of the world. The sanctuary of souls continued to flourish, a beacon of hope for all who sought a better future. Walter, the craftsman's son, had become a legend, a symbol of the power of compassion, courage, and the interconnectedness of all things. And the Firebird, safe and protected, continued to radiate its light, illuminating the world with its boundless love and its infinite wisdom. And Jamestown was never forgotten. Centuries passed, and the memory of Walter and the Firebird faded into legend, a tale whispered around campfires and passed down through generations. The sanctuary of souls, hidden deep within the mountains, remained a secret, a place of refuge for those who sought solace and connection. But the legacy of Walter lived on, not only in the sanctuary, but also in the hearts of those who dared to dream of a better world. His example inspired countless others to stand up for what they believed in, to fight for justice, and to promote peace and understanding. And so, the story of Walter and the Firebird became a timeless reminder that even in the darkest of times, hope remains, that even the smallest act of compassion can have a profound impact, and that the power to change the world lies within each and every one of us. Liam knelt before the stark white marble of Una's tomb, the chill of the mortal world clinging to him deeper than the autumn air. It had been a year since the fever took her, a year of hollow days and echoing nights, a year of a silence so profound it drowned out the birdsong, the laughter of children, the very rhythm of his own heart. Una had been more than a wife. She was the sun in his sky, the steady hand guiding his ship through turbulent waters, the quiet understanding in a world of chaos. They had built a life together, brick by brick, filled with shared dreams, whispered secrets, and a love so vibrant it had seemed indestructible. Now, only the cold, unyielding stone remained. He traced the inscription on the tomb with a trembling finger. Una, beloved. Her light remains. The words mocked him. Her light was gone, extinguished, leaving him in an unending twilight. He had tried everything to numb the pain. Work consumed him by day, yet the nights were a battlefield where memories, sweet and cruel, waged relentless war. He had consulted healers, sought solace in the company of friends, even offered prayers to the gods, though his faith had withered with Una's passing. Nothing worked. The emptiness remained, a gaping chasm that threatened to swallow him whole. One evening, huddled by the fire, nursing a goblet of wine that tasted like ash, Liam overheard a fragment of conversation from passing travelers. They spoke of Elysium, the paradise reserved for heroes and the virtuous, and of a single crimson rose that bloomed only in those hallowed fields. They claimed this rose held the power to restore a lost soul, to bridge the gap between the living and the dead. Liam scoffed at first. Fairy tales, whispers for the gullible. Yet, as the night deepened, the tale burrowed into his mind, taking root like a persistent weed. Could it be true? Was there even the slightest chance, however improbable, that he could see Una again? That he could hold her even for a fleeting moment? The thought was a dangerous spark, igniting a desperate hope within him, a hope that threatened to consume him entirely. He knew the risks. The underworld was a realm of shadows and despair, ruled by the implacable Hades. To trespass there was to invite death itself. But the alternative, a lifetime without Una, was already a form of living death. He spent weeks researching, poring over ancient texts, consulting with scholars, and listening to the hushed whispers of those who claimed to know the secrets of the underworld. The more he learned, the more daunting the task seemed. The path to the underworld was fraught with peril, guarded by mythical creatures and the whims of capricious gods. Yet, with each obstacle he uncovered, Liam's resolve hardened. He would face Cerberus, navigate the river Styx, and brave the judgment of the judges of the dead. He would steal the rose of Elysium, even if it cost him his life. He began his preparations in earnest. He trained his body to peak condition, honing his swordsmanship and archery skills. He gathered supplies, provisions, protective amulets, and gifts for any deities he might encounter along the way. He sought out the guidance of a reclusive oracle who lived in a secluded mountain cave. The oracle, a wizened woman with eyes that seemed to hold the weight of centuries, warned him of the dangers that lay ahead. She spoke of the wrath of Hades, the treachery of spirits, and the seductive illusions of the underworld. "The path you seek is paved with sorrow and despair," she croaked, her voice like dry leaves rustling in the wind. "Many have tried, but few have returned. Are you truly prepared to face such darkness?" Liam met her gaze, his eyes filled with a resolve that surprised even himself. "I have already faced the greatest darkness imaginable," he said, his voice hoarse with emotion. "A world without Una. I have nothing left to lose." The oracle nodded slowly, a flicker of understanding in her ancient eyes. "Then go, mortal, but remember this. The underworld is a reflection of your own soul. What you find there will depend on what you carry within you." She then provided him with a cryptic map, supposedly charting a hidden passage to the realm of Hades. It was a starting point, at least. With a heavy heart and a grim determination, Liam kissed Una's tombstone one last time. He whispered a promise to bring her back, even if it meant defying the gods themselves. Then he turned his back on the world of the living and set out on his perilous journey to the underworld. The map led him to a desolate coastal region where jagged cliffs plunged into the churning sea. After days of searching, he found the entrance, a narrow, barely discernible cave hidden behind a waterfall. The air within the cave was thick with a palpable sense of dread, a suffocating darkness that seemed to press down on him from all sides. He lit a torch, its flickering flame casting long, dancing shadows on the damp cave walls. The passage descended steeply, winding deeper and deeper into the earth. The temperature plummeted, and a chilling wind seemed to whisper through the tunnels, carrying voices of sorrow and despair. He encountered his first obstacle, a chasm spanned by a rickety rope bridge. The bridge swayed precariously in the wind, threatening to collapse with every step. Liam took a deep breath and carefully made his way across, his heart pounding in his chest. Looking down into the abyss, he saw nothing but a swirling darkness that seemed to reach up and pull him down. On the other side of the chasm, the tunnel opened into a vast cavern. The air was thick with the stench of sulfur, and the ground was littered with bones. In the center of the cavern, a monstrous figure stirred. Cerberus, the three-headed hound of Hades, guardian of the underworld. The beast was even more terrifying than the legends had described. Each head roared with a different voice, one a deep, guttural growl, another a high-pitched whine, and the third a chilling shriek. Its eyes glowed with malevolent red light, and its teeth were like jagged daggers. Liam knew he couldn't defeat Cerberus in a direct confrontation. He had to use his wits. He remembered hearing that Cerberus was fond of sweet things. He reached into his pack and pulled out a honeyed cake he had baked before leaving. He tossed the cake towards the beast. Cerberus hesitated for a moment, then lunged at the offering, the three heads snarling and snapping at each other in their eagerness to devour the treat. While the beast was distracted, Liam slipped past, his heart pounding in his chest. He continued his descent, the tunnels becoming increasingly twisted and labyrinthine. He encountered lost souls, trapped in the underworld for eternity, their faces etched with despair. Some begged him for help, others warned him of the dangers ahead. He offered them words of comfort and encouragement, but he knew he couldn't save them. He had his own quest to complete. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, he reached the river Styx, the boundary between the world of the living and the realm of the dead. The river was a murky, black torrent, its waters swirling with the souls of the departed. A gnarled old ferryman, Charon, waited on the bank, his eyes like burning coals. He demanded payment for passage, a silver coin for each soul. Liam had anticipated this. He placed 2 silver coins in Charon's outstretched hand, one for his passage and one for his return, if he ever managed to escape. Charon grunted and gestured for him to board the ferry. The boat was rickety and overcrowded with souls, each wailing and lamenting their fate. As they crossed the river, Liam felt a cold dread wash over him. He was entering the realm of the dead, a place from which few ever returned. On the other side of the Styx, Liam found himself in a desolate wasteland. The sky was a perpetual twilight, and the air was heavy with the scent of decay. He could feel the weight of countless souls pressing down on him, their collective sorrow a palpable force. He soon encountered the judges of the dead, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus, who sat in judgment on the souls of the departed. They questioned him about his purpose in the underworld, their voices cold and impartial. Liam told them the truth, that he sought to retrieve his beloved Una from Elysium. The judges exchanged glances, their faces unreadable. "Your quest is a transgression against the natural order," Minos said, his voice echoing through the wasteland. "The dead must remain dead. To interfere with their fate is to invite the wrath of the gods." "I understand the risks," Liam replied, his voice firm, "but I cannot live without Una. I am willing to face any consequences." The judges deliberated for a moment, then Rhadamanthus spoke. "Very well, we will allow you to proceed, but be warned, the path to Elysium is guarded by many trials. If you fail, you will be condemned to spend eternity in the underworld." They granted him passage, but their words hung heavy in the air, a chilling reminder of the stakes. He continued his journey, guided by the faint glimmer of Elysium in the distance. The path to Elysium was treacherous. He navigated through fields of torment, where the wicked were punished for their sins. He avoided the clutches of vengeful spirits who sought to drag him down into the depths of despair. He battled monstrous creatures born of nightmares. At one point, He encountered a siren, her voice as sweet as honey, promising him eternal happiness if he would only abandon his quest and join her in her enchanted realm. He resisted her charms, knowing that true happiness could only be found with Una. Finally, after enduring countless trials, he reached the gates of Elysium. They were made of gleaming gold and guarded by a stern-faced warrior. "Halt, mortal!" the warrior boomed. "No living being is permitted to enter Elysium. Turn back now, or face the consequences." Liam stood his ground, his eyes filled with determination. "I seek only to retrieve my beloved Una," he said. "I will not leave without her." The warrior raised his spear, preparing to strike. But then a voice rang out from within Elysium. "Let him pass." The warrior lowered his spear, and the gates swung open, revealing the breathtaking beauty of Elysium. Elysium was everything the legends had promised, a paradise of lush green fields, sparkling rivers, and eternal sunshine. The air was filled with the scent of flowers and the sound of music. Souls wandered freely, their faces radiant with peace and joy. Liam walked through the fields, searching for Una. He called her name, his voice trembling with hope and anticipation. Suddenly, he saw her. She stood in a field of wildflowers, her face as beautiful as he remembered. Her eyes sparkled with love and recognition. "Liam?" she whispered, her voice like the gentle rustling of leaves. He ran to her, his heart overflowing with emotion. He embraced her tightly, burying his face in her hair. "Una," he sobbed, "I found you." She held him close, her touch as warm and comforting as he remembered. "I knew you would come," she said, her voice filled with love. They spent what seemed like an eternity together, walking through the fields of Elysium, sharing stories and memories. Liam told her about his journey to the underworld, about the trials he had faced and the sacrifices he had made. Una listened patiently, her eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. "You risked everything for me," she said. "I am truly blessed to have you as my husband." As they walked, Liam noticed a single crimson rose blooming in the center of a field. It was the rose of Elysium, the flower that held the power to restore a lost soul. He led Una towards the rose, his heart pounding in his chest. He knew what he had to do. "Una," he said, his voice filled with emotion, "this rose, it can bring you back to the world of the living, but it comes at a cost." He explained that only the soul attached to the rose could return. It was a one-way ticket. Una looked at him, her eyes filled with a mixture of love and sorrow. "I know," she said. "I already knew." "Are you sure?" Liam asked, his voice trembling. "Are you sure you want to leave Elysium? Here, you are at peace. You are free from pain and suffering." Una smiled gently. "My place is with you, Liam," she said. "Wherever you are, that is where I belong. I want to be with you, to share your life, to face whatever challenges lie ahead, even if it's just for a little while." Liam's eyes welled up with tears. He reached out and plucked the rose of Elysium, its petals as soft as velvet, its fragrance intoxicating. He held the rose out to Una, his hand trembling. "Take it," he said. "Come back to me." Una took the rose, her fingers brushing against his. As she touched the petals, a brilliant light enveloped her. When the light faded, she was no longer in Elysium. She was standing beside Liam in the desolate wasteland of the underworld, her eyes filled with life and love. Their reunion was cut short. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and a wave of scorching heat washed over them. A figure materialized before them, radiating power and rage. It was Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, but her face was contorted with fury. "You dare defy the laws of the gods?" she thundered, her voice shaking the very foundations of the underworld. "You steal from Elysium, and you upset the balance of life and death. For this you will pay the ultimate price." Liam stood protectively in front of Una, his sword drawn. He knew he was no match for a goddess, but he would defend his wife with his last breath. "We meant no disrespect, Lady Aphrodite," he said, his voice firm despite his fear. "We only sought to be reunited with each other. Is love not the most powerful force in the universe? Surely you, of all beings, can understand our desire." Aphrodite's anger seemed to falter for a moment, but then she hardened her gaze. "Love is a powerful force, mortal, but it must be tempered with respect for the natural order. You have disrupted that order, and you must be punished." She raised her hand, and a bolt of lightning shot towards them. Liam braced himself for the impact, but then a figure stepped in front of them, deflecting the blast with a shimmering shield. It was Orion, the great hunter, a demigod known for his courage and skill. He stood tall and imposing, his bow drawn, ready to defend the lovers. "Aphrodite," he said, his voice resonating with authority, "I implore you to reconsider your judgment. These mortals have suffered enough. They have shown great courage and devotion to each other. Is that not worthy of mercy?" Aphrodite glared at Orion, her eyes filled with disdain. "You would defend these transgressors, Orion? You, who have always been a thorn in my side?" "I defend what is right, Aphrodite," Orion replied, "and these mortals deserve a chance at happiness." A tense silence hung in the air, the fate of Liam and Una hanging in the balance. Aphrodite and Orion locked eyes, their wills clashing like thunder. Finally, Aphrodite sighed, her anger seeming to dissipate slightly. "Very well," she said. "I will spare their lives, but they must face a trial." She declared that Liam and Una must complete 3 impossible tasks to prove their worthiness. If they succeeded, they would be allowed to return to the world of the living together. If they failed, they would be condemned to eternal torment in the underworld. The first trial was to retrieve a single tear from the eye of a Gorgon. The Gorgons were monstrous creatures whose gaze could turn men to stone. To get close enough to collect a tear was to risk certain death. Liam and Una traveled to the Gorgon's lair, a desolate island shrouded in mist and fear. They knew they couldn't face the Gorgon Medusa directly. Her gaze was too deadly. They devised a plan to use a polished shield, reflecting her image back at her. Liam approached the Gorgon's lair cautiously, shielding Una behind him. He held up the polished shield, carefully angling it to reflect the Gorgon's face. Medusa saw her own reflection and, in a moment of horrific self-awareness, wept. Her tear, brimming with sorrow and self-loathing, trickled down her petrified cheek. Liam, with incredible speed, caught the tear in a vial he had prepared. They retreated from the lair, the weight of their success tempered by the horror of what they had witnessed. The second trial was to fetch a song from the lips of a harpy. Harpies were winged creatures known for their hideous appearance and their piercing, mournful songs. Their songs were said to drive men mad with grief and despair. Liam and Una sought the harpies in a ravaged forest. They knew that directly trying to capture a song would be impossible. The harpies were too swift and their songs too potent. Una came up with the idea to lure them in with a scent they found irresistible. Una, remembering lullabies her mother used to sing, began to hum a beautiful, haunting melody. The melody echoed through the forest, drawing the attention of the harpies. They descended from the trees, drawn by the sweet, mournful tune. As the harpies listened, transfixed by Una's song, one of them began to sing along, its voice blending with hers. The song was a lament for lost loves, for forgotten dreams, for the pain of existence. Liam carefully captured the harpy's song in a specially crafted flute. The third trial was to extract a promise from the lips of Hades himself. This was the most daunting task of all. To even approach Hades was to invite death, and to attempt to persuade him was to risk his eternal wrath. Liam and Una descended into the deepest, darkest recesses of the underworld, guided by the flickering light of their torches. They finally reached the throne room of Hades, a cavernous space filled with shadows and despair. Hades sat on his throne, his face as cold and implacable as the stone from which it was carved. He regarded them with a look of disdain. "Mortals," he said, his voice like the grinding of bones, "you dare trespass in my domain again? Have you learned nothing from your previous encounter?" Liam knelt before him, his head bowed. "Great Hades," he said, "we have come to ask for your mercy. We have completed the trials set before us by Aphrodite. We ask only for the chance to return to the world of the living together." Hades laughed, a chilling sound that echoed through the throne room. "Mercy? In the underworld? Such a concept is unknown here. Why should I grant you your request? What do I gain from it?" Liam thought for a moment, then spoke with conviction. "You gain nothing, Lord Hades, but perhaps you would gain a small measure of respect. By granting us our wish, you would show that even in the realm of death, love and compassion can exist." Hades was silent for a long moment, studying Liam with his penetrating gaze. Finally, he spoke. "I will grant you your wish," he said, "but on one condition." Liam's heart leaped with hope. "Anything, Lord Hades," he said. "Name your price." "The Rose of Elysium," Hades said. "You must return it to the fields from whence it came. You cannot take it back to the mortal world. It belongs here, in the realm of the dead." Liam hesitated. He had risked everything to obtain the rose. It was the symbol of his love for Una, the key to their reunion. But he knew he had no choice. "Very well, Lord Hades," he said. "We accept your condition." Hades nodded, his expression unreadable. With a wave of his hand, he opened a portal back to the world of the living. Liam and Una emerged from the portal, blinking in the sunlight. They were back in their world together, but their journey was not yet complete. They traveled back to the entrance to the underworld, back to the fields of Elysium. With heavy hearts, they walked to the spot where Liam had plucked the Rose of Elysium. Liam took the rose from Una's hand, his fingers brushing against hers. He looked into her eyes, his heart filled with love and sorrow. "Are you sure about this, Una?" he asked. "Once we return this rose, you will be bound to the natural order. We will never be able to return to the underworld, even in death." Una smiled gently. "I am sure, Liam," she said. "I have seen the wonders of Elysium, but my place is with you in the world of the living. I want to experience life with you, to share your joys and sorrows, to grow old together, even if it means facing the challenges and uncertainties of the mortal world." Liam nodded, his eyes filled with tears. He placed the rose of Elysium back in the earth, its crimson petals a stark contrast to the green grass. As he released the flower, a wave of warmth washed over them. Una felt a sense of peace settle over her, a feeling of acceptance and belonging. They turned and walked away from the entrance to the underworld, hand in hand, their hearts filled with hope and determination. They had defied the gods, faced death, and endured countless trials. But they had also found a love that transcended the boundaries of life and death. Their trials continued in the mortal world. Una, having been brought back unnaturally, found that her body was frail. She tired easily, and she was haunted by memories of the underworld. Liam cared for her tenderly, nursing her back to health and shielding her from the harsh realities of the world. They rebuilt their lives, brick by brick, just as they had done before. They found joy in the simple things, the warmth of the sun, the laughter of children, the comfort of each other's presence. Years passed, and Una's health gradually improved. She grew stronger, her spirit renewed. They traveled, saw new places, and met new people. They lived life to the fullest, cherishing every moment together. They never forgot their journey to the underworld or the sacrifices they had made. They told their story to their children and grandchildren, passing down the tale of the Rose of Elysium and the power of love. Their story became a legend, a testament to the enduring strength of the human spirit. It was a reminder that even in the face of death, love can triumph. When Una finally passed away many years later, Liam was by her side, holding her hand. He felt a pang of grief, but it was not the same crushing despair he had felt before. He knew that Una had lived a full and happy life, and that their love would endure beyond the grave. He buried her beside the tomb he had built for her so long ago. On her tombstone, he inscribed a new message: Una, beloved, her light remains. Her love conquers all. Liam lived for many more years, carrying Una's memory in his heart. He never remarried, and he remained devoted to her memory until the day he died. When he finally passed away, his soul traveled to the underworld. He crossed the river Styx and stood before the judges of the dead. They recognized him, and they smiled. "You have lived a good life, mortal," Minos said. "You have shown great courage, compassion, and love. You are worthy of Elysium." Liam was led to the fields of Elysium, where he was reunited with Una. They embraced, their love as strong as ever. They spent eternity together in the paradise of Elysium, their souls intertwined, their love a beacon of hope in the realm of the dead. They had defied the gods, faced death, and conquered the underworld. And in the end, they had found true and everlasting love. Their legend lived on, a testament to the power of love, sacrifice, and the enduring strength of the human spirit. And somewhere, in a quiet corner of Elysium, a single crimson rose bloomed eternally, a symbol of their love and their triumph over death. The Rose of Elysium, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, love can bloom and conquer all. And somewhere, also, those two were always together. The biting wind howled through the skeletal branches of the petrified forest, a mournful dirge that mirrored the emptiness in Astrid's heart. Valhalla, once a beacon of glory shimmering on the horizon, now felt like a hollow echo. The mead halls stood silent, the feasting tables deserted. The warriors, The Einherjar, still trained, still clashed steel, but their laughter lacked its former resonance. Their victories felt thinner because the Valkyries were gone. For generations, the Valkyries, Odin's shield maidens, had descended upon the battlefields, selecting the bravest warriors to join the ranks of the Einherjar in Valhalla. Their winged forms, soaring through the blood-soaked skies, were a symbol of hope and an assurance of eternal glory. But for the last 10 winters, their wings had been silent. No Valkyrie had graced the mortal realm. No fallen hero had been chosen. Valhalla was slowly starving, not for sustenance, but for souls. Astrid, shield maiden of the North Wind tribe, felt the loss acutely. She had trained her entire life for battle, honing her skills with axe and shield, dreaming of the day a Valkyrie would deem her worthy. Now, that dream felt like a cruel jest, a phantom limb aching with a potential it would never realize. One frigid evening, as Astrid sat by the dying embers of the hearth, sharpening her axe, a vision slammed into her. It wasn't the gentle guiding visions of the seers. This was a brutal intrusion, a kaleidoscope of fractured images searing themselves onto the back of her eyelids. She saw a desolate landscape, choked with gray ash and the hollow whispers of despair. Gaunt figures, their faces blurred with anguish, wandered aimlessly. And in the heart of this desolate realm, chained to a jagged precipice of black ice, was a Valkyrie. Astrid gasped, dropping her axe. The vision lingered. The image of the chained Valkyrie burned into her mind. The Valkyrie's wings, usually a dazzling white, were tattered and stained a horrifying crimson. Her face, though obscured by shadows, radiated an unbearable sorrow. A voice, ancient and weary, echoed in Astrid's mind, a desperate plea carried on the wind. Helka. Then, as abruptly as it began, the vision vanished, leaving Astrid trembling and breathless. The fire crackled mockingly, the silence of the longhouse pressing down on her. She knew what she had to do. The next morning, Astrid presented her vision to the tribal elders. They listened with skeptical faces, their expressions a mixture of pity and concern. "The Valkyries are gone, Astrid," the chief, her uncle Bjorn, said, his voice heavy with resignation. "Perhaps they have abandoned us. Perhaps the All-Father has turned his gaze elsewhere, but to venture into Helheim, that is madness." Helheim, the land of the dead, was a place of cold and despair, ruled by the monstrous goddess Hel. Mortals rarely entered its gates, and even fewer returned. It was a realm where hope withered and souls became lost forever. "But the Valkyrie," Astrid insisted, her voice ringing with conviction. "She is trapped. If we do not save her, Valhalla will fade, and with it all hope of glory." Her arguments were met with stony silence. The elders feared the wrath of Hel, and they feared the loss of another warrior. Astrid understood their fear, but she could not ignore the desperate plea she heard in the vision. She would go, even if she had to go alone. That night, under the cloak of a new moon, Astrid prepared for her journey. She sharpened her axe until its edge gleamed like frost. She donned her leather armor, its worn surface bearing the scars of countless battles. She packed provisions, dried meat, hard bread, and a flask of strong mead. And most importantly, she gathered the tools she would need to navigate the treacherous paths to Helheim. She sought out the village seeress, a wizened woman named Ilara, who lived on the fringes of the settlement. Ilara, her eyes milky with age, had initially dismissed Astrid's vision as a fever dream. But she saw the fire in Astrid's eyes, the unwavering determination that flickered like a stubborn flame in the face of despair. Helheim is not a place for the living, Astrid, Elara croaked, her voice like rustling leaves. Its paths are shrouded in illusion, its guardians are relentless, and its mistress, she is merciless. I know the risks, Astrid replied, her voice firm, but I must go. Elara sighed, her frail hand reaching out to grasp Astrid's. Then I will give you what little aid I can. Take this. She handed Astrid a small pouch filled with shimmering dust. This is shimmering ash from the roots of Yggdrasil. It can pierce through illusions and reveal the true path. Use it wisely. She then presented Astrid with a tarnished silver ring etched with ancient runes. This ring belonged to a shaman who walked between worlds. It will offer you some protection against the spirits that haunt Helheim. But be warned, it's a fragile ward. Don't rely on it entirely. Finally, Elara gifted Astrid a length of rope woven from the hair of the dead. This rope will guide you through the darkest tunnels and over the deepest chasms. But remember, the dead cling to the living. Do not let them drag you down. With these gifts and a heavy heart, Astrid bid farewell to Elara and slipped into the night. Her destination was the Whispering Falls, a secluded waterfall said to be a gateway to the underworld. Legend held that the water of the falls carried the whispers of the dead, and if one listened closely, they could hear the path to Helheim revealed. The journey to the Whispering Falls was arduous. Astrid traversed treacherous mountain passes, navigated dense forests, teeming with unseen predators, and waded through icy rivers that numbed her limbs. She slept little, her senses constantly on alert, her hand never far from the hilt of her axe. Finally, after 3 days of relentless travel, she reached the Whispering Falls. The waterfall cascaded down a sheer cliff face, its thunderous roar echoing through the desolate valley. The air was thick with mist, and the ground was slick with moss. The place felt ancient and powerful, a threshold between worlds. Astrid approached the base of the falls, the spray stinging her face. She closed her eyes and focused, trying to filter out the deafening roar and listen for the whispers of the dead. At first, she heard only the chaotic rush of the water, but as she concentrated, a faint murmur began to emerge from the depths of the cascade, a chorus of voices speaking in a language she did not understand. She strained her ears, trying to decipher the meaning of the whispers. Slowly, fragments of words began to coalesce, forming a disjointed map of the path to Helheim. North, beyond the frozen waste, follow the raven's flight, cross the bridge of blades. The whispers faded, leaving Astrid with a cryptic set of instructions. She opened her eyes, a sense of grim determination hardening her resolve. She knew the path would be fraught with peril, but she was ready. She had to be. The first step of her journey was to venture north into the frozen waste. Astrid traveled for days across a barren landscape of ice and snow, the wind whipping at her face like a frozen whip. The sun was a distant memory, obscured by perpetual gray clouds. The only signs of life were the occasional tracks of Arctic foxes and the skeletal remains of long-dead trees. She followed the flight of a solitary raven, its black wings a stark contrast against the white expanse. The raven led her through treacherous crevasses and over icy ridges, its unwavering flight a constant reminder of her purpose. Finally, the raven led her to a vast chasm, its depths shrouded in impenetrable darkness. Spanning the chasm was a narrow bridge made of blades, each one sharpened to a razor's edge. This was the Bridge of Blades, the second trial on the path to Helheim. Astrid hesitated, her heart pounding in her chest. One misstep, and she would plummet into the abyss, her body impaled on the unforgiving steel. She took a deep breath, steeling her nerves. She had faced death before on the battlefields of Midgard. This was no different. She carefully placed her foot on the first blade, her weight balanced precariously. The metal was slick with frost, and the slightest tremor could send her tumbling. She moved slowly, deliberately, her eyes fixed on the opposite side of the chasm. The wind howled around her, trying to knock her off balance. The blades groaned and shifted under her weight, threatening to buckle. But Astrid pressed on, her resolve unwavering. Halfway across the bridge, she felt a presence behind her. A cold, clammy hand reached out to grasp her ankle. She gasped, her balance faltering. Looking back, she saw a gaunt figure emerging from the darkness, its face contorted in a silent scream. It was one of the wandering souls of Helheim, drawn to the warmth of the living. Astrid knew she couldn't let it drag her down. She kicked out with her free leg, connecting with the figure's face. The soul shrieked, its ethereal body recoiling in pain. It released its grip and tumbled into the chasm, its screams fading into the darkness. Astrid regained her balance and continued across the bridge, her heart pounding in her ears. Finally, she reached the other side, collapsing onto the frozen ground, her body trembling with exhaustion. She had survived the Bridge of Blades, but she knew the trials ahead would be even more challenging. Beyond the chasm lay a vast forest of gnarled, leafless trees, their branches twisted into grotesque shapes. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and a palpable sense of dread hung over the landscape. This was the Forest of Lost Souls, the final barrier before the gates of Helheim. As Astrid ventured into the forest, she felt the eyes of countless spirits upon her. Whispers slithered through the trees, taunting her, trying to break her resolve. Illusions flickered at the edge of her vision, tempting her to stray from the true path. She remembered Alara's words and reached into her pouch, retrieving the shimmering ash from the roots of Yggdrasil. She sprinkled the ash into the air, and the illusions shimmered and dissolved, revealing the true path ahead. As she journeyed deeper into the forest, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. They spoke of her failures, her fears, her deepest insecurities. They tried to convince her to give up, to turn back, to abandon her quest. Astrid clenched her fists, trying to block out the voices. She focused on the image of the chained Valkyrie, her desperate plea echoing in her mind. She would not falter. She would not break. Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet began to tremble. A towering figure emerged from the trees, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. It was a Draugr, a reanimated corpse imbued with dark magic, one of Hell's most formidable guardians. The Draugr roared, its voice a guttural growl that shook the forest. It charged at Astrid, its massive axe raised high. Astrid braced herself, knowing that this would be a battle for her life. The Draugr swung its axe, the blow landed with bone-jarring force against Astrid's shield. She staggered back, her arm numb from the impact. She retaliated with a swift thrust of her own axe, but the Draugr deflected the blow with ease. The battle raged on, the clash of steel echoing through the desolate forest. Astrid fought with courage and skill, but the Draugr was stronger, more relentless. It seemed impervious to pain, its movements fueled by dark magic. Astrid realized that she couldn't defeat the Draugr through brute force alone. She needed to find its weakness, to exploit its vulnerabilities. She remembered the tales of the Draugr, their bodies often vulnerable to specific types of attacks. As the Draugr lunged again, Astrid noticed a patch of exposed flesh on its neck, where the skin had rotted away. It was a small target, but it was her only chance. She ducked under the Draugr's axe and lunged forward, aiming her own axe at the exposed flesh. Her axe struck true, sinking deep into the Draugr's neck. The Draugr roared in pain, its body convulsing. Dark ichor spewed from the wound, and the Draugr staggered back, its movements becoming sluggish. Astrid pressed her advantage, hacking away at the Draugr's exposed flesh. Finally, with one last mighty blow, she severed the Draugr's head from its body. The Draugr's body collapsed to the ground, its dark magic dissipating into the air. Astrid stood over the fallen Draugr, her chest heaving, her body covered in sweat and blood. She had survived the battle, but she knew she was far from safe. She had to reach the gates of Helheim, and she had to rescue the Valkyrie. Emerging from the forest of lost souls, Astrid finally saw it, the gates of Helheim. They were not grand or imposing as one might expect. Instead, they were subtle, almost unassuming, a barely visible tear in the fabric of reality, shimmering like heat haze above a field of obsidian sand. Two skeletal figures, their eyes burning with cold fire, stood guard on either side. They were the gatekeepers, their bony hands resting on the hilts of rusted swords. As Astrid approached, the gatekeepers stirred, their skeletal jaws clicking open and shut. "Halt, mortal!" one of them rasped, its voice like the grinding of bones. "Turn back, lest you be consumed by the darkness of Helheim." Astrid stood her ground, her hand resting on the hilt of her axe. "I seek passage to Helheim," she said, her voice firm. "I have come to rescue a prisoner held within your realm." The gatekeepers exchanged glances, their skeletal faces devoid of emotion. "No mortal may enter Helheim without the permission of Hel," the other gatekeeper said. "Turn back, or face our wrath." Astrid knew that reasoning with the gatekeepers was futile. They were bound to serve Hel, and they would not let her pass without a fight. She drew her axe, its blade gleaming in the dim light. "Then I shall take it by force," she said. The gatekeepers lunged, their rusted swords flashing in the air. Astrid parried the blows with her shield, her movements swift and precise. She knew that she couldn't afford to make a mistake. One misstep and she would be overwhelmed. The battle was fierce and brutal, the clash of steel echoing through the desolate landscape. Astrid fought with the fury of a cornered wolf, her every strike aimed at crippling or killing her opponents. She managed to disarm one of the gatekeepers, sending its rusted sword flying into the obsidian sand. She then seized the opportunity to strike, her axe cleaving through the gatekeeper's skeletal frame. The gatekeeper crumbled to dust, its cold fire extinguished. The remaining gatekeeper roared in anger, its attacks becoming even more frantic. Astrid dodged and weaved, avoiding its blows with inches to spare. She knew that she couldn't keep this up for long. She needed to end the fight quickly. She remembered the ring that Elara had given her, the tarnished silver ring etched with ancient runes. It was a fragile ward, but it might give her the edge she needed. She slipped the ring onto her finger, and focused her will, channeling her energy into the ancient runes. A surge of power coursed through her body, strengthening her muscles, sharpening her senses. She felt a connection to the spirit world, a glimpse of the ethereal realm that lay beyond the veil of mortality. With renewed strength, she parried the gatekeeper's attack and lunged forward, her axe aimed at its skull. The axe struck true, shattering the gatekeeper's skull and severing its spinal cord. The gatekeeper collapsed to the ground, its form dissolving into dust. Astrid stood before the gates of Helheim, victorious but exhausted. She had overcome the guardians, but she knew that the true challenges lay ahead. She took a deep breath and stepped through the tearing reality, entering the land of the dead. Helheim was even more desolate and despairing than she had imagined. The air was thick with a bone-chilling cold, and the ground was covered in gray ash. Gaunt figures, their faces blurred with anguish, wandered aimlessly through the landscape. The sky was a perpetual twilight, casting long, distorted shadows across the desolate terrain. The silence was broken only by the hollow whispers of the lost souls and the mournful wail of the wind. Astrid pressed on, her senses on high alert. She knew that she was being watched, that Hel and her servants were aware of her presence. She had to be careful, to avoid detection, to reach the Valkyrie before it was too late. She followed the faint trail of sorrow that emanated from the chained Valkyrie, using it as a compass to guide her through the labyrinthine landscape. The path was treacherous, leading her through desolate valleys, across jagged mountains, and over frozen rivers. She encountered wandering spirits, tortured souls, and monstrous creatures, all eager to prey on the living. She fought them off with her axe and shield, her determination fueled by the image of the chained Valkyrie. She remembered Ilara's warnings about the dead clinging to the living and was careful to avoid physical contact with the spirits. She knew that if she let them touch her, they would try to drag her down into the depths of despair. As she journeyed deeper into Helheim, she began to feel the effects of the land's oppressive atmosphere. Her hope began to wane. Her resolve began to falter. The whispers of the lost souls grew louder, more insistent, trying to break her spirit. She reminded herself of her purpose, of the desperate plea she had heard in a vision. She would not give up. She would not falter. She would rescue the Valkyrie, even if it cost her her life. Finally, after days of relentless travel, she reached her destination, a jagged precipice of black ice towering over a desolate valley. And there, chained to the precipice, was the Valkyrie. Astrid gasped, her heart aching at the sight of her. The Valkyrie was even more broken and battered than she had imagined. Her wings were tattered and stained crimson, her face was gaunt and pale, and her eyes were filled with an unbearable sorrow. The Valkyrie looked up as Astrid approached, her eyes widening in surprise. "A mortal," she croaked, her voice raspy and weak. "What brings you to this forsaken place?" "I have come to rescue you," Astrid said, her voice filled with conviction. "I saw you in a vision. I know that you are trapped here, and I have come to set you free." The Valkyrie shook her head, her expression filled with despair. "It is too late," she said. "I am Helka, last of the Valkyries. Hel has claimed me as her prisoner. She will never let me go." "I will not let you suffer any longer," Astrid declared, stepping forward and attempting to break the chains binding Helka to the ice. They were thick, forged from the blackest metal she had ever seen in her life. They are enchanted with powerful sorcery, Helka warned. No mortal blade can cut them. Then I will find another way, Astrid replied, pulling back and studying the chains closely. She noticed a series of intricate runes etched into the metal, pulsing with a faint, dark energy. She recognized some of the runes from her limited knowledge of magic, dark inscriptions that spoke of binding and despair. An idea formed in her mind. She remembered the shaman's ring, the fragile ward that Ilara had given her. It was said to offer protection against the spirits of Helheim. But perhaps it could also be used to disrupt the magic of the chains. Astrid focused her will, channeling her energy into the ring. She felt a surge of power coursing through her body, a connection to the ancient forces of the spirit world. She reached out and touched the ring to the chains, focusing her intent on breaking the runes. The chains shimmered and pulsed, their dark energy fluctuating wildly. The runes began to crack and fade, their power weakening. Astrid pushed harder, pouring all of her energy into the ring. Suddenly, a wave of dark magic washed over her, throwing her back against the precipice. She gasped, her body racked with pain. The ring had protected her from the worst of the backlash, but she could feel its power waning. "Stop!" Helka cried. "You will destroy yourself. You cannot break these chains." Astrid ignored her pleas. She knew that this was her only chance. She had come too far to give up now. She rose to her feet and touched the ring to the chains once more, focusing her will on shattering the remaining runes. The chains groaned and strained, their dark energy reaching a fever pitch. The runes began to explode, sending shards of dark magic flying through the air. Astrid braced herself, knowing that the end was near. With a final surge of power, the chains shattered, falling to the ground in pieces. Helka was free. But as the chains broke, a wave of dark energy erupted from the precipice, coalescing into a swirling vortex of shadow and ice. A voice, cold and cruel, echoed through the valley. "So, a mortal dares to trespass in my realm and steal my prize?" Hell appeared before them, her form a terrifying amalgamation of beauty and decay. One half of her face was stunningly fair, while the other was a rotting skull. Her eyes burned with cold fire, and her voice dripped with malice. "You have defied me, mortal," Hel said, her gaze fixed on Astrid. "Now you will pay the price." Hel raised her hand, and a wave of dark magic surged towards Astrid. Astrid braced herself for the impact, knowing that she couldn't withstand the full force of Hel's power. But before the magic could strike, Helka stepped in front of Astrid, shielding her from the blast. The Valkyrie's weakened form absorbed the brunt of the attack, her already tattered wings crumpling further. Helka cried out in pain, her body convulsing, but she stood her ground, refusing to cede. "You will not harm her," she declared, her voice ringing with defiance. "She came here to save me, and I will not let you destroy her." Hel laughed, a chilling sound that echoed through the valley. "You are in no position to protect anyone, Valkyrie," she said. "You are weak, broken, and powerless." "Perhaps," Helka replied, "but I am not without allies." She turned to Astrid, her eyes filled with warmth and gratitude. "Thank you, Shield Maiden. You have given me back my hope. Now, it is time for us to leave this place." Helka reached out and grasped Astrid's hand, her touch infusing Astrid with a surge of energy. Together, they focused their will on escaping Helheim, on returning to the world of the living. The ground beneath their feet began to tremble, and the air crackled with energy. A portal opened before them, a shimmering gateway leading back to Midgard. Hel screamed in fury, her power oscillable as she tried to close the portal. But it was too late. Helka and Astrid stepped through the gateway, escaping the clutches of the goddess of the dead. They found themselves back at the Whispering Falls, the thunderous roar of the waterfall a welcome sound after the oppressive silence of Helheim. Helka collapsed to the ground, her body exhausted, but her spirit renewed. Astrid knelt beside her, her heart filled with relief. They had done it. They had survived Helheim, and they had rescued the last Valkyrie. "Thank you, Astrid," Helka said, her voice weak. "You have saved me from a fate worse than death. I will never forget your courage and your sacrifice." "It was my honor," Astrid replied, her voice choked with emotion. "The Valkyries are needed. Valhalla needs you." Helka smiled, her eyes regaining their former brilliance. "Then I shall return to Valhalla," she said, "and I shall bring with me the bravest warriors from the mortal realm to join the ranks of the Einherjar." Helka stood up, her wings slowly unfurling, their crimson stains fading to white. She looked at Astrid, her gaze filled with warmth and gratitude. "Come, Shield Maiden," she said, "let us return to Valhalla together." Astrid grasped Helka's hand, and together they took flight, soaring through the sky towards the shimmering halls of Valhalla. As they flew, Astrid felt a sense of peace and fulfillment she had never known before. She had faced death and despair, and she had emerged victorious. She had saved the last Valkyrie, and she had restored hope to Valhalla. Her name would be etched in legends, sung by skalds for generations to come. As they approached Valhalla, the gates opened wide, welcoming them home. The Einherjar cheered, their voices echoing through the halls. The mead flowed, the laughter resounded, and the feasting tables were once again filled with joy. The Valkyries had returned, and with them a new era of glory had begun. And Astrid, the Shield Maiden who dared to venture into Helheim, would forever be remembered as the hero who saved Valhalla. Her name would be whispered in awe and reverence, a testament to her courage, her determination, and her unwavering belief in the power of hope. The halls of Valhalla rang with tales of her journey, a song of bravery that would echo through eternity. The age of heroes was not over. It had merely been waiting for a Shield Maiden to rekindle the flame. The Abbey of Avalon stood cloaked in the pre-dawn mist, a sentinel of stone against the encroaching darkness. For centuries, it had been a place of peace, a sanctuary for the weary and a silent guardian of secrets older than Britain itself. Among its hallowed relics lay a treasure of unimaginable power, Excalibur, the sword of King Arthur, resting in its scabbard, waiting for the day its king would rise from the ashes. Tonight, however, peace was a forgotten dream. A shadow detached itself from the abbey walls, a figure cloaked in darkness, moving with a practiced silence that spoke of countless nights spent in the shadows. This was Calin, a thief whispered about in hushed tones in taverns from Tintagel to Londinium. He was a ghost, a whisper, a phantom, and tonight he was after the greatest prize of all. Calin wasn't driven by greed, not entirely. He was a pawn in a game far grander than he understood, manipulated by promises of power and vengeance. A nobleman, Lord Edric, stripped of his lands after backing the losing side in a succession war, had promised Kaelin riches beyond measure, the freedom to live a life free from the shadows if he could retrieve the sword. Edric believed Excalibur was the key to reclaiming his birthright, a symbol to rally the discontented and ignite a new rebellion. The abbey's defenses were formidable, a labyrinth of locked doors, hidden passages, and watchful monks. But Kaelin was a master of his craft. He slipped past the outer guards with ease, his movements fluid and silent as a whisper of wind. He navigated the maze of corridors, his fingers tracing the cold stone walls, guided by a map stolen from Edric's heavily guarded study. He disabled pressure plates, slid past watchful sentinels, and picked locks that had guarded their secrets for generations. Finally, he stood before the inner sanctum, the chamber where Excalibur rested. Two hulking guards stood watch, their faces grim, their hands resting on the hilts of their swords. Kaelin knew he couldn't fight them head-on. Stealth was his only weapon. He noticed the small ventilation shaft above the door, a forgotten relic of the Abbey's early construction. It was a tight squeeze, but Kaelin was slender and agile. He scaled the wall, his fingers finding purchase in the ancient stone, and squeezed into the shaft. He crawled through the darkness, the musty air choking his lungs, until he reached a point directly above the guards. He loosened a stone from the ceiling, letting it fall with a soft thud. The guards looked up, their eyes narrowed. As they did, Kaelin dropped down, landing silently behind them. He moved with lightning speed, his dagger flashing in the dim light. Both guards fell without a sound, their bodies crumpling to the floor. The chamber was circular, the walls lined with ancient tapestries depicting scenes from Arthurian legend. In the center, resting on a pedestal of white marble, lay Excalibur. The sword gleamed in the flickering candlelight, its blade radiating an almost palpable aura of power. The scabbard, crafted from dragon hide and inlaid with precious jewels, added to the sword's majesty. Kaelin approached cautiously, his heart pounding in his chest. He had stolen from kings and nobles, from temples and treasuries, but nothing he had ever touched felt like this. This was more than just a sword. It was a legend, made steel. He reached out, his fingers trembling, and grasped the hilt. As his hand closed around the grip, a surge of power coursed through him, a jolt of pure energy that sent him reeling. Visions flooded his mind, charging knights, clashing steel, the roar of battle, the face of a noble king. The images were overwhelming, terrifying. He almost dropped the sword, but the promise of freedom, the image of a life free from the shadows, kept him anchored. He pulled Excalibur from its scabbard. The blade sang as it left its sheath, a high, clear note that echoed through the chamber. The air crackled with energy. Kaelin felt a strange lightness, a sense of invincibility. He was Kaelin, the thief, but for this moment he felt like a king. He sheathed the sword once more, feeling the power settle, feeling the magic begin to thrum through his veins. He grabbed the scabbard and, with a final glance at the fallen guards, turned and fled the abbey, disappearing back into the pre-dawn mist. He had the sword. He had delivered on his promise, but he had also unleashed something far more dangerous than he could ever have imagined. As Kaelin rode away from Avalon, clutching Excalibur to his chest, the land itself began to stir. The old magic of Britain, dormant for centuries, awakened with a jolt, responding to the theft of its king's sword. In the deep forests, The ancient trees rustled their leaves in a language that no human could understand. They whispered of broken oaths and stolen glory, of a balance disrupted and a debt to be paid. The creatures of the wild, the deer and the fox, the owl and the hawk, felt the change in the air, a prickling on their skin, a sense of unease that sent them fleeing deeper into the woods. Beneath the earth, the ancient spirits stirred in their slumber. The guardians of the land, the elementals of stone and water, felt the disturbance in the weave of magic. They rose from their ancient slumbers, their eyes glowing with an eerie light, and began to seek the source of the disruption. At Stonehenge, the ancient stones hummed with a resonant energy. The air around the monument shimmered, and ghostly figures materialized, their faces etched with sorrow and anger. These were the spirits of the Druids, the priests and priestesses who had once held dominion over the land. They had foreseen this day, the day when the balance would be broken and the land would cry out for justice. The first sign of the awakening came in the form of unnatural weather. A storm brewed on the horizon, a tempest of wind and rain that gathered with unnatural speed. Lightning cracked across the sky, illuminating the landscape in flashes of blinding white. The wind howled like a banshee, tearing at trees and whipping the rain into a frenzy. Kalen felt the storm gathering around him, a physical manifestation of the magic he had unleashed. His horse, spooked by the lightning and the roaring wind, reared and bucked, threatening to throw him from its back. He struggled to control the animal, his hands slick with rain, his heart pounding in his chest. He pressed on, driven by the urgency of his task. He had to deliver the sword to Lord Edric, collect his payment, and disappear before the storm consumed him. But the land itself seemed to be working against him. Fallen trees blocked his path, swollen rivers forced him to detour, and the wind seemed determined to rip the sword from his grasp. As he rode through a dense forest, a figure emerged from the shadows, blocking his path. It was a woman, tall and slender, with eyes as green as a forest canopy and hair as dark as a raven's wing. She wore a cloak of woven leaves and carried a staff of twisted oak. "You cannot pass," she said, her voice as soft as the rustling of leaves, but as firm as the earth itself. "The land does not permit it." Kalen recognized her instantly. She was a druid, a guardian of the forest, a servant of the old gods. He had heard tales of their power, of their ability to command the elements and communicate with the spirits of the land. He knew he couldn't fight her. "I mean no harm," he said, his voice trembling slightly. "I am merely delivering this sword to its rightful owner." The druid's eyes narrowed. "There is only one rightful owner of that sword," she said, "and he is not among the living. You have stolen what does not belong to you, and you have awakened a power that you cannot control." "I was paid to do this," Kalen protested. "I had no choice." "Everyone has a choice," the druid said. "You chose to serve greed and ambition. Now, you must face the consequences." She raised her staff, and the forest around them seemed to come alive. The trees swayed and groaned, the ground trembled, and the air crackled with energy. Kalen felt a surge of fear, a primal terror that threatened to overwhelm him. He knew he couldn't stay and fight. He spurred his horse forward, hoping to break through the druid's blockade, but the forest seemed to close in around him, the trees reaching out to ensnare him, the ground opening up to swallow him whole. He managed to escape the druid's grasp, But he knew he couldn't outrun the wrath of the land. The storm raged around him, the wind howling, the lightning flashing, the rain lashing at his face. He was lost, alone, and hunted by forces far beyond his understanding. Lord Edric waited impatiently in his castle, a crumbling fortress perched on a craggy hilltop. He paced the great hall, his boots echoing on the stone floor, his eyes fixed on the storm raging outside. He had sent for Callan days ago, and the thief should have arrived by now. Edric was a man consumed by ambition. He had once been a powerful nobleman, but his fortunes had been reversed when he chose the losing side in the succession war. His lands had been confiscated, his title stripped, and he had been forced into exile. But he had never given up hope of reclaiming his birthright. He believed that Excalibur was the key to his success. He had studied the ancient texts, consulted with sorcerers and seers, and convinced himself that the sword held the power to restore his family's glory. He imagined himself leading an army, wielding Excalibur, and overthrowing the usurper king. He knew that the theft of Excalibur would not go unnoticed. The king would send his knights, his spies, and his assassins to retrieve the sword. But Edric was prepared. He had gathered a loyal band of followers, men who had also been wronged by the king, and he had fortified his castle, preparing for a siege. Finally, he saw a figure approaching through the storm. It was Callan, his face pale, his clothes soaked, his horse lathered in sweat. Edric rushed out to meet him, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "You have it?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Callan nodded, his hand trembling as he reached into his cloak and pulled out Excalibur. The sword gleamed in the dim light, its blade radiating an aura of power. Edric gasped, his eyes wide with awe. "At last," he said, "the power of kings is mine." He took the sword from Callan, his fingers closing around the hilt. He felt a surge of energy, a sense of invincibility. He raised the sword above his head, his voice ringing with triumph. "With this sword," he cried, "I will reclaim my birthright. I will overthrow the usurper king. I will rule Britain." But as he spoke those words, the castle shuddered, the ground trembled, and the air crackled with energy. The storm outside intensified, the wind howling, the lightning flashing, the rain lashing against the walls. A figure materialized in the center of the hall, a knight clad in shining armor, his face hidden behind a visor. He carried a shield emblazoned with the crest of Camelot and a lance that glowed with an ethereal light. "You are not worthy to wield that sword," the knight said, his voice echoing through the hall. "Excalibur belongs to the rightful king, and you are nothing but a pretender." Edric recognized him instantly. It was Sir Lancelot, the greatest knight in the land, the champion of King Arthur. He had come to retrieve Excalibur, and he would not be denied. "You are too late, Lancelot," Edric said, his voice trembling slightly. "The sword is mine now. I will use it to crush my enemies." "You cannot control the power of Excalibur," Lancelot said. "It will corrupt you, consume you, and destroy you." "I am not afraid," Edric said. "I am destined to rule." He charged at Lancelot, wielding Excalibur with all his might. But the sword felt heavy in his hand, unwieldy, as if it resisted his touch. He swung wildly, his movements clumsy and uncoordinated. Lancelot parried his blows with ease, his shield deflecting the power of Excalibur. He moved with grace and precision, his lance a blur of motion. He struck Edric's sword hand, sending Excalibur clattering to the floor. Edric cried out in pain, clutching his injured hand. He staggered backward, his eyes wide with fear. He had underestimated Lancelot, underestimated the power of Excalibur, and underestimated the forces arrayed against him. Lancelot picked up Excalibur, his fingers closing around the hilt. He felt the power of the sword surge through him, a familiar energy that resonated with his soul. He raised the sword above his head, his voice ringing with authority. "By the power of Excalibur," he cried, "I command you to yield. Surrender the sword, and I will spare your life." Edric hesitated, his mind racing. He knew he was defeated, but he couldn't bear to give up his dream of power. He looked at his followers, his loyal band of rebels, and saw the fear in their eyes. He knew they would not stand and fight. "Very well," he said, his voice filled with bitterness. "I yield." Lancelot lowered the sword, his eyes fixed on Edric. "You have made the right choice," he said. "Now, you must face the consequences of your actions." He ordered his knights to seize Edric and his followers, to take them back to Camelot, to face the king's justice. He sheathed Excalibur, feeling the power of the sword settle once more. He knew that the theft of Excalibur had unleashed a chain of events that would have far-reaching consequences for the land. Lancelot returned to Camelot, bringing Edric and his followers as prisoners, and Excalibur as a testament to the power of good over evil. King Arthur was overjoyed to see his sword returned, but he was also troubled by the events that had transpired. He knew that the theft of Excalibur was not merely an act of greed or ambition. It was a sign that the old magic of Britain was stirring, that the balance of power was shifting, and that the land was crying out for a true king. Arthur summoned his advisors, his knights, and his sorcerers to discuss the matter. They debated for days, arguing about the meaning of the events and the best course of action. Some argued that Edric should be executed as a traitor, others that he should be imprisoned for life. Some suggested that the sword should be locked away in a vault, never to be wielded again. Others that it should be used to crush any potential rebellion. Merlin, the court's ancient and wise enchanter, listened patiently to the debate, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Finally, he spoke, his voice ringing with authority. "You are all missing the point," he said. "The theft of Excalibur was not a threat to the kingdom, but an opportunity. It was a test, a sign that the land is ready for a new king." "What do you mean, Merlin?" Arthur asked, his brow furrowed with confusion. "The rightful heir to the throne is not among us," Merlin said. "He or she is hidden, waiting for the time to come when they will reveal themselves. The theft of Excalibur was a catalyst, an event that will draw the true heir out of the shadows." "But how will we find this heir?" Arthur asked. "How will we know if they are worthy to wield Excalibur?" "The sword will choose its own master," Merlin said. "It will only respond to the touch of the true heir. You must organize a tournament, a trial of skill and courage, where any who claim to be worthy can attempt to draw Excalibur from its stone. The one who succeeds will be the rightful king or queen of Britain." Arthur agreed to Merlin's plan. He sent messengers throughout the land, announcing the tournament and inviting any who believed themselves worthy to participate. The news spread like wildfire, attracting knights, nobles, and adventurers from far and wide. Among those who heard the call was a young woman named Isolde. She was a shepherdess, living a simple life in a remote village, but she had always felt a strange connection to the land, a sense of destiny that she couldn't explain. She had grown up hearing tales of King Arthur and Excalibur, and she had always dreamed of one day wielding the sword herself. Isolde knew that she was not a knight or a noble, that she had no claim to the throne, but she felt a pull towards Camelot, an irresistible force that drew her towards the tournament. She believed that she was the one the land had been waiting for. She set out for Camelot, traveling alone and on foot. She faced many dangers along the way, bandits, wild animals, and treacherous terrain. But she persevered, driven by her belief in her destiny. Finally, she arrived at Camelot, exhausted but determined. She stood before the castle, gazing up at its towering walls, and felt a surge of excitement and trepidation. She was just a simple shepherdess, but she was about to compete for the throne of Britain. The tournament at Camelot was a spectacle of pageantry and martial skill. Knights in shining armor clashed in the jousting arena, swordsmen battled in the dueling ring, and archers competed in the target range. The crowds cheered and roared, their excitement building with each passing day. Isolde felt out of place among the knights and nobles, but she refused to be intimidated. She knew that she didn't have their training or their experience, but she had something they didn't, a connection to the land, a sense of destiny, and the unwavering belief in herself. She competed in the various events, surprising everyone with her skill and courage. She was a natural archer, her arrows flying straight and true. She was agile and quick in the dueling ring, dodging blows and landing strikes with precision. She even held her own in the jousting arena, unseating several experienced knights with her surprising strength. But the true test was yet to come, the trial of Excalibur. The sword was placed in a stone in the center of the castle courtyard, surrounded by guards and onlookers. One by one, the knights and nobles stepped forward to attempt to draw the sword, but none were able to even budge it. Some strained and grunted, their faces red with effort. Others used magic and spells, hoping to break the enchantment. But Excalibur remained firmly fixed in the stone, a silent testament to the worthiness of its future wielder. Finally, it was Isolde's turn. She stepped forward, her heart pounding in her chest. She ignored the jeers and whispers of the crowd, focusing instead on the sword. She reached out, her fingers trembling, and grasped the hilt. As her hand closed around the grip, a surge of power coursed through her, a jolt of pure energy that sent her reeling. Visions flooded her mind, charging knights, clashing steel, the roar of battle, the face of a noble king. But this time, the visions were not overwhelming or terrifying. They were inspiring, empowering, filling her with a sense of purpose and determination. She pulled on the sword, and it came free from the stone with ease. The blade sang as it left its sheath, a high, clear note that echoed through the courtyard. The crowds gasped in amazement, their eyes wide with disbelief. Isolde raised Excalibur above her head, the sword gleaming in the sunlight. She felt the power of the sword surge through her, a familiar energy that resonated with her soul. She was no longer just a simple shepherdess. She was the chosen one, the rightful heir to the throne of Britain. King Arthur stepped forward, his face beaming with pride. He knelt before Isolde, offering her his fealty. "You are the true King of Britain," he said. "I pledge my loyalty to you." The crowds followed suit, cheering and shouting their support for the new ruler. Isolde smiled, her heart filled with joy. She had never sought power or glory, but she knew that she had a duty to her people. She had to lead them, protect them, and guide them to a brighter future. Isolde's reign as Queen of Britain was unlike any that had come before. She was a wise and compassionate ruler concerned with the welfare of her people. She traveled throughout the land, listening to their problems, addressing their concerns, and working to improve their lives. She reformed the laws, ensuring that justice was applied fairly to all, regardless of their rank or status. She promoted education and culture, encouraging the arts and sciences. She fostered trade and commerce, bringing prosperity to the land. She also proved to be a skilled warrior and a shrewd strategist. She defended Britain from its enemies, repelling invasions and forging alliances with neighboring kingdoms. She wielded Excalibur with skill and courage, inspiring her troops and striking fear into the hearts of her foes. But her greatest achievement was her ability to unite the people of Britain. She brought together the warring factions, the feuding nobles, and the disparate tribes, forging a sense of national identity and purpose. She inspired them to work together to build a better future for themselves and their children. She did this by embodying the values of compassion and empathy, by understanding the needs of even the least of her subjects, and acting in the best interests of the all of Britain. One of her first acts as queen was to pardon Calin, the thief who had stolen Excalibur. She recognized that he had been manipulated by Lord Edric and that he had acted out of desperation, not malice. She offered him a position in her court, giving him a chance to use his skills for good. Calin accepted her offer, becoming one of Isolde's most trusted advisors. He used his knowledge of the shadows to uncover plots against the queen and to protect her from danger. He proved to be a loyal and devoted servant, grateful for the opportunity to redeem himself. Lord Edric, on the other hand, was held accountable for his actions. He was stripped of his title and his lands, and he was banished from Britain for life. He spent the rest of his days wandering the world, a broken and bitter man, haunted by the memory of his failed ambition. As for the druid who had confronted Calin in the forest, Isolde sought her out and formed an alliance with her. She recognized the importance of respecting the old magic of Britain and of working in harmony with the land. She appointed the druid as her chief advisor on matters of nature and spirituality, ensuring that the kingdom would be guided by both wisdom and magic. Isolde's reign brought peace and prosperity to Britain. The land flourished, the people thrived, and the kingdom became a beacon of hope and justice in the world. She proved that true kingship was not about power or glory, but about service and sacrifice. She showed that even a simple shepherdess could become a great ruler if she had the courage to follow her heart and the wisdom to listen to the needs of her people. Years passed, and Isolde's reign continued to be marked by peace and prosperity. She ruled with wisdom and compassion, earning the love and respect of her people. But she knew that her time as queen would not last forever. She had grown old, her hair turned gray, her face lined with wrinkles. She had no children, no heirs to inherit the throne. She knew that when she died, the kingdom would once again be plunged into chaos and discord. She summoned Merlin, the ancient sorcerer, and asked him for guidance. "What will happen to Britain when I am gone?" she asked. "Who will rule after me?" Merlin smiled, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "Do not worry, my queen," he said. "Britain will always have a king or queen. The land will choose its own leader, just as it chose you." "But how?" Isolde asked. "How will the land choose someone worthy?" "Excalibur will decide," Merlin said. "The sword will remain in the stone at Camelot, waiting for the next true heir to come and claim it. Only someone with a pure heart and a noble spirit will be able to draw the sword and become the ruler of Britain." Isolde nodded, satisfied with Merlin's answer. She knew that the history and the legacy of the sword was paramount to the future stability of the country. She spent her final days preparing the kingdom for her departure, ensuring that the laws were just, the defenses were strong, and the people were united. When she finally passed away, the entire kingdom mourned her loss. She was buried with honor and respect, her name etched in the annals of history, as one of the greatest rulers Britain had ever known. As per her wishes, Excalibur was returned to the stone at Camelot, waiting for the next true heir to come and claim it. The kingdom was once again without a ruler, but the people knew that the land would choose someone worthy, someone who would lead them to a brighter future. And so, the legend of Excalibur continued, a symbol of power, justice, and destiny, waiting to be wielded by the next rightful ruler of Britain. The tale of the thief, the lord and the shepherdess, the magic of the land, and the legacy of the sword would be told and retold for generations to come. A reminder that true kingship was not about blood or birthright, but about character, compassion, and the courage to serve. The desert air hung thick and heavy, tasting of dust and the promise of something wicked. Jason, a man carved from sun-baked leather and grit, felt the prickling on the back of his neck that always came before a bad storm or a particularly mean bull. He'd ridden both countless times, and usually walked away with only a few new scars and a healthy dose of respect. But tonight felt different. Tonight, the air thrummed with an unnatural energy. He'd heard the whispers in saloons, the drunken boasts of old-timers, and the hushed warnings of Navajo elders. Whispers of a rodeo that only appeared beneath a blood moon, a spectacle of spectral cowboys and bulls forged from nightmare. Jason, a champion in the modern circuit, a man who scoffed at superstition, had dismissed them as tall tales, until now. He'd been riding the circuit through Arizona, chasing prize money and the fleeting glory of 8 seconds, when a faded, weather-beaten handbill had caught his eye in a dusty diner. It depicted a skeletal cowboy astride a bull wreathed in flames, the words, "Midnight Rodeo Tonight," scrawled beneath in spidery ink. Underneath that was a single line that made the blood in Jason's veins run cold: "Ride or remain." He'd dismissed it as a prank, a desperate attempt by some local yokel to drum up business. But curiosity, and a certain reckless streak he'd never quite managed to tame, had led him out to the desolate stretch of land described in the handbill. He wasn't alone. A small crowd had gathered, their faces illuminated by the eerie crimson glow of the rising blood moon. They were a motley crew, a mix of curious onlookers, thrill-seekers, and the morbidly fascinated. He spotted Fiona, a photojournalist known for her fearless reporting on the occult, her camera already clicking away at the unsettling landscape. He also saw Kelly, a seasoned bull rider nearing the end of his career. his face etched with a mixture of fear and grim determination. But it was the presence of Volk, a towering figure with eyes as cold and sharp as obsidian, that sent a shiver down Jason's spine. Volk was a legend, a man whispered to have made deals with forces beyond mortal comprehension. He hadn't been seen on the circuit in years, and his presence here felt ominous. As the moon climbed higher, bathing the desert in its crimson light, the air crackled with anticipation. Then, with a sudden rush of wind and a low guttural roar that seemed to emanate from the very earth, the rodeo materialized. It wasn't like anything Jason had ever seen. The arena shimmered, half real and half illusory, constructed from shadows and moonlight. The cowboys were gaunt figures, their faces obscured by wide-brimmed hats, their bones visible through tattered clothing. They moved with a jerky, unnatural grace, their laughter hollow and echoing. The bulls were even more terrifying. They were creatures of nightmare, their bodies wreathed in spectral flames, their eyes burning with an ancient, malevolent intelligence. One was a massive beast with horns of twisted bone, another a serpentine creature that slithered more than ran, and a third a whirlwind of dust and fury with eyes that glowed like embers. Jason felt a primal fear claw at his throat, but beneath it a stubborn spark of defiance flickered. He was a rodeo champion. He didn't back down from a challenge, not even one from beyond the grave. "Well, I'll be damned," Kelly breathed beside him, his voice a shaky whisper. "It's real." Fiona, her face pale but her eyes shining with excitement, adjusted her camera. "This is incredible," she murmured, her fingers flying over the controls. "I have to get this on film." Volk remained silent, his gaze fixed on the arena, his expression unreadable. A skeletal announcer, his voice a dry rasp, addressed the crowd. "Welcome, mortals, to the Midnight Rodeo. Tonight, we offer you a chance to test your mettle against the finest spectral stock in the netherworld. Ride well, or join our ranks for eternity." The rodeo began. One by one, the ghostly cowboys mounted the spectral bulls. The rides were violent, chaotic, and terrifying. The bulls bucked and twisted with unnatural strength, their spectral flames scorching the air. Some cowboys were thrown immediately, their screams fading into the desert wind. Others managed to cling on for a few seconds, their skeletal forms contorted in impossible angles before they were inevitably thrown, their spirits absorbed into the rodeo. Jason watched, his heart pounding in his chest. He'd seen plenty of wrecks in his career, but nothing like this. This wasn't just about physical injury, it was about the very essence of a person being consumed. Kelly, despite his earlier fear, seemed to be steeling himself. "I'm going to give it a shot," he said, his voice hoarse. "I ain't got much to lose." Jason grabbed his arm. "Kelly, don't be a fool. This ain't no ordinary rodeo. This is something else." Kelly shook his head. "I know, kid, but I ain't ready to be put out to pasture. This might be my last chance to prove I still got what it takes." He walked towards the gate, his steps slow but determined. Jason watched him go, a knot of dread forming in his stomach. Kelly climbed onto a bull that resembled a living storm cloud, its body crackling with lightning. He nodded to the gatekeeper, a shadowy figure with eyes like burning coals. The gate swung open, and the bull exploded into the arena. Kelly held on, his body a silhouette against the raging storm. He rode with a desperate ferocity, his muscles straining, his face contorted in a grimace of effort. For a moment, it seemed like he might actually make it. But then, the bull unleashed a bolt of spectral lightning, and Kelly was thrown, his body disappearing in a flash of light. Jason stared in horror. Kelly was gone, vanished without a trace, presumably absorbed into the rodeo. Fiona, her camera still clicking, lowered it slowly, her face pale. I think I've seen enough," she whispered. Jason felt a surge of anger directed at the rodeo, at the forces that had claimed Kelly, and at himself for being too late to stop him. He knew he should leave, run as far and as fast as he could, but he couldn't, not yet. The skeletal announcer's voice echoed through the arena. "And now, for our final ride of the night, a challenge for any mortal fool brave enough to accept, we offer you death's own stallion, Nightmare." A hush fell over the crowd. Even the ghostly cowboys seemed to hold their breath. From the shadows emerged a horse unlike any Jason had ever seen. It was coal black, its coat shimmering like obsidian. Its eyes glowed with an infernal red light, and its hooves sparked with hellfire. A palpable aura of death and despair emanated from it, chilling Jason to the bone. "Who among you dares to ride Nightmare?" the announcer rasped. "Ride him, and you shall be granted a boon beyond your wildest dreams. Fail, and you shall join our rodeo for eternity." A long silence stretched over the arena. No one moved. No one dared to even breathe. Then Folk stepped forward. His towering figure cast a long shadow in the crimson moonlight. His face was impassive, his eyes fixed on the demonic stallion. "I accept your challenge," he said, his voice a low growl that resonated through the air. Jason stared at him in disbelief. Folk, a legend, a man who seemed to possess everything, was risking his very soul for this? "Folk, what are you doing?" Jason shouted. "This is insane." Folk didn't turn to look at him. "I have my reasons," he said, his voice barely audible above the crackling of the spectral flames. He approached Nightmare, the stallion snorting and pawing the ground, its eyes fixed on Volk with a baleful glare. Volk reached out a hand and laid it on the horse's neck. To Jason's surprise, the stallion didn't rear or buck. It stood still, as if recognizing a kindred spirit. Volk swung himself onto Nightmare's back with a practiced ease that belied his age. He gripped the stallion's mane, his knuckles white. The announcer cackled, "Prepare yourselves, mortals! Behold the ride of Death's own stallion!" The gate swung open, and Nightmare exploded into the arena. The ride was unlike anything Jason had ever witnessed. Nightmare moved with impossible speed and agility, bucking and twisting in ways that defied the laws of physics. Spectral flames erupted from its hooves, scorching the ground. The air crackled with energy, and the very fabric of reality seemed to distort around them. Folk held on, his body a statue of grim determination. He rode with a skill and ferocity that surpassed even his legendary reputation. He seemed to anticipate Nightmare's every move, countering its every attempt to throw him. Jason watched, mesmerized, his fear replaced by a sense of awe. He didn't know why Volk was doing this, but he knew that he was witnessing something truly extraordinary. Fiona, her camera forgotten, stared at the scene with wide eyes, her face a mixture of terror and wonder. The ride went on and on, longer than any ride Jason had ever seen. It was as if time itself had stopped. The crowd of ghostly cowboys watched in silence, their skeletal faces unreadable. Then, just when it seemed like Folk might actually succeed, Nightmare unleashed its ultimate weapon. A wave of pure darkness emanated from the stallion, engulfing Volk in its suffocating embrace. Jason felt the darkness wash over him, filling him with a sense of despair and hopelessness so profound that he almost collapsed. Volk cried out, a sound of pure agony that echoed through the arena. His grip on Nightmare loosened, and he began to slip. Jason knew that if Volk was thrown, he would be lost forever. He had to do something. He didn't know what he could do, but he couldn't just stand by and watch Volk be consumed by the darkness. He ran towards the arena, ignoring the screams of Fiona and the warnings of the ghostly cowboys. He had to get to Volk. As he reached the edge of the arena, he saw Volk falling, his body enveloped in the darkness. Without thinking, Jason leaped into the arena, reaching out for Volk. His fingers brushed against Volk's hand, and he felt a surge of energy pass through him. He grabbed hold of Volk's arm, pulling him close. The darkness tried to pull them apart, but Jason held on tight, his muscles straining. He wouldn't let go. He looked into Volk's eyes, and he saw a flicker of hope, a spark of defiance in the face of overwhelming despair. "Hold on, Volk!" Jason shouted, his voice hoarse. "I'm not going to let you fall." Together, they fought against the darkness, their combined will a force to be reckoned with. Slowly, painstakingly, they began to push back the shadows. The crowd of ghostly cowboys watched in stunned silence. They had never seen anything like this before, a mortal intervening in the affairs of the netherworld. Then, something remarkable happened. One of the ghostly cowboys, a figure with a tattered Confederate uniform and a face etched with sorrow, stepped forward. He reached out a hand and touched Jason's shoulder. "I'll help you, son," he said, his voice a low whisper. "I know what it's like to be trapped in this place." Another ghostly cowboy stepped forward, and then another, and another. Soon, the entire crowd of spectral riders was surrounding Jason and Volk, their hands outstretched, their faces filled with a newfound hope. Together, they formed a circle of light, pushing back the darkness and shielding Jason and Volk from Nightmare's influence. Nightmare reared and bucked, its eyes blazing with fury, but it couldn't break through the circle of light. With the help of the ghostly cowboys, Jason managed to pull Volk free from Nightmare's grasp. They stumbled to the ground, exhausted but alive. The darkness receded, and Nightmare stood panting in the center of the arena, its infernal flames dimmed. The skeletal announcer, his voice filled with disbelief, addressed the crowd. This is impossible. No mortal has ever resisted Nightmare's power." He turned to Jason and Volk, his skeletal face contorted in a snarl. "You may have won this battle, mortals, but the war is far from over. We will meet again." With a final roar, the rodeo began to fade, the arena dissolving into shadows and moonlight. The ghostly cowboys vanished, their faces filled with gratitude. Nightmare disappeared, its demonic laughter echoing in the desert wind. Jason and Volk were left standing alone in the desolate stretch of land, the blood moon casting a long, ominous shadow. Fiona ran towards them, her face flushed with excitement. "I can't believe what I just saw," she exclaimed. "It was incredible." She snapped a few quick photos of Jason and Volk, their faces etched with exhaustion and awe. "What was that all about, Volk?" Jason asked, his voice still shaking. "Why did you risk your life like that?" Volk remained silent for a moment, his eyes fixed on the horizon. Then he turned to Jason, his expression unreadable. "I had a debt to pay," he said, his voice low, "a debt to someone who saved my life a long time ago." He didn't elaborate, and Jason didn't press him. He knew that Volk was a man of secrets, a man who carried a heavy burden on his shoulders. "Well, whatever it was, I'm glad you're okay," Jason said, "and I'm glad I was there to help." Volk nodded, a rare smile gracing his lips. "Thank you, Jason," he said. "You have proven yourself to be a true friend." As the blood moon began to set, casting a long crimson shadow over the desert, Jason, Fiona, and Volk walked away from the desolate stretch of land, leaving the midnight rodeo behind them. They had witnessed something extraordinary, something that would stay with them for the rest of their lives. They had faced death, defied the forces of the netherworld, and emerged victorious, not through strength or skill, but through courage, friendship, and a willingness to believe in the impossible. The next morning, Jason found a small leather-bound book tucked into his saddlebag. It was a collection of Navajo legends, detailing the history of the land and the spirits that dwelled within it. On the first page, a single word was written in elegant script: "Gracias." He knew it was from Volk. He smiled, a genuine smile that reached his eyes. He might not understand everything that had happened at the midnight rodeo, but he knew that he had made a difference. He had saved a life, and in doing so, he had perhaps saved a part of himself as well. He closed the book and tucked it safely into his shirt pocket. He had a rodeo circuit to get back to, prize money to win, and a reputation to uphold. But he knew that he would never forget the night he rode with ghosts beneath the blood moon. He spurred his horse forward, the desert wind whipping through his hair. He was a rodeo champion, a man of the modern world, but he knew now that there were forces beyond his comprehension, forces that could shape his destiny in ways he could never have imagined. And he was ready for them. Years passed. Jason continued to ride the circuit, his reputation growing with each passing victory. He never forgot the midnight rodeo, the ghostly cowboys, or the ride on death's own stallion. He kept the leather-bound book close, a reminder of the night he faced his fears and emerged victorious. He occasionally heard whispers of Volk, stories of his exploits and his enigmatic nature, but he never saw him again. One day, while riding in a small town in New Mexico, Jason came across a familiar face. It was Fiona, older now, her hair streaked with gray, but her eyes still shining with the same spark of curiosity. "Jason!" she exclaimed, her face lighting up with recognition. "It's been ages." They embraced, exchanging stories of their lives and adventures. Fiona had continued to travel the world, documenting the strange and the unexplained. "I never forgot that night at the midnight rodeo," she said, her voice filled with awe. "It was the most incredible thing I've ever witnessed." She had published a book about her experiences, including a chapter on the midnight rodeo, but no one believed her. They dismissed it as fiction, a product of her overactive imagination. "I know it sounds crazy," she said, "but I know what I saw, and I know it was real." Jason smiled. "I believe you, Fiona," he said. "I was there too." They spent the rest of the afternoon reminiscing about the midnight rodeo, sharing their memories, and trying to make sense of what they had experienced. As the sun began to set, Fiona turned to Jason, her expression serious. "I've been researching Volk," she said. "I've been trying to find out more about him." "And what have you found?" Jason asked. Fiona hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath. "I think I know why he risked his life at the midnight rodeo," she said. "I think I know what debt he was trying to repay." She told Jason a story she had pieced together from old legends, historical records, and whispered rumors. It was a story of a young man named Volk, who had been orphaned at a young age and left to fend for himself in the harsh wilderness. He had been taken in by a tribe of Navajo Indians who had taught him their ways and shared their secrets. One day, a group of bandits had attacked the Navajo village, killing many of the villagers and stealing their sacred artifacts. Volk, barely more than a boy, had fought bravely to defend his adopted family, but he had been overwhelmed and left for dead. As he lay dying, he had been approached by a mysterious figure, a spirit of the land, who had offered him a deal. The spirit would save his life, but in return, Volk would have to serve him, carrying out his will for eternity. Volk had accepted the deal, and his life had been spared. He had become stronger, faster, and more skilled than any mortal man. He had hunted down the bandits and avenged the deaths of the Navajo villagers. But he had also been forced to carry out the spirit's dark deeds, becoming a tool of vengeance and destruction. He had lived a long and lonely life, haunted by the choices he had made. I think that night at the midnight rodeo, Volk was trying to break free from his pact with the spirit, Fiona said. I think he was trying to repay the debt he owed to the Navajo people, to the spirit who had saved his life, and to himself. Jason listened in silence, his heart filled with a mixture of sadness and understanding. He had always sensed that Volk was carrying a heavy burden, but he had never realized the extent of it. "So, what happened to him?" Jason asked. "Did he ever break free?" Fiona shook her head. "I don't know," she said. "I haven't been able to find any trace of him since that night at the midnight rodeo. He vanished without a trace." She paused, her eyes filled with a mixture of hope and regret. "But I believe that he did it," she said. "I believe that he found a way to break free from his pact and finally find peace." Jason looked out at the setting sun, his mind filled with thoughts of Volk, the midnight rodeo, and the choices that shape our lives. He knew that he would never forget the lessons he had learned that night, the lessons of courage, friendship, and the importance of fighting for what you believe in. He knew that even in the face of the darkest darkness, there is always hope, and that even the most broken souls can find redemption. He turned to Fiona, a smile gracing his lips. "Thank you, Fiona," he said. "Thank you for sharing this with me." They embraced once more, a silent understanding passing between them. They had both been touched by the magic of the midnight rodeo, and they would carry its lessons with them for the rest of their lives. As Jason rode off into the sunset, he felt a sense of peace he hadn't felt in years. He knew that Volk was out there somewhere, finally free from the burden of his past, and he knew that he would never forget the night they rode with ghosts beneath the blood moon. Years later, Jason, nearing the end of his own career, found himself drawn back to the desolate stretch of land where the midnight rodeo had once appeared. He was older now, his face lined with wrinkles, his body bearing the scars of countless rides. But his spirit was still strong, his heart still filled with a sense of adventure. He stood beneath the light of the full moon, gazing out at the vast expanse of the desert. He didn't know if the midnight rodeo would ever appear again, but he felt a sense of connection to this place, a sense of belonging that he couldn't explain. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, filling his lungs with the scent of dust and sagebrush. He could almost hear the echoes of the ghostly cowboys, the thunder of spectral hooves, and the rasping voice of the skeletal announcer. He opened his eyes and smiled. He was a rodeo champion, a man of the modern world, but he was also a part of something ancient and mysterious, something that transcended time and space. He was a part of the midnight rodeo. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, a figure that was both familiar and yet somehow different. It was Folk, older now, his face even more weathered, but his eyes still shining with the same intensity. Jason stared at him in disbelief. "Folk?" he exclaimed. "Is that really you?" Folk nodded, a rare smile gracing his lips. "It is, Jason," he said. "It's been a long time." They embraced, a silent understanding passing between them. They had both changed, but their bond remained as strong as ever. "What are you doing here, Folk?" Jason asked. Folk looked out at the desert, his expression thoughtful. "I came to say goodbye," he said. "I'm leaving this place for good." "Where are you going?" Jason asked. Folk shrugged. "I don't know," he said. "Somewhere where I can finally find peace." He paused, his eyes filled with a mixture of sadness and hope. "I wanted to thank you, Jason," he said. "You saved my life that night at the midnight rodeo. You gave me a second chance." "You would have done the same for me," Jason said. Folk smiled. "I know," he said. "That's what makes us friends." They stood in silence for a moment, gazing out at the desert. Then Folk turned to Jason, his expression serious. "There's something I want to give you," he said. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small leather-bound book. It was the same book that Jason had found in his saddlebag years ago, the book of Navajo legends. "Take this," Folk said. "It belongs to you now." Jason hesitated for a moment, then accepted the book. "Thank you, Folk," he said. "I'll cherish it always." Folk nodded, then turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows. Jason watched him go, his heart filled with a mixture of sadness and gratitude. He knew that he would never see Folk again, but he would always remember him, the man who had ridden with ghosts beneath the blood moon. He opened the leather-bound book and began to read, his mind filled with thoughts of the midnight rodeo, the ghostly cowboys, and the lessons he had learned. He read about the spirits of the land, the power of friendship, and the importance of fighting for what you believe in. As he read, he felt a sense of peace wash over him, a sense of belonging that he had never felt before. He was a rodeo champion, a man of the modern world, but he was also a part of something ancient and mysterious, something that transcended time and space. He was a part of the midnight rodeo. He closed the book and tucked it safely into his shirt pocket. He knew that he would carry its lessons with him for the rest of his days. He turned and walked away from the desolate stretch of land, leaving the midnight rodeo behind him. He was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, knowing that he was not alone. He had the memories of his friends, the lessons of the past, and the courage to face the future. As he rode off into the sunrise, he knew that the spirit of the midnight rodeo would live on in his heart, in his memories, and in the stories he would tell for generations to come. The legend of the rodeo, that appeared beneath the blood moon, a testament to the enduring power of courage, friendship, and the human spirit. The Skyden realm, a tapestry woven from shimmering aurora skies and floating islands tethered to a luminescent core, was choking. Valor's city, once its jewel, now bore the grime of decay, its silver towers tarnished, its vibrant markets subdued. The immortal king, once a beacon of unwavering light, was gone, leaving behind a throne room steeped in shadow and whispered legends. Marius, a historian with eyes that held the dust of forgotten libraries and a spirit yearning for the realm's lost glory, approached the throne room with trepidation. He wasn't a warrior nor a mage, but his knowledge of Skydon's past ran deeper than most. He believed the key to the realm's salvation lay within the ruins of its former grandeur. Alania, a warrior with hair the color of molten gold and a heart forged in the crucible of hardship, stood guard at the entrance. Her armor was scarred, a testament to countless battles fought and won. But her gaze, though sharp, held a weariness that mirrored the city's own. "Marius," she greeted, her voice raspy but firm, "the rumors are true then? You seek the king's memory?" "I seek to understand," Marius corrected, his voice soft but resolute. "To understand what broke him, what broke Skydon. Perhaps within his memories we can find a way to mend it." Alania hesitated, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. "The throne room is not a place for scholars. It is tainted. Many have entered, seeking power, knowledge, anything to fill the void left by the king. None have returned the same." "I know the risks," Marius said, meeting her gaze, "but I believe the risk of inaction is far greater." Alania, after a long, silent moment, stepped aside. "Then go. But be warned, Marius, some doors are best left unopened." The throne room was a cavernous space, the air thick with a palpable sense of sorrow. Fragments of stained glass depicting scenes of Skydon's golden age lay scattered across the floor, reflecting the faint light filtering through the cracked dome above. The throne itself, crafted from a single piece of solidified starlight, dominated the room. It was magnificent, even in its desolation, radiating a faint, ethereal glow. But it was the pool at the foot of the throne that drew Marius's attention, a viscous, crimson liquid shimmering unnervingly in the dim light. It was blood, undoubtedly, but not the blood of any mortal creature. It was the blood of an immortal, the blood of the king, imbued with the weight of centuries and the echoes of countless memories. And it spoke. Not aloud, not in any language Marius recognized, but directly into his mind, a chorus of fragmented thoughts and emotions. Triumph, betrayal, loss, despair, the price of immortality, the burden of the crown. The voice was alluring, seductive, promising answers to the questions that plagued Marius's mind. All he had to do was drink. He took a step closer, drawn in by the hypnotic allure of the crimson pool. He knew the legends, the stories whispered in hushed tones about the throne's memory. Those who drank from it gained access to the king's past, to his knowledge and experiences, but at a terrible cost. They lost pieces of themselves, their own memories, their own identities, becoming mere echoes of the king. Marius wavered, the desire for knowledge warring with the fear of oblivion. He looked back at Alania, who stood silhouetted in the doorway, her expression unreadable. He knew she wouldn't stop him, that she trusted him to make the right choice. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and made his decision. He would not drink, not yet. He needed to understand more, to find a way to access the king's memories without sacrificing his own self. He spent hours in the throne room, studying the pool, examining the throne, searching for any clue, any hint of an alternative. He ran his fingers along the cold, smooth surface of the starlight, feeling the faint thrum of energy that still pulsed within it. He tried to decipher the fragmented whispers he heard in his mind, piecing together the puzzle of the king's downfall. As the first rays of dawn pierced through the cracked dome, painting the throne room in hues of rose and gold, Marius noticed something he had missed before, a faint inscription etched into the base of the throne, almost invisible to the naked eye. He squinted, tracing the symbols with his fingers. They were ancient, a dialect of the Skydon language he had only encountered in the most obscure texts. He spent hours translating, poring over his mental lexicon, until finally the meaning dawned on him. The inscription was a warning, a safeguard, a key. It spoke of a ritual, a way to access the king's memories through a conduit, a vessel capable of holding the immense weight of his past. The inscription mentioned a name, Astasia. Astasia was a legend, a myth whispered among the scholars of Valor City. Said to be a weaver of echoes, she possessed the rare ability to touch the threads of memory, to unravel the past and weave it anew. She was also said to be long dead, lost to the ravages of time. But Marius, driven by his unwavering belief, refused to accept that Astasia was gone. He scoured the ancient texts, the hidden archives, the forgotten libraries, searching for any trace of her existence. He followed rumors, chased whispers, braving the dangers that lurked in the shadows of the decaying city. His search led him to the Undercity, a labyrinthine network of tunnels and ruins beneath Valor City, where the downtrodden and forgotten eked out a meager existence. It was a dangerous place, ruled by gangs and shrouded in darkness, but it was also a place where secrets thrived. After weeks of searching, Marius finally found someone who knew of Astasia, an old woman, her face etched with the hardships of a long life, her eyes clouded with age, but still holding a spark of intelligence. "Astasia?" she croaked, her voice raspy. "The weaver? Aye, I remember her, but she's gone now, lost to the tunnels." "Gone where?" Marius pressed, his heart pounding with anticipation. "Deeper," the old woman said, pointing to a dark, foreboding tunnel. "Deeper into the heart of the Undercity. She sought something there, something powerful, but she never returned." Marius knew the risks. The tunnels were treacherous, riddled with traps and inhabited by creatures warped by the darkness. But he had come too far to turn back now. He thanked the old woman and ventured into the depths of the Undercity. The tunnels were damp and claustrophobic, the air thick with the stench of decay. Marius navigated the maze with caution, relying on his knowledge of the city's ancient architecture and his instincts to guide him. He encountered dangers, packs of mutated rats, gangs of desperate scavengers, and strange, shadowy creatures that seemed to melt into the darkness. He fought when he had to, but he preferred to avoid conflict, using his wit and knowledge to outsmart his adversaries. He learned to speak the language of the Undercity, the guttural slang of the scavengers, and the cryptic riddles of the shadow creatures. After days of relentless searching, Marius stumbled upon a hidden chamber, a vast cavern illuminated by an ethereal glow emanating from a crystalline structure in the center. The air hummed with energy, and the walls were covered in intricate carvings depicting scenes of Skydon's past. And there, kneeling before the crystalline structure, was Astasia. She was not what Marius expected. She was not a wizened old woman, weighed down by the years. She was young, perhaps no older than himself, with hair the color of moonlight and eyes that shimmered with an otherworldly light. She wore simple robes, but they were adorned with intricate embroidery that seemed to shift and change with the light. She was also in a trance, her mind lost in the echoes of the past. "Astasia!" Marius called out, his voice echoing in the cavern. She didn't respond. He approached her cautiously, reaching out to touch her shoulder. As his fingers brushed against her robe, a jolt of energy surged through him, throwing him back against the wall. "Do not disturb her," a voice echoed in his mind. "She is listening to the echoes." Marius looked around, searching for the source of the voice. He saw no one. "Who's there?" he demanded. The voice chuckled. "I am Tenji, guardian of the echoes. I have watched you, Marius, and I know why you have come." A figure materialized from the shadows, a being of pure energy, shimmering and translucent. He was tall and slender, with long flowing hair and eyes that burned with ancient wisdom. "You seek to access the king's memories," Tenji said, "but you do not understand the price. The memories are not merely data. They are living entities, capable of consuming those who delve too deep." "I know the risks," Marius said, his voice firm, "but I believe the knowledge within those memories is crucial to saving Skydon." Tenji studied him for a long moment, his eyes piercing into his soul. "You are brave, Marius, and resourceful, but you are also naive. The past is a dangerous place, and some things are best left buried." "I cannot accept that," Marius said. "I believe the king's downfall holds the key to Skydon's salvation, and I am willing to risk everything to find it." Tenji sighed. "Very well, I will help you. But you must understand, I cannot protect you from the consequences of your actions. The memories will test you, challenge you, try to break you. If you fail, you will be lost forever." Marius nodded, his heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. He was ready. Tenji turned to Astasia, placing his hand on her forehead. "Awaken, Weaver. The time has come." Astasia stirred, her eyes fluttering open. She looked at Marius, her gaze distant and unfocused. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am Marius," he said. "I need your help." Tenji explained the situation to Astasia, telling her of the king's blood pool, the throne's memory, and Marius's quest to save Skydon. Astasia listened intently, her eyes slowly regaining their focus. "I have sensed the echoes of the king's despair," she said. "They are strong, overwhelming. It will be dangerous to delve into his memories." "I know," Marius said, "but I have no choice." Astasia nodded. "Then I will help you. But be warned, Marius, the path to the past is fraught with peril, and the truth you seek may be more than you can bear." Astasia explained that accessing the king's memories through her weaving required a specific ritual. They would need to create a link between her consciousness and the blood pool, allowing her to enter the labyrinth of his past. The process was delicate and dangerous, requiring precise control and unwavering focus. Tenji would act as a guide, protecting them from the more malevolent echoes that lurked within the king's mind. But ultimately, It would be up to Marius to navigate the labyrinth, to find the answers he sought without losing himself in the process. They returned to the throne room, the weight of their task pressing down on them. Alania was waiting for them, her expression a mixture of concern and curiosity. "What have you found?" she asked. Marius explained about Astasia, Tenji, and the plan to access the king's memories. Alania listened in silence, her gaze shifting between Marius and Astasia. "This is madness," she said finally. "You are playing with forces you do not understand. You could destroy yourselves and Skydon along with you." "We have to try," Marius said. "We cannot stand by and watch our realm crumble." Alania sighed. "I know. That is why I will help you." She agreed to stand guard during the ritual, protecting them from any external threats. Her presence was a comfort, a reminder that they were not alone in this perilous endeavor. Astasia began the ritual, chanting in an ancient tongue, her voice echoing through the throne room. She drew sigils on the floor with a shimmering powder, creating a circle of protection. She instructed Marius to lie down in the center of the circle, to close his eyes and clear his mind. As she continued her chanting, Marius felt a strange sensation, a tingling in his body, as if his consciousness was being pulled in different directions. He saw flashes of images, fragments of memories, not his own, but belonging to someone else. The throne room began to fade away, replaced by a swirling vortex of colors and sounds. He felt himself being pulled forward, hurtling through time and space, until finally he arrived in a past. He found himself standing in a lush garden filled with exotic flowers and shimmering fountains. The air was warm and fragrant, and the sky was a vibrant shade of blue he had never seen before. He was in Skydon's golden age, at the height of the king's reign. He saw the king not as a broken, despairing figure, but as a young, vibrant ruler full of hope and promise. He was surrounded by courtiers and advisors, all eager to bask in his radiant light. Marius wandered through the garden, observing the scene, trying to understand the king's state of mind. He saw his kindness, his generosity, his unwavering belief in the potential of his people. He also saw his pride, his arrogance, his growing isolation. As he delved deeper into the king's memories, the idyllic garden began to transform. The flowers withered, the fountains dried up, and the sky turned a menacing shade of gray. He saw the first signs of decay, the cracks in the facade of Skydon's perfection. He witnessed the king's growing obsession with immortality, his desperate attempts to cling to his power and his youth. He saw him consulting with dark sorcerers, making dangerous pacts, sacrificing everything to maintain his reign. The memories became more fragmented, more chaotic, as Marius delved deeper into the king's descent into madness. He saw betrayal, loss, and despair, the events that had shattered his spirit and led to Skydon's downfall. He saw the moment when the king discovered the truth, that immortality came at a price, that it required the sacrifice of his own humanity, the erosion of his own identity. He saw him make the decision to create the blood pool, to trap his memories within it, to distance himself from the pain and the guilt. The labyrinth of memory was closing in on Marius, the echoes of the king's despair threatening to overwhelm him. He felt himself losing his grip on his own identity, becoming an extension of the king's tormented soul. He knew he had to escape, to find the key to saving Skydon before he was lost forever. He focused his mind, reaching out to Astasia and Tenji, calling for their help. Tenji's voice echoed in his mind, guiding him through the labyrinth, leading him towards the exit. But the path was fraught with peril, guarded by monstrous creatures born from the king's darkest fears. Marius fought his way through the monsters, relying on his wit and his courage. He used his knowledge of the king's past to exploit their weaknesses, to turn their own fears against them. Finally, he reached the exit, a shimmering portal that led back to the throne room. He stepped through, collapsing on the floor, exhausted and disoriented. Astasia and Tenji rushed to his side, tending to his wounds, helping him to regain his bearings. Alania stood guard, her sword drawn, ready to defend them from any lingering threats. Marius had survived the labyrinth of memory, but he was not the same. He had seen the darkness within the king's soul, the pain and the despair that had consumed him. He had also seen the light, the kindness, and the hope that had once defined him. He now understood the truth, that Skaiden's downfall was not the result of a single event, but a gradual erosion of its values, a loss of its connection to its own past. The key to saving Skaiden was not to cling to the past, but to learn from it, to rebuild the realm on a foundation of compassion and understanding. Marius knew that the knowledge he had gained in the king's memories was not enough. He needed to find a way to share it with the people of Skaiden, to awaken them from their apathy and inspire them to action. He decided to write a book, a chronicle of Skaiden's history, from its glorious beginnings to its tragic downfall. He would tell the story of the king not as a flawless hero, but as a flawed human being, capable of both great good and great evil. He would also tell the story of the ordinary people of Skaiden, the farmers, the artisans, the merchants, the scholars, the warriors, the ones who had built the realm and who had suffered the most from its decline. He would tell their stories of resilience, of courage, of hope, reminding them of their own strength and their own potential. He worked tirelessly on his book, pouring all his energy and his knowledge into it. He consulted with Astasia, who helped him to weave the memories together, to create a coherent narrative. He sought the advice of Tenji, who guided him in the interpretation of the king's more cryptic pronouncements. Alania supported him in every way she could, providing him with food, shelter, and protection. She also acted as his sounding board, listening to his ideas, challenging his assumptions, and keeping him grounded in reality. As Marius wrote, he began to feel the effects of his journey into the king's memories. He found himself losing his own memories, his own experiences, his own sense of self. He would forget where he was, what he was doing, who he was talking to. He would have moments of clarity, followed by periods of confusion and disorientation. He was paying the price for accessing the king's memories, sacrificing pieces of himself to preserve the truth. He knew that he was becoming less and less of himself, but he believed that it was worth it if it meant saving Skaiden. Astasia and Tenji grew increasingly concerned about Marius's condition. They tried to dissuade him from continuing his work, but he refused to listen. He was determined to finish his book, no matter the cost. "You are destroying yourself, Marius," Astasia said, her voice filled with sorrow. "You are becoming a mere echo of the king." "I know," Marius said, his voice weak, "but I have to finish this. Skaiden needs this." Tenji warned him that if he continued, he would eventually lose himself completely, becoming a mindless vessel for the king's memories. But Marius was deaf to his warnings. He finished his book, a massive tome filled with the history, the legends, and the secrets of Skydon. He presented it to Alania, entrusting her with its safekeeping. "Take this," he said, his voice barely audible. "Share it with the people. Let them know the truth." Alania took the book, her eyes filled with tears. She knew that this was the end, that Marius was about to lose himself completely. "Thank you, Marius," she said. "You have given us a gift beyond measure." Marius smiled, a faint, flickering smile. "It was my honor," he whispered. He closed his eyes and his mind faded away, replaced by the echoes of the king's memories. He was gone, lost forever in the labyrinth of the past. Alania, heartbroken but resolute, took Marius's book and set out to share it with the people of Skydon. She traveled from city to city, from village to village, reading excerpts from the book, telling the stories of the king and the people, reminding them of their past, and inspiring them to build a better future. At first, the people were skeptical, resistant to the truth. They had been living in apathy for too long, and they were afraid to change. But Alania persisted, speaking with passion and conviction, never giving up on her belief in the potential of her people. Slowly, gradually, the people began to listen. They were moved by the stories of the king's rise and fall, by the tales of courage and resilience, by the hope for a better future. They began to question their apathy, to challenge their assumptions, to demand change. A movement began to spread across Skydon, a movement of hope and renewal. The people began to rebuild their cities, to restore their lands, to revive their culture. They elected new leaders, leaders who were committed to justice, compassion, and sustainability. Skydon began to heal, to recover from its wounds, to rise from the ashes of its past. The realm was not the same as it had been in its golden age, but it was stronger, wiser, and more resilient. The people remembered Marius, the historian who had sacrificed everything to save them. They honored him as a hero, a martyr, a symbol of their own resilience and their own hope. They kept his book as a sacred text, a reminder of their past and a guide to their future. Astasia and Tenji watched from afar, their hearts filled with a mixture of sadness and pride. They mourned the loss of Marius, but they rejoiced in the rebirth of Skydon. They knew that the realm would never forget the price that had been paid for its salvation, the sacrifice that had been made to awaken its spirit. And they knew that as long as the people remembered, Skydon would never truly fall. Years passed. Valor City, though still bearing scars of the past, began to gleam again. The silver towers were polished, the markets bustled, and the aurora skies seemed brighter than ever. The Crimson Echo, as Marius's book came to be known, was taught in schools, debated in academies, and cherished in homes. Alania, now an elder, watched the city from the highest tower, a quiet satisfaction in her eyes. The lessons of the past, etched in blood and sacrifice, had not been forgotten. She knew that vigilance was eternal, that the seeds of decay could sprout anew if left untended. But Skydon was awake now, its people conscious of their responsibility, their power. One day, a young scholar approached Alania, holding a worn copy of the Crimson Echo. His name was Lyra, and she possessed the same fiery spirit that Alania had known in Marius. "Elder Alania," Lyra said, "I have been studying the chapter on the king's descent. There are passages, riddles really, that I cannot decipher. They speak of a hidden chamber and a source of corruption within the throne room itself. Alania's brow furrowed. She had read the book countless times, but had never fully understood those enigmatic passages. Marius, even as his mind fragmented, seemed to hint at something more, a deeper layer of truth hidden beneath the surface. "Show me," Alania said, and together they descended to the throne room, now a hallowed space, carefully preserved as a reminder of both Skaiden's folly and its redemption. They spent days examining the throne, the blood pool, now contained and neutralized by Astasia's magic, and the surrounding architecture. They found nothing, or so it seemed. But Lyra, with her youthful energy and sharp mind, refused to give up. One evening, as the aurora borealis painted the sky in vibrant hues, Lyra noticed a faint shimmer on one of the stained glass fragments scattered on the floor. It was a reflection, but not of the sky. It was emanating from a hidden seam in the base of the throne. With Alania's help, Lyra managed to trigger a mechanism revealing a small concealed chamber beneath the throne. Inside, they found a single object, a crystalline shard, pulsing with a dark, malevolent energy. It was a fragment of the original crystal that had formed the throne, but it had been tainted, corrupted by the king's despair and his pacts with dark sorcerers. This shard, Marius had suspected, was the true source of the blood pool's power and the throne's ability to steal memories. Alania and Lyra knew they had to destroy the shard, but they also knew that doing so would be dangerous. The dark energy it contained could unleash chaos upon Skaiden. They sought the guidance of Astasia, who was now living in seclusion, meditating on the echoes of the past. Astasia confirmed their suspicions. The shard was a conduit for a force that could unravel the very fabric of Skaiden. Its destruction required a ritual of purification, one that would cleanse the throne room and banish the darkness forever. The ritual was complex and demanding, requiring the combined power of Astasia, Alania, and Lyra. They gathered at the throne room, chanting ancient incantations, channeling their energy into a protective shield. As they began the purification, the shard pulsed with increasing intensity, unleashing waves of dark energy that threatened to overwhelm them. The throne room shook, the stained glass windows shattered, and the aurora sky turned a stormy shade of purple. Alania, drawing upon her warrior spirit, stood firm, anchoring the shield with her unwavering will. Lyra, channeling her intellectual prowess, deciphered the complex sigils, ensuring the ritual's accuracy. Astasia, guided by the echoes of the past, focused her energy on purifying the shard, banishing the darkness back to its source. The struggle was long and arduous, but finally, after hours of relentless effort, they succeeded. The shard shattered into dust, the dark energy dissipated, and the throne room was bathed in a soft, ethereal light. The aurora sky returned to its vibrant hues, and a sense of peace settled over Skaiden. The source of corruption had been destroyed, the throne room cleansed, and the realm secured. But the victory came at a price. Astasia, weakened by the ritual, faded away, her body dissolving into starlight. She had fulfilled her purpose, guiding Skaiden towards its new dawn, and now she could finally rest. Alania and Lyra mourned her loss, but they also celebrated her life. They knew that her spirit would live on in the echoes of the past, guiding future generations towards wisdom and compassion. Lyra continued her studies, becoming a renowned scholar, and a wise advisor. She used her knowledge to help Skydon navigate the challenges of the future, ensuring that the mistakes of the past were never repeated. Alania remained the protector of Skydon, a symbol of strength and resilience. She trained new warriors, instilling in them the values of courage, loyalty, and selflessness. And the Crimson Echo continued to be read, a beacon of hope and a reminder that even in the darkest of times, the light of truth can always prevail. Skydon had learned the ultimate lesson, that true immortality lies not in clinging to power, but in embracing change, in learning from the past, and in building a future worthy of the sacrifices made by those who came before. The echoes of Marius, Astasia, and the king continued to resonate through the realm, shaping its destiny and guiding it towards a brighter tomorrow. The blood spoke its final riddle, its price was paid, and the realm was finally at peace. The biting November wind whipped through the cobbled streets of Hamelin, a town steeped in history and shadowed by a chilling legend. Carl, a historian with a penchant for the macabre, hunched deeper into his worn tweed jacket as he hurried towards the town archive. He was chasing shadows, whispers from a past that refused to stay buried, the tale of the Pied Piper and the vanished children. Carl wasn't a local. He'd been drawn to Hamelin by an obscure, almost forgotten manuscript detailing bizarre occurrences in the years following the children's disappearance in 1284. The manuscript hinted at strange, unnatural events, occurrences dismissed as folklore or the product of grief-stricken minds. But Carl suspected something more, something sinister. He pushed open the heavy oak door of the archive, the scent of aged paper and dust filling his nostrils. Greta, the elderly archivist, looked up from her mountain of documents, her spectacles perched precariously on her nose. "Ah, Herr Weber," she greeted him, her voice raspy with age. "Back for more tales of rats and a rainbow-clad musician?" Carl managed a weak smile. "Something like that, Frau Schmidt. I'm particularly interested in any accounts from the 14th century, anything that deviates from the official narrative." Greta nodded slowly, a knowing glint in her eye. "Hamelin has a long memory, Herr Weber. Sometimes the stones themselves whisper secrets. Be careful what you listen for." He spent the next few hours poring over ancient records, his fingers tracing the faded ink of centuries past. He found fragmented accounts of strange animal behavior, unexplained illnesses, and whispers of children seen lurking in the forests surrounding Hamelin. Children who seemed different. As dusk settled, casting long shadows across the archive, Carl stumbled upon a passage that sent a shiver down his spine. It described a group of villagers who claimed to have encountered children in the woods near the Koppelberg Hill, the very place where the Pied Piper was said to have led his young followers. These children were described as unnaturally pale, with eyes that glowed with an unnatural light, and voices that echoed with a haunting melody. They spoke of a debt owed, a reckoning to come. He copied the passage meticulously, his heart pounding in his chest. It was more than folklore, it was a warning. He packed his things, a sense of unease settling over him. As he turned to leave, Greta stopped him. "Herr Weber," she said, her voice barely a whisper, "there's something else you should know. Last night, I heard the music." Carl stared at her, his blood running cold. "Music?" "What kind of music?" "A flute," she replied, her eyes wide with fear. "A haunting, mesmerizing melody. I haven't heard it since I was a child, when my grandmother told me stories of the piper. It came from the Koppelberg." Carl left the archive, the piper's legend no longer a distant tale, but a looming threat. He looked towards the Koppelberg, its silhouette dark against the twilight sky. The wind seemed to carry a faint, almost imperceptible melody, a siren song calling him towards the hill. He knew, with a chilling certainty, that something was about to happen in Hamelin. The children were coming back. The next morning, Carl sought out Moritz, a local historian who had dedicated his life to studying the Pied Piper legend. Moritz was a recluse, living in a cluttered apartment filled with books and artifacts related to the piper. He was skeptical of most interpretations of the legend, preferring to see it as a cautionary tale about broken promises and civic responsibility. Carl found Moritz hunched over a table, meticulously cleaning a collection of antique flutes. He recounted his findings at the archive and Greta's chilling experience with the music. Moritz listened intently, his expression shifting from skepticism to concern. "The children returning? It's a fanciful notion, Carl, but I cannot deny that strange things have occurred in Hamelin throughout the centuries. There have been periods of unusual animal behavior, sudden outbreaks of illness, and a pervasive sense of unease. But what if it's more than just unease, Moritz? What if the children are real and they're back for revenge?" Moritz sighed, running a hand through his thinning hair. "Revenge on whom? The people who are long dead? It makes no sense." "Perhaps not," Carl conceded. "But what if they're not interested in revenge on individuals, but on the town itself? On Hamelin as a symbol of the betrayal they suffered?" Moritz pondered this for a moment, his brow furrowed in thought. "It's a theory, I suppose, but we need more than just whispers and legends to prove it." As they spoke, a commotion erupted in the street below. They rushed to the window and saw a crowd gathered around a group of children. The children were different, unsettling. Their skin was unnaturally pale, their eyes glowed with an eerie luminescence, and their voices carried a strange, melodic quality. They were dressed in simple, archaic clothing, as if they had stepped out of a history book. The crowd was a mixture of fascination and fear. Some tried to approach the children, while others recoiled in horror. The children moved with an unsettling grace, their movements almost inhuman. They began to sing a haunting melody, a song that seemed to resonate deep within the listener's soul. Carl felt a strange compulsion to join the crowd, to succumb to the music's allure, but he resisted, recognizing the danger lurking beneath the surface. He grabbed Moritz's arm. "We need to get out of here now." They fled the apartment, joining the throng of people fleeing the town square. The children's song echoed through the streets, drawing more and more people towards its source. The town was descending into chaos as the children's influence spread like a contagion. As the sun set, casting long shadows across Hamelin, the children's power grew stronger. They seemed to be able to control the minds of the townspeople, compelling them to follow their every command. The streets were filled with people marching in a trance-like state, their eyes glazed over, their faces devoid of emotion. Carl and Moritz managed to evade the children's influence, hiding in the labyrinthine alleyways of the old town. They felt a growing sense of dread, realizing the true extent of the threat they faced. "They're not just children, Carl," Moritz said, his voice trembling. "They're something else, something unnatural. They've been changed by the piper's music." Carl thought back to the manuscript he had found in the archive, the accounts of children seen lurking in the forest, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light. He realized that the piper hadn't just led the children away, he had transformed them, twisted them into something monstrous. They sought refuge in a local church, hoping to find some solace in its sacred walls. But the church was not immune to the children's influence. The pews were filled with entranced townspeople, their voices chanting the children's haunting melody. The stained glass windows seemed to distort and shift, depicting scenes of the piper leading the children away, their faces morphing into grotesque masks. As they tried to escape, they encountered Amelia, a young woman who worked as a librarian at the town's main library. She was one of the few people who seemed to be resisting the children's influence. "We have to stop them," she said, her voice filled with determination. "They're destroying our town, our lives." Amelia, a librarian with a sharp mind and resourceful nature, had noticed the strange occurrences before most. She dismissed the initial reports as mass hysteria, but the increasingly bizarre behavior of her colleagues and the unnerving calm that had settled over the town convinced her something was terribly wrong. Carl hesitated. "How? We're just ordinary people. We're no match for whatever these things are." "We have to try," Amelia insisted. "We can't just stand by and watch our town be destroyed." She explained that she had found a hidden passage in an old book, a passage that spoke of a way to break the piper's spell. The passage described a ritual that required a specific type of flute, one made from the wood of a tree that grew only on the Koppelberg Hill, the same hill where the children were said to have vanished. It also spoke of a counter-melody, a song that could nullify the piper's enchantment. "The ritual is our only hope," Amelia said. "But we need the flute, and we need to find someone who knows the counter-melody." The trio, bound by a shared desire to save their town, embarked on a perilous journey to the Koppelberg. The hill was shrouded in an eerie mist, and the air was thick with the children's haunting melody. The entranced townspeople roamed the slopes, their eyes vacant, their voices chanting in unison. As they ascended the hill, they encountered obstacles, traps laid by the children to protect their domain. They navigated treacherous paths, outsmarted the entranced townspeople, and evaded the watchful eyes of the children themselves. Along the way, Amelia revealed her own connection to the legend. Her grandmother had been one of the few people in Hamelin who had refused to believe in the piper's story. She claimed that the children had not been led away by magic, but by neglect and indifference. She had instilled in Amelia a deep sense of responsibility to protect the town from repeating its past mistakes. Moritz, initially skeptical, began to believe in the possibility of breaking the curse. He recalled fragments of old folk songs, melodies that had been passed down through generations in Hamelin. He suspected that one of them might be the counter-melody described in the book. Finally, they reached the summit of the Koppelberg. The air was thick with magic, and the children's melody was almost deafening. In the center of the summit stood a grove of ancient trees, their branches twisted and gnarled. One of these trees, a solitary oak, was said to be the source of the wood needed for the flute. But guarding the tree were the children themselves. They stood in a circle, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light, their voices singing a haunting harmony. They were led by a young girl, her face pale and ethereal, her eyes filled with an ancient wisdom. "You cannot stop us," she said, her voice echoing with the piper's magic. "We have returned to claim what is rightfully ours." Karl, Moritz, and Amelia stood their ground, their hearts pounding in their chests. They knew that this was their last chance to save Hamelin. The air crackled with tension as the children, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light, prepared to defend their domain. The young girl who led them raised her hand, and the children's song intensified, weaving a spell of control and despair. Amelia, her face pale but resolute, stepped forward. "We don't want to fight you," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "We just want to break the spell to free our town." The young girl tilted her head, her eyes narrowing. "Free them? They deserve to suffer. They abandoned us. They forgot us. Now they will pay the price." Moritz, remembering fragments of the old folk songs, began to hum a melody, a simple tune that had been sung by generations of Hamelin children. The melody was faint at first, but it grew stronger with each passing note, resonating with the very essence of the land. The children faltered, their song wavering. The young girl glared at Moritz, her eyes filled with fury. "Silence him!" she commanded. The children surged forward, their movements unnaturally swift and graceful. Karl stepped in front of Moritz, drawing a makeshift weapon, a sharpened piece of wood he had found along the trail. He fought with a desperate courage, deflecting the children's attacks, protecting Moritz as he continued to hum the counter-melody. Amelia, meanwhile, approached the ancient oak tree. She knew that she had to obtain a piece of its wood to complete the ritual. But the tree was protected by a magical barrier, a shimmering shield that repelled any attempt to touch it. She closed her eyes, focusing her thoughts on the town of Hamelin, on the people who were suffering under the children's spell. She thought of her grandmother, who had taught her the importance of remembering the past, of learning from its mistakes. She poured all of her love and hope into a single, desperate plea. The barrier flickered, and a small opening appeared. Amelia reached through, breaking off a branch from the ancient oak. As she did so, a surge of energy coursed through her body, filling her with a sense of power and purpose. Armed with the branch, Amelia retreated to Karl and Moritz's side, just as the children, enraged by Moritz's humming, overwhelmed Karl. Karl, battered and bruised, collapsed to the ground. The children surrounded Moritz, their eyes fixed on him, their voices chanting in a menacing chorus. He knew that he couldn't hold out much longer. Amelia stepped forward, holding the branch aloft. "Stop!" she cried, her voice ringing with authority. "This is your last chance. Let us leave in peace, and we will forget everything that has happened here." The young girl hesitated, her eyes filled with doubt. For a moment, it seemed as if she might agree. But then the piper's magic surged within her, hardening her resolve. "Never!" she screamed. "We will never forgive you. We will never forget." She lunged at Amelia, her fingers outstretched, her eyes burning with hatred. Amelia braced herself for the impact, but it never came. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Greta, the elderly archivist. She stepped in front of Amelia, shielding her from the young girl's attack. Enough! Greta shouted, her voice surprisingly strong. This has gone on long enough. She pulled out a small, intricately carved flute from her pocket. It was made from the wood of the ancient oak, the same wood that Amelia held in her hand. Greta raised the flute to her lips and began to play. The melody that she played was haunting and beautiful, a lament for the lost children of Hamelin. It was a song of sorrow and regret, of forgiveness and hope. It was the counter-melody, the song that could break the piper's spell. As Greta played, the children began to weep. Their eyes lost their unnatural glow, and their faces softened. The piper's magic faded, and they were once again just children, lost and afraid. The young girl who had led them collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. "We just wanted to go home," she cried. "We just wanted to be loved." Greta continued to play, her melody filling the air with compassion and understanding. The entranced townspeople on the slopes of the Koppelberg began to stir, their eyes clearing, their faces returning to normal. The spell was broken. As the sun rose over Hamelin, casting its golden rays upon the town, the children slowly began to disappear. They faded away like mist, their spirits returning to the realm from which they had come. The townspeople emerged from their trance, confused and disoriented. They had no memory of what had happened, of the children's return, of the chaos and destruction. Karl, Moritz, and Amelia stood on the summit of the Koppelberg, watching as the town slowly returned to normal. They felt a profound sense of relief, but also a deep sense of sadness. The children were gone, but their story would never be forgotten. Greta, her face etched with exhaustion, lowered her flute. "It is over," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "They are finally at peace." She explained that she was a descendant of one of the families who had lost children to the piper. Her family had guarded the secret of the counter-melody for generations, passing it down from mother to daughter. She had known that one day the children would return, and she had been waiting for that day to come. "But why didn't you tell anyone?" Karl asked. "Why did you keep this a secret?" "Because the world wasn't ready to hear it," Greta replied. The legend of the piper had become a convenient way to forget the past, to ignore the town's sins. But now the time has come to remember, to learn from our mistakes. She handed the flute to Amelia. "You must keep this safe," she said. "You must protect it from those who would seek to exploit its power. And you must never forget the children of Hamelin." Amelia accepted the flute, feeling its smooth wood warm in her hand. She understood the weight of responsibility that Greta had placed upon her. In the weeks that followed, Hamelin slowly began to heal. The townspeople rebuilt their homes, repaired the damage caused by the children's return, and tried to put the past behind them. But some things had changed. The townspeople were more aware of their history, more willing to confront the darker aspects of their past. They established a memorial to the lost children, a place where they could remember their names and honor their memory. Karl returned to his research, determined to uncover the truth behind the piper legend. He traveled to other towns and cities, searching for clues, piecing together fragments of forgotten history. Moritz, inspired by his experience, dedicated his life to preserving Hamelin's cultural heritage. He worked tirelessly to restore the town's historical landmarks, to document its folklore, to ensure that its stories would never be forgotten. Amelia continued to work at the library, guarding the secret of the counter melody. She became a symbol of hope for the town, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always a chance for redemption. Time passed, and the memory of the events faded from most minds. The world moved on, but the lessons of Hamelin remained. Years later, Amelia, now an old woman, sat in her study, surrounded by books and artifacts related to the Piper legend. She looked at the flute, which she had kept hidden for so long. She knew that the time had come to pass it on to the next generation, to entrust its power to someone who would protect it and use it wisely. She thought of her granddaughter, a bright and curious girl named Sophie. Sophie had always been fascinated by the Piper legend, by the story of the lost children. Amelia knew that Sophie was the one. She called Sophie into her study and told her the story of the children's return, of the battle on the Koppelberg, of the power of the counter melody. She showed her the flute, explaining its significance, its responsibility. Sophie listened intently, her eyes wide with wonder. She understood the weight of the burden that her grandmother was placing upon her. "I will not let you down, Grandma," she said, her voice filled with determination. "I will protect the flute, and I will never forget the children of Hamelin." Amelia smiled, her heart filled with hope. She knew that the children's story would continue to be told, that their memory would live on, that their sacrifice would never be in vain. As Sophie left the study, clutching the flute tightly in her hand, Amelia looked out the window at the town of Hamelin. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the streets. She could almost hear the faint echo of the piper's melody, a reminder of the past, a warning for the future. But she also heard another melody, a melody of hope, a melody of remembrance, a melody that echoed in her heart. The counter melody, the song that had saved Hamelin, the song that would continue to protect it for generations to come. The legend of the Pied Piper and the children of Hamelin lived on, a testament to the enduring power of music, memory, and the enduring spirit of humanity. The village of Oak Haven had always been defined by its cycles, the riotous green of spring, the sun-drenched gold of summer, the fiery hues of autumn, and finally, the pristine, silencing blanket of winter snow. Oak Haven was nestled in a valley carved deep into the Whisperwind Mountains, and the snow, specifically, was their lifeblood. It fed the rivers in the spring, watered the crops, and, in its frozen glory, protected the roots from the harshest of winter winds. But this year, the cycle was broken. The final leaves had long since fallen, painting the ground in shades of rust and ochre. A perpetual twilight clung to the air, a hazy, melancholic amber that seemed to seep into the very bones of the villagers. The air held the crisp bite of late autumn, but the anticipated snowfall never came. Day after day, the gray sky remained stubbornly empty, offering no promise of the white relief they desperately needed. The elders of Oak Haven, their faces etched with worry lines that deepened with each passing sunless day, spoke of a disturbance in the natural order. The animals grew restless, migrating erratically. The river, usually a boisterous torrent by now, dwindled to a sluggish stream. Fear, like a creeping vine, began to choke the joy from the village. One crisp morning, Astesius, the village's self-proclaimed historian and keeper of lore, stumbled into the town square, his usually meticulous robes rumpled and his eyes wide with a blend of fear and excitement. Astesius was a man of eccentric charm, given to long-winded explanations and a penchant for dramatic pronouncements. He was also, despite his quirks, the repository of Oak Haven's history. "It's him!" he declared, his voice cracking slightly. "It's Hemlock, the autumn thief!" A murmur rippled through the small crowd that had gathered. Hemlock was a name whispered only in hushed tones, a mischievous spirit of the wild hunt, said to delight in disrupting the seasons. Legends painted him as a creature of autumnal beauty and chaotic energy, with eyes like amber and laughter like the rustling of leaves. He was said to crave attention, indulging in elaborate pranks to draw notice to himself. Most dismissed the stories as folklore, bedtime tales to warn children against wandering into the woods alone. But now, faced with the undeniable absence of winter, they clung to Astesius' words with desperate hope. Hemlock is said to steal the last snowfall, trapping the places in endless autumn. Astesius continued, pacing frantically. He does it for the sheer entertainment of it. A cosmic prankster, if you will. The stories say he dwells within the heart of the Petalwood, guarding his stolen season. A young woman named Carrie pushed her way to the front of the crowd. Carrie was a practical, strong-willed woman, a skilled hunter, and the daughter of the village's former leader. She possessed a pragmatic mind and a fiery spirit, rarely swayed by superstition. But even she couldn't deny the unsettling changes that had gripped Oak Haven. "So, what are we supposed to do, Astesius?" she asked, her voice laced with a mixture of skepticism and desperation. "Offer him tea and crumpets in exchange for our snow?" Astesius wrung his hands. No, it's not that simple. Hemlock is capricious. Bribes won't work. Force is out of the question. He is a spirit. The only way to retrieve the snow is to trick him. A collective groan arose from the crowd. Tricking a spirit sounded like a fool's errand, a recipe for disaster. But what other choice did they have? "Trick him how?" Carrie pressed, refusing to back down from the challenge. Astesius paused, his eyes darting around as if searching for inspiration from the very air itself. Hemlock craves attention, yes, but he also has an immense sense of pride. He believes himself to be unmatchable. We need to find a way to appeal to that arrogance, to make him believe he's winning, when in reality, he's being led into a trap. The idea was vague, but it was all they had. Carrie, despite her doubts, knew that inaction was not an option. "All right," she said, squaring her shoulders. "I'll go to the Petalwood." A gasp rippled through the crowd. The Petalwood was a place of ancient, gnarled trees and perpetual twilight, a place where reality seemed to thin and the veil between worlds grew fragile. Few dared to venture into its depths. "Carrie, no!" an older woman cried out, her voice filled with concern. "It's too dangerous. The Petalwood is unpredictable." "Someone has to go," Carrie retorted, her gaze unwavering. "We can't just sit here and watch our village wither away." She looked at Astesius. "You'll come with me. You know the lore. You know what we're up against." Astesius paled visibly. "Me? But I'm a scholar, not a—" He trailed off, unable to articulate his fear. "You're our only hope, Astesius," Carrie said, her voice firm but gentle. "We need you." He swallowed hard, his gaze flickering between Carrie's determined face and the anxious faces of the villagers. With a sigh, he relented. "All right," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "I'll go, but I'm warning you, I'm terrible in a fight." Carrie offered a small, reassuring smile. "We're not planning on fighting. We're planning on tricking." As Carrie prepared for her journey, gathering supplies and sharpening her hunting knives, she couldn't shake the feeling that they were embarking on a fool's errand. The legends of Hemlock were unsettling, and the Petalwood was a place steeped in mystery and danger. But the thought of Oak Haven, slowly dying beneath the weight of an endless autumn, fueled her resolve. She would do whatever it took to restore the balance, even if it meant facing a mischievous spirit in his own enchanted domain. Carrie and Astesius set off towards the Petalwood as the sun, a hazy orange disk, dipped below the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows across the valley. The air grew colder as they approached the edge of the woods, the familiar scent of decaying leaves and damp earth growing stronger. A sense of unease settled over them, a feeling of being watched by unseen eyes. The Petalwood was unlike any forest they had ever encountered. The trees were ancient, their gnarled branches twisted into bizarre shapes, as if frozen in the midst of some silent, agonizing scream. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of decaying petals, their colors faded and muted, emitting a sweet, cloying scent that was both alluring and unsettling. The air was thick with a perpetual twilight, the sunlight barely penetrating the dense canopy overhead. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the sounds of the outside world faded away, replaced by a symphony of whispers. The wind rustled through the leaves, carrying voices that seemed to speak in riddles and half-forgotten memories. The trees themselves seemed to watch them, their branches like skeletal fingers pointing accusingly. Astesius, despite his initial fear, seemed to find a strange sort of comfort in the Petalwood. The atmosphere of ancient magic seemed to invigorate him, and he began to recite passages from forgotten texts, his voice echoing through the silent woods. "The Petalwood is a place where the veil between worlds is thin," he explained, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "It's a place where the past, present, and future intertwine. Be careful what you think, Carrie. Your thoughts can become real here." Carrie, however, remained skeptical. She trusted her senses, and her senses were telling her that they were not alone. She kept her hand on the hilt of her knife, her eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of movement. After hours of walking, they came to a clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a towering oak tree, its branches reaching up towards the sky like supplicating arms. The tree was adorned with hundreds of small, intricately carved wooden masks, each one depicting a different emotion: joy, sorrow, anger, fear. "This is the Whispering Oak," Astesius said, his voice hushed with reverence. "It's said to be a gateway to the spirit world. Hemlock often uses it to communicate with mortals." As he spoke, a voice echoed from the tree, a melodious, lilting voice that seemed to weave itself into the very fabric of the forest. "Welcome, mortals," the voice said. "I have been expecting you." Carrie stepped forward, her voice clear and strong. "We seek Hemlock, the autumn thief." The voice chuckled, a sound like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Hemlock is a busy spirit. What business do you have with him?" "He stole our winter," Carrie said, her voice laced with anger. "He trapped Oak Haven in an endless autumn. We want it back." The voice sighed. Hemlock does what he does for amusement. He doesn't take requests. Then tell him this, Carrie said, her eyes fixed on the whispering oak. We challenge him. We challenge him to a contest. If he wins, he can keep our winter. But if we win, he must return it to us. A long silence followed, broken only by the whisper of the wind through the leaves. Then the voice chuckled again, a sound that sent a shiver down Carrie's spine. Very well, the voice said. Hemlock accepts your challenge. Meet him at the sunken glade at dawn. But be warned, mortals. Hemlock is not easily defeated. The voice faded away, leaving Carrie and Astesius alone in the silent clearing. The wooden masks on the whispering oak seemed to stare at them with mocking eyes. What have you done, Carrie? Astesius whispered, his face pale with fear. We're going to face a spirit in his own domain. We don't stand a chance. We have to try, Carrie said, her voice firm. Oakhaven is counting on us. She looked at Astesius, her eyes filled with determination. We need a plan. We need to figure out how to trick Hemlock. Astesius wrung his hands, his mind racing. He's vain, he said, his voice barely audible. He's arrogant. He believes himself to be unbeatable. Then we need to exploit that, Carrie said, a spark of hope igniting in her eyes. We need to make him believe he's winning until it's too late. As the night wore on, Carrie and Astesius huddled beneath the whispering oak, devising a plan to outwit the autumn thief. The whispers of the petalwood seemed to mock them, but they refused to give up. They knew that the fate of Oakhaven rested on their shoulders. The sunken glade was a place of ethereal beauty and unsettling stillness. The ground sloped downwards, forming a bowl-shaped depression in the forest floor. A thick mist clung to the ground, obscuring the edges of the glade and creating an illusion of endless depth. In the center of the glade stood a pool of water, its surface as smooth and reflective as a mirror. As Carrie and Astesius entered the glade, they saw Hemlock standing by the edge of the pool. He was everything the legends described, a creature of autumnal beauty, with eyes like amber and hair like the rustling of leaves. He wore a cloak woven from fallen leaves, and his presence radiated an aura of chaotic energy. Welcome, mortals, Hemlock said, his voice melodious and mocking. I see you dare to challenge me. I admire your courage, even if it is foolish. We're not afraid of you, Hemlock, Carrie said, her voice clear and strong. We're here to reclaim what you stole. Hemlock laughed, a sound like the rustling of leaves in a whirlwind. You think you can defeat me? I am a spirit of the wild hunt. I have existed since the dawn of time. We're not trying to defeat you, Carrie said, a sly smile playing on her lips. We're simply proposing a contest, a game, a test of skill. Hemlock raised an eyebrow, intrigued. A game? What kind of game? A storytelling contest, Carrie said. We each tell a story. The best story wins. If your story is better, you can keep our winter, but if our story is better, you must return it to us. Hemlock considered the proposition, his amber eyes gleaming with amusement. A storytelling contest? How quaint. Very well, mortal. I accept your challenge. But be warned, I am a master storyteller. My tales have captivated gods and mortals alike. We're not intimidated, Carrie said. Let the contest begin. Hemlock gestured toward the pool of water. The rules are simple. Each story must be inspired by the reflection in the pool. The reflection will change with each telling, offering a new source of inspiration. I shall go first. Hemlock gazed into the pool, his eyes widening as the reflection shifted and swirled. A vision of a lone wolf howling at the moon appeared on the water's surface. Hemlock smiled, his eyes gleaming with inspiration. He began to speak, his voice weaving a tale of loneliness, survival, and the primal call of the wild. He spoke of the wolf's struggles against the harsh elements, its desperate search for companionship, and its ultimate triumph over adversity. His words were lyrical and evocative, painting a vivid picture in the minds of Carrie and Astesius. When Hemlock finished his story, a silence fell over the sunken glade. The mist seemed to thicken, and the air grew heavy with emotion. "Impressive," Carrie said, her voice barely audible. "But it's our turn now." She looked at Astesius, her eyes pleading for inspiration. Astesius swallowed hard, his mind racing. He knew that they had to tell a story that was not only captivating, but also strategically crafted to exploit Hemlock's arrogance. He gazed into the pool, his eyes widening as the reflection shifted again. This time, a vision of a withered flower struggling to bloom in the harsh autumn frost appeared on the water's surface. Astesius began to speak, his voice trembling slightly at first, but growing stronger with each word. He told a story of perseverance, hope, and the enduring power of beauty. He spoke of the flower's defiance against the dying season, its unwavering determination to bloom despite the odds. He told of the bee that found the flower and carried its pollen across the land. He spoke of its vibrant color and sweet smell, a beacon of hope in a world consumed by decay. As Astesius spoke, Carrie realized the brilliance of his strategy. He wasn't just telling a story, he was subtly praising Hemlock, comparing him to the flower that dared to defy the natural order. He was appealing to Hemlock's vanity, making him believe that he was the hero of the story. When Astesius finished his story, Hemlock's expression was unreadable. He stared into the pool, his amber eyes narrowed in thought. "Well told," he said finally, his voice carefully neutral. "But it is my turn again, is it not?" The reflection in the pool shifted once more, this time revealing a vision of a mighty oak tree, its branches laden with golden leaves. Hemlock smiled, his eyes gleaming with confidence. He began to speak, his voice filled with pride. He told a story of strength, resilience, and the unwavering power of tradition. The oak was a king, ruling over the forest, wise and strong, a friend to the animals, and a protector of the weak. But as the story went on, the oak's leaves started to fall, one by one, until the mighty tree was bare and withered, a symbol of decaying pompousness. Carrie and Astesius exchanged glances. They knew that they had to deliver the final blow, the final twist that would secure their victory. The reflection shifted again, revealing a vision of a single snowflake falling from the sky. Carrie took a deep breath and began to speak, her voice filled with genuine emotion. She told a story of renewal, change, and the beauty of letting go. She spoke of the snowflake's journey from the heavens to the earth, its fleeting existence a symbol of the ephemeral nature of life. The snowflake falls gently, melting as it touches the ground, feeding the earth with life, preparing it for the next cycle, a small, insignificant droplet of water that ultimately becomes a gushing river once again. As Carrie spoke, she wove a subtle message into her story. She wasn't directly criticizing Hemlock, but instead explained how spring always follows winter, how autumn gives way to snow, how one tiny change can have a dramatic and wonderful effect on the world. It's all connected, and it's all a cycle. When Carrie finished her story, a long silence fell over the sunken glade. Hemlock stared into the pool, his expression a mask of fury, as he realizes he was tricked. He has been played. He could almost feel the village of Oakhaven as the air around him grew several degrees colder. "You think you've won?" he said finally, his voice laced with suppressed anger. "You think you've outsmarted me? I am Hemlock. I cannot be defeated." "We didn't defeat you, Hemlock," Carrie said, her voice calm and reassuring. "We simply told a better story, a story of hope, of renewal, of the beauty of balance." Hemlock stared at Carrie, his eyes blazing with fury. Then slowly a wry smile spread across his lips. "Very well, mortals," he said, his voice resigned. "You have earned your victory. I will return your winter to you." He closed his eyes and raised his hands toward the sky. A gust of wind swept through the sunken glade, carrying with it the scent of snow and the promise of winter. The mist began to dissipate, and the first snowflakes began to fall, swirling gently in the air. Hemlock opened his eyes, his amber gaze fixed on Carrie. "I have kept my word," he said, "but do not think that this is the end. I will return, mortals. I will always return. The cycle of the seasons cannot be broken." With a final laugh, Hemlock vanished into the mist, leaving Carrie and Astesius alone in the sunken glade. The snow continued to fall, covering the ground in a blanket of white. As Carrie and Astesius emerged from the petalwood, they were greeted by a sight that made their hearts leap with joy. Oakhaven was transformed. The ground was covered in a pristine layer of snow. The trees were dusted with white, and the air was filled with the crisp, invigorating scent of winter. The villagers rushed to greet them, their faces beaming with relief and gratitude. They cheered and danced in the snow, celebrating the return of the season they had feared they had lost forever. Carrie and Astesius were hailed as heroes, their names forever etched into the annals of Oakhaven's history. But they knew that they were not truly heroes. They had simply done what was necessary to protect their village, to restore the balance of the seasons. As the days turned into weeks, Oakhaven gradually returned to normal. The river began to flow again. The animals returned to their natural migration patterns, and the villagers resumed their winter routines. But something had changed. They had learned a valuable lesson about the importance of respecting the natural world and the power of stories to shape their reality. Carrie, no longer just a hunter, but a respected leader, continued to serve her village with wisdom and compassion. She often ventured into the petalwood not out of fear or obligation, but out of a newfound appreciation for its mysteries. She learned to listen to the whispers of the woods, to understand the language of the spirits, and to respect the delicate balance between the mortal and the magical. Astesius, emboldened by his experience, embraced his role as the village's historian and lore keeper with renewed vigor. He spent his days poring over ancient texts, seeking to expand his knowledge of the spirit world and the secrets of the seasons. He became a mentor to the younger generation, sharing his wisdom and instilling in them a sense of reverence for the natural world. And as the years passed, the legend of the autumn thief and the frozen bloom lived on, a reminder of the day when a mischievous spirit threatened to plunge Oakhaven into eternal autumn, and two unlikely heroes rose to the challenge, using their wits and their words to restore the balance and bring back the beauty of winter. Years later, on a crisp, autumn evening, a young girl named Luma sat by the fire, listening intently as Astesius, now an old man with a twinkle in his eye, recounted the tale of Hemlock and the stolen snow. "So, what happened to Hemlock?" Luma asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Did he ever come back?" Astesius smiled, a knowing glint in his eye. "Oh, he came back, Luma. He always comes back. He is the spirit of autumn, after all. But he never bothered Oakhaven again. He learned that sometimes the best pranks are the ones that aren't played at all." Luma snuggled closer to the fire, her imagination ignited by the tale. She knew that the story of Hemlock was more than just a legend. It was a lesson about the importance of respecting the seasons, the power of stories, and the enduring strength of community. And as she drifted off to sleep, she dreamed of a world where the balance of nature was always protected, and the spirit of mischief was kept in check by the wisdom and courage of those who dared to challenge him. Carrie, now the village elder, watched from the doorway, a smile playing on her lips. She knew that the cycle would continue, that the seasons would always change, and that new challenges would always arise. But she also knew that the spirit of Oakhaven would endure, passed down from generation to generation, a beacon of hope and resilience in a world filled with both beauty and peril. And somewhere in the depths of the petalwood, Hemlock stirred, a mischievous glint in his amber eyes. He knew that his game was far from over. The world was full of stories waiting to be told, and he was always ready to play his part, to challenge the status quo, and to remind mortals that even in the darkest of times, there is always room for a little bit of mischief. After all, what is a life without a bit of chaos? He let out a soft chuckle that sounded like the rustling of leaves, and the petalwood whispered in response. The cycle would continue. Posterdam clung to the mountainside like a forgotten memory. The wind, a perpetual mourner, whistled through the skeletal remains of abandoned mines, carrying tales of fortune sought and dreams buried. Houses, built from gray stone that seemed to absorb the meager sunlight, huddled together as if seeking warmth from a cold that seeped into the very bones of the town. The air hung heavy, with a stillness that spoke of resignation, a collective sigh held for generations. Brian, a man etched with the harsh lines of the high altitude and the anxieties of his dwindling livelihood, walked the main street. The cobblestones under his worn boots were slick with a perpetual dampness, reflecting the overcast sky like a distorted mirror. Once, Posterdom had throbbed with life, the rhythmic clang of pickaxes and the boisterous laughter of miners echoing through the valley. Now, silence reigned, broken only by the mournful cry of a hawk circling overhead and the creak of dilapidated signs promising long-gone pleasures. He was on his way to Edith's General Store, the last bastion of commerce in Posterdom. The store was a cluttered sanctuary smelling of dust, dried herbs, and the faint sweetness of forgotten candies. Edith, a woman whose face was a road map of wrinkles earned through hardship and resilience, stood behind the counter, her eyes the color of faded denim, watching him with an unnerving knowingness. "Brian," she greeted him, her voice a low rumble that seemed to echo the mountains themselves. "What brings you out on a day like this, expecting miracles?" Brian managed a weary smile. "Just need some flour, Edith, and some candles. The nights are getting longer." Edith shuffled behind the counter, her movements slow but deliberate. Longer nights, shorter days. Time marches on, Brian, whether we like it or not. Some say time is marching us towards something terrible, Brian murmured, thinking of the whispers that had been circulating in posterdom for years. Whispers of an ancient prophecy predicting a doom that would swallow the town whole. Edith paused, her gaze sharpening. You've been listening to Luca again, haven't you? Luca was posterdom's resident eccentric, a recluse who lived in a crumbling observatory on the outskirts of town. He was a scholar of forgotten lore, obsessed with ancient texts and astronomical charts, and the self-proclaimed prophet of posterdom's imminent demise. Most dismissed him as a harmless madman, but Brian couldn't shake the feeling that there was a kernel of truth in Luca's frantic pronouncements. He says the signs are all there, Edith, Brian said, accepting the flower and candles. The tremors, the strange weather. He says it's all leading to the end. Edith sighed, her wrinkles deepening. Luca's been saying that for 20 years, Brian. Posterdom's been dying a slow death for longer than that, but the end hasn't come yet. Maybe he's right this time, Brian insisted. Maybe we should be listening. Edith shook her head. Listening to Luca won't put food on the table or warm our houses. We need to focus on the present, Brian, not on some far-off doom. Brian paid for his supplies and left the store, the weight of his worries heavier than the flour sack he carried. As he walked home, he couldn't help but glance towards the observatory perched high on the hill, a dark silhouette against the gray sky. He wondered what Luca was seeing up there, what horrors he was divining from the stars. That night, Brian dreamt of clocks, giant, monstrous clocks with gears that ground and gnashed, their hands spinning wildly out of control. He woke up in a cold sweat. The image of the distorted clock faces burned into his mind. He knew then that he couldn't ignore Luca's warnings any longer. He had to find out what the old man knew, even if it meant confronting the darkness that lurked in the heart of Posterdom's despair. Luca's observatory was a testament to both brilliance and decay. The building, once a proud beacon of scientific observation, now sagged under the weight of neglect. The dome was cracked and rusted, the telescope within seemingly frozen in a perpetual search for answers that remained elusive. Brian hesitated before knocking on the heavy oak door, its surface scarred and weathered. He hadn't spoken to Luca in years, not since his youthful fascination with astronomy had been replaced by the harsh realities of survival. The door creaked open, revealing a figure shrouded in shadow. Luca stood before him, his eyes magnified by thick spectacles, burning with an unsettling intensity. His white hair, long and unkempt, framed a face etched with 1,000 sleepless nights. "Brian," Luca rasped, his voice like the rustling of ancient parchment. "I knew you would come." Brian swallowed, unnerved by Luca's seemingly prescient greeting. "I need to know what you've seen, Luca. What you've been saying about the end." Luca stepped aside, gesturing for Brian to enter. The air inside the observatory was thick with the scent of dust, old books, and something else. Something metallic and faintly ozone-like. Stacks of books lined the walls, their spines faded and cracked. Charts and diagrams covered every surface, filled with arcane symbols and astronomical calculations. "The prophecy," Luca began, his voice gaining strength as he spoke, "it speaks of a convergence, a moment when the celestial and terrestrial realms align in a way that will unravel the fabric of time itself. Posterdom, it says, will be the epicenter. What kind of convergence? Brian asked, his heart pounding in his chest. Luca led him to a large table in the center of the room, upon which lay a complex mechanism of gears, springs, and levers. It was a clock of sorts, but unlike any Brian had ever seen. Its face was covered in strange symbols, and its hands moved in erratic, unpredictable patterns. "This," Luca said, his voice filled with a strange pride, "is the chronometer. I built it to understand the nature of time, to unravel its mysteries. But I have discovered something far more profound." He pointed to a specific arrangement of gears. This alignment, it corresponds to the prophecy. It is the moment when time itself will begin to unravel. "Unravel how?" Brian pressed. "The prophecy speaks of a great reversal, a cataclysm that will rewind the threads of fate," Luca explained, his eyes gleaming with a manic energy. "But I believe I can stop it. With the chronometer, I can stabilize time, prevent the unraveling." "How?" Brian asked, skeptical but desperate. Luca led him to a control panel beside the chronometer. "This is the temporal regulator. By manipulating these controls, I can counteract the effects of the convergence, hold time steady." "But what if you're wrong?" Brian asked, fear creeping into his voice. "What if you make things worse?" Luca paused, his gaze hardening. "I have dedicated my life to this, Brian. I have studied the ancient texts, deciphered the celestial charts. I know what I am doing." He threw a switch on the control panel, and the chronometer sprang to life. The gears began to spin with increasing speed, the metallic scent in the air growing stronger. The strange symbols on the clock face glowed with an eerie luminescence. "The process has begun," Luca announced, his voice trembling with excitement. "Time is being stabilized." Brian watched in horrified fascination as the chronometer whirred and clicked, its intricate mechanism humming with power. He couldn't shake the feeling that Luca was playing with forces he didn't understand, that he was about to unleash something terrible upon Posterdom. The first sign was subtle, a flicker in the gaslights that illuminated the town square. Then a tremor, stronger than any that had shaken Posterdom in recent memory. People rushed out of their homes, fear etched on their faces. Brian, standing beside Luca in the observatory, felt a strange tingling sensation run through his body. The air seemed to vibrate, and the colors around him intensified, then faded, then intensified again. "What's happening?" he cried, clutching his head. Luca, his eyes fixed on the chronometer, didn't respond. The gears were spinning faster and faster, the clock face glowing with an almost blinding light. Suddenly, the tremor stopped. The flickering lights steadied. The air became still, almost unnaturally so. Then, things began to change. A delivery wagon, heading towards Edith's general store, began to roll backward, uphill. A flock of birds flew in reverse, their wings beating against the wind as they retreated towards the horizon. A conversation Brian had overheard between two miners earlier that day replayed itself in his mind, word for word, but in reverse order. He looked at Luca, his face a mask of horror. "You didn't stabilize time, Luca. You reversed it." Luca stared at the chronometer in disbelief, his hands trembling. "It can't be. The calculations were precise." "Look around you," Brian shouted. "Everything is going backwards." They rushed outside the observatory. The town was in chaos. People were walking backward, their movements jerky and unnatural. Buildings were crumbling in reverse, stones reassembling themselves in mid-air. The river that flowed through Posterdom was flowing upstream, its waters churning and frothing as they defied gravity. Brian saw Edith standing in front of her store, her face a picture of bewilderment. He ran towards her, dodging people who were moving in reverse. "Edith, get inside," he yelled. "It's not safe." But Edith didn't seem to hear him. She was staring at something behind him, her eyes wide with shock. Brian turned around. He saw a younger version of himself, a boy of 10, walking towards him. The boy was carrying a fishing rod and whistling a carefree tune. Brian staggered backward, his mind reeling. He was seeing his past self walking towards his present. "What have you done, Luca?" he whispered, his voice filled with despair. "What have you unleashed?" The chronometer's influence spread like a virus, infecting every aspect of Posterdom's existence. Time wasn't just flowing backward. It was unraveling, fragmenting, replaying itself in disjointed, chaotic loops. People encountered younger versions of themselves, reliving past traumas and joys, forced to confront the echoes of their former selves. The dead walked again, resurrected from their graves, only to fade back into oblivion as the temporal currents shifted. Brian found himself trapped in a nightmare of his own making. He relived the death of his parents in a mining accident, experiencing the grief and despair of his childhood all over again. He watched his younger self make choices he now regretted, powerless to intervene. Luca, consumed by guilt and terror, retreated into the observatory, desperately trying to recalibrate the chronometer. But the machine was beyond his control, its gears spinning wildly, its power surging unchecked. Brian knew that if he didn't do something, Posterdom would be lost, trapped in an endless loop of temporal chaos. He had to find a way to stop the chronometer, even if it meant sacrificing himself. He sought out Nova, a young woman who had always possessed a sharp intellect and a keen understanding of mechanics. Nova had worked in the mines, tinkering with the machines, and she possessed a natural aptitude for understanding complex systems. He found her in her workshop, surrounded by tools and discarded parts. She was trying to repair a broken clock, her brow furrowed in concentration. "Nova," Brian said, his voice urgent, "I need your help." Nova looked up, her eyes filled with apprehension. "I know what's happening, Brian. Everyone does. It's like something out of a nightmare." "Luca's chronometer is responsible," Brian explained. "It's reversing time, unraveling everything. We have to stop it." Nova hesitated. "The chronometer is incredibly complex, Brian. I don't know if I can fix it." "You're the only one who can," Brian insisted. "You're the only one who understands machines like that. Posterdom is counting on you." Nova looked at him, her expression determined. "All right," she said, "I'll help you, but we need a plan." Together, they devised a plan to infiltrate the observatory and disable the chronometer. They knew it would be dangerous. Luca, in his desperation, might be irrational, even violent, but they had no choice. That night, under the flickering light of the reversed stars, they set out towards the observatory, determined to save Posterdom from its temporal doom. The observatory loomed before them, a dark and ominous silhouette against the chaotic sky. The chronometer's power pulsed from within, casting strange shadows that danced and writhed like living things. Brian and Nova approached the observatory cautiously, their hearts pounding in their chests. They knew that Luca was inside, and they had no idea what to expect. They slipped through a back window, the glass shattering in reverse as they entered. The interior of the observatory was even more chaotic than they remembered. Books were flying through the air, pages tearing themselves apart and reassembling in nonsensical patterns. Charts peeled themselves off the walls, their ink running backward across the parchment. They found Luca in the main chamber, standing before the chronometer, his eyes wild and unfocused. He was frantically adjusting the controls, his movements jerky and erratic. "Luca," Brian said, his voice firm but gentle, "we need to stop this. The chronometer is out of control." Luca spun around, his face contorted with rage. "You don't understand," he screamed. "I'm trying to fix it. I'm trying to save us all." "You're making things worse, Luca," Nova said, stepping forward. "Let us help you." Luca waved his hand dismissively. "Stay away from me. You'll ruin everything." He lunged towards the control panel, his fingers flying across the switches. The chronometer's gears spun faster and faster, the clock face glowing with an almost blinding light. Suddenly, a surge of temporal energy erupted from the chronometer, throwing Brian and Nova backward. They crashed against the wall, dazed and disoriented. Luca, caught in the full force of the blast, screamed in agony. His body flickered and shimmered, his form dissolving and reforming in rapid succession. Brian and Nova scrambled to their feet, horrified by what they were witnessing. Luca was being torn apart by the chronometer's power, his timeline fragmenting into 1,000,000 pieces. "We have to stop it now," Nova cried, rushing towards the chronometer. But as she reached the machine, a younger version of Luca appeared before her, a boy of 10, his eyes filled with innocence and wonder. He was holding a small telescope, gazing up at the stars. Nova froze, her hand hovering over the control panel. She couldn't bring herself to harm a child, even if it meant saving Posterdom. Brian, seeing her hesitation, knew he had to act. He lunged forward, pushing Nova out of the way. He grabbed hold of a large lever on the chronometer, the temporal regulator, and pulled it with all his might. The chronometer shuddered, its gears grinding to a halt. The light faded. The pulsing energy dissipated. The chaotic movement ceased. The fragmented timelines began to coalesce. Silence descended upon the observatory, broken only by the sound of Brian's ragged breathing. He looked around. The younger Luca was gone. The books and charts lay still. The air was clear and steady. He had stopped the chronometer. The effects of the chronometer's reversal began to subside. The river flowed in its proper direction. The buildings stopped crumbling in reverse. The people of Posterdom returned to their normal states, their memories returning to them in a jumbled, fragmented mess. Luca was gone, his fate uncertain. Some said he had been erased from existence, his timeline collapsing upon itself. Others claimed that he had been cast adrift in the temporal currents, lost in the eddies of time. Brian and Nova emerged from the observatory, exhausted but triumphant. They looked out over Posterdom, which was slowly returning to its former state. The town was scarred, changed by the temporal chaos. The buildings were damaged, the landscape altered, but the people of Posterdom were alive, and they had been given a second chance. "What now?" Nova asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Brian looked at her, his eyes filled with hope. "Now," he said, "we rebuild. We learn from our mistakes. we create a new future for posterdom. They began to gather the townspeople, organizing cleanup efforts, repairing the damage. They shared stories of what they had experienced, piecing together the fragmented memories of the temporal chaos. Edith, her face etched with a newfound wisdom, helped them organize the efforts, providing food and supplies. She had seen the past, the present, and the future, and she understood the importance of cherishing each moment. Slowly but surely, posterdom began to heal. The people rediscovered their sense of community, their resilience, their hope. They learned to appreciate the simple things in life, the beauty of the mountains, the warmth of a shared meal, the comfort of friendship. Brian and Nova worked together, using their skills and knowledge to create new technologies for posterdom, technologies that harnessed the power of the mountains and the knowledge of the stars. They built new systems for generating electricity, for purifying water, for communicating with the outside world. They also created a museum, a place where they could preserve the memories of the temporal chaos, a reminder of the dangers of tampering with forces beyond their understanding. Years passed. Posterdom thrived, transformed from a dying town into a vibrant community. The people had learned from their past, and they were building a future filled with hope and promise. Brian and Nova stood on the hill overlooking posterdom, watching the sun rise over the mountains. They had faced the end of time, and they had emerged victorious. They had saved their town, and in doing so, they had saved themselves. "We did it," Nova said, her voice filled with pride. Brian smiled. "We did," he agreed, "and we'll do it again if we have to." They looked at each other, their eyes filled with love and admiration. They had faced the impossible, and they had overcome it together. They had forged a bond that would last a lifetime. As the sun bathed posterdom in its golden light, Brian and Nova knew that the future was uncertain. But they were ready for whatever challenges lay ahead, for they had learned the most important lesson of all, that even in the face of unimaginable chaos, hope can still prevail. The chronometer was silent, but the echoes of its temporal disruption served as a constant reminder. Time, like life, was precious and not to be trifled with. The doom that Luca had foreseen had been averted, not by stopping time, but by understanding its flow and embracing the possibilities of a future built not on fear, but on resilience and hope. The town of Posterdom, once a desolate echo of the past, was now a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit. The year is 1088. England, a land bruised and battered by the Norman conquest, simmers with discontent. Queen Matilda, a woman forged in the fires of political maneuvering and tempered by the cold realities of power, sits uneasy on her throne. Her husband, King William Rufus, is a reckless gambler, more interested in hunting and feasts than governing. Whispers of rebellion slither through the countryside like vipers, fueled by Saxon resentment and Norman greed. Matilda knows she needs strength, something beyond the reach of swords and armies, to secure her family's reign. It was Brother Thomas, an aging monk with eyes that held the weight of centuries, who first spoke of the prophecy. In the dimly lit scriptorium of Winchester Cathedral, surrounded by the scent of parchment and beeswax, he unfolded a brittle scroll, its ink faded, but its words still ringing with power. 3 crowns, he rasped, his voice thin as ancient paper. Forged in the heart of Albion, imbued with the very essence of this land, the crown of the North, said to command the loyalty of men, the crown of the West, capable of bending nature to the wearer's will, and the crown of the East, which grants dominion over the spirit and the very soul. Matilda, a pragmatist by nature, had initially dismissed it as superstitious drivel. But desperation gnawed at her. The threats to her throne were real, tangible. What if these crowns were not mere legend? What if they held the key to securing her dynasty's future? "Tell me more, Brother Thomas," she commanded, her voice a low, urgent hum. The monk explained a prophecy in hushed tones. Each crown, he warned, possessed a unique magic, but each demanded a terrible price. The crown of the North, forged in Hadrian's wall from the iron of Roman legions and the blood of Celtic warriors, would grant unwavering loyalty, but only in exchange for the wearer's capacity for empathy. The crown of the West, crafted from the petrified wood of the oldest oak in the forest of Dean and adorned with gems born from the caves of Wales, would command the elements, but at the cost of the wearer's own vitality, slowly draining their life force. And the crown of the East, whispered to be made of solidified moonlight and the tears of ancient goddesses, would grant control over the spirit, but would leave the wearer vulnerable to the whims of the very souls they sought to command, twisting their perceptions and eroding their sanity. Matilda listened, her mind racing. The risks were immense, but the potential rewards were too great to ignore. She decided to take the gamble. Secretly, she summoned her most trusted advisers, Sir Reginald, a seasoned knight whose loyalty was beyond question, Lady Eleanor, a cunning strategist with a network of spies that stretched across the kingdom, and Master Alastair, a scholar and alchemist rumored to dabble in forbidden arts. "Find these crowns," she ordered, her voice unwavering. "Find them and bring them to me, but tread carefully. This is a matter of utmost secrecy. No one must know what we seek." The quest began, shrouded in secrecy and fraught with peril. Sir Reginald, with a small company of loyal men, rode north towards Hadrian's wall. Lady Eleanor dispatched her agents throughout the West Country, infiltrating ancient druidic circles and scouring forgotten libraries. Master Alastair delved into arcane texts, seeking clues to the crown of the East's whereabouts, his experiments filling the castle tower with strange fumes and unsettling whispers. Sir Reginald's journey to the north was arduous. The land was wild and unforgiving, the people suspicious and resentful of Norman rule. He followed the ancient Roman road, the stones worn smooth by centuries of marching feet. As he neared Hadrian's wall, he felt a growing sense of unease, a palpable weight in the air. The wall itself loomed before him, a stark reminder of the divisions that had always plagued this land. Guided by a local shepherd who claimed to know the old ways, Reginald found a hidden chamber beneath the wall, a place where Roman soldiers and Celtic warriors had once made offerings to appease the gods of war. In the center of the chamber, resting on a stone altar, lay the crown of the North. It was a simple circlet of iron, blackened with age and etched with runes of power. As Reginald reached for it, he felt a surge of energy, a coldness that seeped into his bones. He hesitated for a moment, remembering Brother Thomas's warning, but the image of Queen Matilda's desperate face spurred him on. He grasped the crown and lifted it from the altar. The moment the iron touched his skin, a profound change occurred. The world seemed to sharpen, to become clearer, colder. He felt a surge of authority, an undeniable sense of command, but at the same time, a part of him seemed to wither, to shrink away. The faces of his men, once familiar and comforting, now seemed distant, alien. He saw their flaws, their weaknesses, their petty desires. He no longer felt compassion for their struggles, no longer cared for their well-being. Their loyalty was all that mattered. From that moment forward, Reginald could inspire absolute devotion, but at the cost of his own humanity. Meanwhile, in the West Country, Lady Eleanor was pursuing her own leads with ruthless efficiency. She moved through the winding lanes and ancient forests like a shadow, her spies whispering secrets in her ear. She learned of a hidden grove deep within the forest of Dean, a place where the old gods were still worshipped. There, amongst the gnarled oaks and moss-covered stones, she found an entrance to a cavern, a place of primeval darkness. Inside, she discovered a subterranean lake, its waters shimmering with an unnatural light. In the center of the lake, resting on a bed of moss, lay the crown of the West. It was a thing of breathtaking beauty, crafted from petrified wood and adorned with glittering gems. As Eleanor reached for it, she felt the power of the earth surge through her, a raw, untamed energy. She lifted the crown from its resting place and placed it upon her head. The moment the wood touched her skin, she felt a jolt of energy, a vibrant, almost painful surge of life. The air around her crackled with power. She could feel the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, the whisper of the wind in the trees. She could command the elements, summon storms, and conjure life from barren soil. But with each use of the crown's power, she felt her own life force draining away, her body weakening, her hair turning prematurely gray. The crown gave her the power to control nature, but it was slowly consuming her. Master Alistair's quest for the crown of the East was the most perilous of all. He spent weeks poring over ancient texts, deciphering cryptic symbols, and performing arcane rituals. He learned that the crown was hidden in a forgotten abbey on the coast of East Anglia, a place said to be haunted by the spirits of long-dead monks. He traveled to the abbey under the cover of darkness, accompanied only by his apprentice, a young man named Thomas, no relation to the monk. The abbey was a ruin, its walls crumbling, its windows shattered. The air was thick with the stench of decay and the mournful cries of seabirds. As Alistair explored the ruins, he felt a growing sense of dread, a palpable presence of unseen forces. In the abbey's crypt, he found a hidden chamber, a place where the monks had once practiced dark arts. In the center of the chamber, floating in mid-air, was the crown of the East. It was a shimmering, ethereal thing made of solidified moonlight and tears. As Alistair reached for it, he heard voices, whispers that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. He ignored them, focusing on the crown. He reached out and grasped it. The moment the crown touched his skin, he was flooded with sensations, a cacophony of voices, images, and emotions. He could see the past, the present, and the future. He could feel the thoughts and desires of everyone around him, living and dead. He had dominion over the spirit, the power to manipulate souls. But the influx of energy was overwhelming, shattering his sanity. The voices grew louder, more insistent, twisting his perceptions, filling his mind with paranoia and madness. He began to see enemies everywhere, to distrust everyone, even his own apprentice. The crown gave him control over the spirit, but it was driving him insane. One by one, the 3 crowns were brought back to Queen Matilda. She received them, In her private chamber, surrounded by her advisors, the sight of the crowns filled her with a mixture of awe and trepidation. She knew the risks, the potential consequences of wielding such power, but she was convinced that it was the only way to save her kingdom. She decided to test the crowns, to see their power firsthand. First, she summoned Sir Reginald, who was now completely devoted to her, his eyes devoid of all emotion save loyalty. She ordered him to quell a minor rebellion in the north. Reginald obeyed without question, leading his men with ruthless efficiency, crushing the rebels without mercy. Matilda was impressed by his unwavering loyalty, but she was also disturbed by his coldness, his lack of compassion. Next, she tested the crown of the West. She summoned Lady Eleanor and ordered her to conjure a storm to devastate the lands of a neighboring lord who had been plotting against her. Eleanor, her face pale and drawn, obeyed. The sky darkened, the wind howled, and a torrential rain fell upon the lord's lands, washing away his crops and flooding his villages. Matilda was impressed by the crown's power, but she was also alarmed by Eleanor's deteriorating health. The crown was clearly taking a toll on her. Finally, she tested the crown of the East. She summoned Master Alastair and ordered him to influence the mind of a powerful bishop who had been critical of her rule. Alastair, his eyes wild and unfocused, muttered incantations and performed strange gestures. The bishop, who had been a staunch opponent of Matilda, suddenly began to sing her praises, declaring her the rightful Queen of England. Matilda was amazed by the crown's power, but she was also terrified by Alastair's madness. The crown was clearly corrupting him, twisting his mind. Matilda now possessed the 3 crowns, each granting her immense power. But she also saw the terrible price that each demanded. The crown of the North had robbed Sir Reginald of his humanity. The crown of the West was slowly killing Lady Eleanor, and the crown of the East had driven Master Alastair insane. She realized that she had made a terrible mistake. The crowns were not the solution to her problems. They were a curse. But it was too late to turn back. The prophecy was already unfolding, its grip tightening around her. The crowns had changed her, too. She felt the pull of their power, the temptation to use them for her own ends. She could feel her empathy fading, her life force draining, her sanity slipping. She was becoming the very thing she had feared, a tyrant, consumed by power. The whispers of rebellion grew louder, fueled by the Queen's increasingly erratic behavior. The Saxon lords, sensing her weakness, began to plot against her. The Norman nobles, sensing an opportunity, jockeyed for position. The kingdom was teetering on the brink of chaos. Matilda, desperate to maintain control, turned to the crowns. She used the crown of the North to solidify her hold on her armies, ensuring their unwavering loyalty. She used the crown of the West to protect her kingdom from invasion, summoning storms to repel her enemies. And she used the crown of the East to silence her critics, manipulating their minds and crushing their spirits. But with each use of the crowns, the price she paid grew higher. Her empathy withered, her vitality waned, her sanity crumbled. She became a prisoner of her own power, trapped in a web of paranoia and madness. She trusted no one, saw enemies everywhere. She was surrounded by sycophants and assassins, all vying for her favor or plotting her demise. One day, a young woman named Eliana, a herbalist of Saxon descent, managed to infiltrate the castle. She had heard rumors of the Queen's madness and the strange artifacts she possessed. Driven by a desire to help her people, Eliana sought to find a way to break the crown's power. Eliana befriended Master Alistair's apprentice, Thomas. Seeing his master's descent into madness, Thomas was disillusioned and terrified. He secretly despised his master and was eager to help Eliana. Together, they began to investigate the crowns, studying ancient texts and performing their own experiments. They discovered a hidden truth. The crown's power was not absolute. They were vulnerable to certain rituals, certain herbs, certain words. Eliana and Thomas hatched a plan to destroy the crowns, a plan that would require immense courage and sacrifice. They knew that they would be risking their lives, but they were willing to do anything to save their kingdom. On the night of the full moon, Eliana and Thomas crept into the queen's chamber. Matilda was asleep, her face pale and drawn, the 3 crowns resting on a table beside her bed. Eliana approached the table and began to chant the ancient words she had learned from her grandmother, a wise woman who had preserved old ways. Thomas, holding a vial containing a potent herbal concoction, prepared to douse the crowns. Suddenly, Matilda awoke, her eyes filled with madness and suspicion, fixed on Eliana and Thomas. She screamed, summoning her guards. Eliana and Thomas knew that they were caught, but they pressed on, determined to complete their mission. Sir Reginald, his face devoid of all emotion, burst into the chamber, sword drawn. He lunged at Eliana, but Thomas stepped in front of her, taking the blow. Thomas fell to the ground, mortally wounded. Eliana, enraged by Reginald's action and grieved by the sacrifice made by Thomas, raised her hands and unleashed the full power of her herbal magic. The room filled with a swirling vortex of energy, disrupting the crown's power and weakening Matilda's hold on reality. As the guards closed in, Eliana grabbed the vial from Thomas's lifeless hand and threw it at the crowns. The vial shattered, releasing the herbal concoction. The crowns sputtered and flickered, their power waning. Matilda screamed, her body convulsing. In that moment, Sir Reginald, momentarily freed from the crown's influence, saw the horror of what he had become. He looked at the dying Thomas, at the desperate Eliana, at the ruined queen. He felt a flicker of his former self, a spark of empathy. He turned his sword on himself, ending his own life. The chaos in the room was overwhelming. The guards were confused and disoriented. Matilda was weakened and vulnerable. Eliana seized her opportunity. She grabbed the crown of the north and hurled it out the window. She grabbed the crown of the west and smashed it against the stone floor. And she grabbed the crown of the east and, with a final surge of strength, plunged it into Matilda's heart. With a final agonized scream, Queen Matilda collapsed, the crown's power finally extinguished. The kingdom was saved, but at a terrible cost. Thomas and Sir Reginald were dead. Queen Matilda, once a powerful and ambitious ruler, was reduced to a broken shell, and Eliana, forever marked by the events of that night, was left to pick up the pieces and try to rebuild her shattered land. The prophecy had been fulfilled, its terrible price paid in blood and madness. The crowns, once symbols of power and dominion, were now scattered and broken, their magic forever dormant. But the memory of their allure and the consequences of seeking power at any cost would linger in the hearts of the people of Britain for generations to come. The tale served as a grim reminder that true power lies not in magic or dominion, but in empathy, compassion, and the courage to resist the temptations of darkness. And so, the new era dawned, and the story of the crowns passed into the realm of legend. The city of Ethel lay nestled in a valley perpetually shrouded in twilight. Above, the moon, a cold, lifeless disk, cast a pallid glow upon the cobblestone streets and towering structures. Ethel was a place of ancient beauty and unsettling silence, a monument to forgotten gods and a stark reminder of mortal limitations. It was a city where memories faded like watercolor paintings left in the rain, and where, most disturbingly, the sound of one's own voice was lost forever upon entry. Tamaka, a cartographer with eyes that held the vastness of maps yet unexplored, stood at the precipice of the valley. She was a woman driven by a thirst for the unknown, her spirit as restless as the winds that whipped through mountain passes. For months, she had traced rumors of Ethel, dismissing them as fanciful tales spun by superstitious travelers. But the consistency of the accounts, the shared details of the city bathed in eternal dusk, had piqued her curiosity, that relentless goad that led her to the edge of this valley. Beside her stood Juniper, a botanist whose love for the hidden language of flora rivaled Tamaka's fascination with uncharted lands. Juniper, with her gentle demeanor and calloused hands, sought not conquest, but understanding. The strange reports of Ethel's flora, plants that seemed to defy the laws of nature, blooming in perpetual twilight, had drawn her here. She carried a satchel filled with glass vials and notebooks, ready to document the city's secrets, hoping to understand how life could flourish in such an unnatural environment. Behind them, Cyrus, a historian burdened by the weight of ages past, nervously adjusted the spectacles perched upon his nose. He was a man of books and brittle parchment, more comfortable in the hushed silence of libraries than the uncertainties of the wilderness. He had come to Ethel seeking answers to a riddle that had plagued him for years, a forgotten civilization whose existence was only hinted at in fragmented texts, a people rumored to have vanished without a trace, leaving behind only whispers of a city bathed in twilight. Ramon, a mercenary with a past as shadowed as the valley before them, leaned against a weathered boulder, his eyes scanning the surroundings with practiced vigilance. He was a man of few words, his loyalty bought with coin and kept with a fierce sense of honor. He had been hired by Cyrus, his pragmatic skills a necessary counterpoint to the historian's academic inclinations. Ramon cared little for lost civilizations or botanical anomalies. He was here for the promised reward, but a flicker of something akin to curiosity danced in his eyes as he gazed at the city, the air around which felt heavy with mystery. As they descended into the valley, a strange sensation washed over them. The wind died down, the sounds of the forest faded, and a heavy silence descended, pressing against their eardrums. Tamaka felt a prickling on her skin. Juniper's breath hitched. Cyrus stumbled, and Ramon's hand instinctively tightened on the hilt of his sword. The air itself seemed to hum with an energy that both attracted and repelled. The first glimpse of Ethel stole their breath away. The city was built of a stone that seemed to absorb the faint moonlight, glowing with a soft internal luminescence. Towers pierced the perpetually dusky sky, their spires adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to shift and writhe in the shadows. Buildings leaned against each other like weary travelers. their windows like vacant eyes staring out into the twilight. It was a city of profound beauty, but a beauty tinged with melancholy, a silent testament to a grandeur long past. They approached the city gates, massive arches crafted from the same luminous stone. They were open, inviting, yet also strangely forbidding. Tamaka hesitated, a rare moment of doubt clouding her usually resolute expression. "Are we sure about this?" she asked. But the sound died in her throat, a mere exhalation of air. She tried again, forcing the words out, but only silence answered. Panic flared in her chest. She looked at Juniper, Cyrus, and Ramon, desperately trying to convey her fear, but they seemed oblivious, their attention already drawn to the city before them. She gestured wildly, miming the act of speaking, but they only stared back, their faces blank with incomprehension. Juniper stepped forward, drawn by the sight of strange, luminous plants growing along the base of the gate. They were unlike anything she had ever seen, their leaves shimmering with an ethereal glow. She reached out to touch one, her fingers trembling with anticipation. Cyrus, his eyes wide with wonder, pushed past them, his gaze fixed on the architecture of the city. He recognized elements of a language he had only glimpsed in ancient texts, the intricate carvings on the towers echoing symbols he had spent years deciphering. "This is it," he whispered, his voice also lost to the city's strange enchantment. "This is the city of the Silent Ones." Ramon, ever pragmatic, drew his sword, his eyes darting from shadow to shadow. He didn't trust this silence, this eerie perfection. He knew that danger often lurked beneath the surface of beauty, and Ethel radiated unsettling aura. He signed to the others, pointing to the rooftops, then to the darkened alleyways, warning them to be vigilant. They stepped through the gates entering the city of Ethel. The silence deepened, becoming almost tangible, a heavy blanket that stifled thought and choked the soul. Tamaka felt a growing sense of dread, a primal fear that resonated deep within her bones. She was a cartographer, a woman who prided herself on her ability to navigate the unknown, but here, in this silent city, she felt utterly lost. As they ventured deeper into Ethel, they encountered no living soul. The streets were deserted, the buildings empty. The only signs of habitation were the remnants of a life frozen in time. A table set for a meal, the food long since decayed, a child's toy lying abandoned in the street, a loom still threaded with unfinished cloth. It was as if the inhabitants of Ethel had simply vanished, leaving behind only the echoes of their existence. Juniper, despite the unsettling atmosphere, was enthralled by the city's flora. The plants of Ethel were unlike anything she had ever encountered, their forms twisted and alien, their colors shifting and shimmering in the twilight. She collected samples, carefully documenting their properties in her notebook, her mind racing to understand how these plants could thrive in such a lifeless environment. She discovered a grove of trees whose leaves glowed with an inner light, illuminating the surrounding area with an ethereal radiance. She felt drawn to them, as if they held a key to the city's secrets. Cyrus, meanwhile, was lost in his research. He explored the city's libraries, poring over ancient texts, his fingers tracing the faded inscriptions on crumbling tablets. He discovered accounts of the Silent Ones, a people who had possessed a profound understanding of the natural world, a civilization that had mastered the art of manipulating energy and harnessing the power of the earth. He learned of their downfall, a cataclysm that had plunged the city into perpetual twilight and stolen their voices. He believed that the secret to restoring Ethel lay hidden within these texts, that if he could decipher the ancient language, he could unlock the city's secrets and break the curse that held it captive. Ramon remained vigilant, his senses on high alert. He moved through the city like a ghost, his footsteps silent on the cobblestone streets. He noticed subtle details that the others missed: the faint scratch marks on the walls, the disturbed dust in the corners of rooms, the unnerving feeling of being watched. He sensed that they were not alone in Ethel, that something else was lurking in the shadows, observing their every move. Tamaka, still struggling with the loss of her voice, felt increasingly isolated. She tried to communicate with the others, but her efforts were futile. They were so engrossed in their own pursuits that they barely noticed her distress. She wandered the city alone, her heart heavy with despair. She felt like a ghost in a ghost town, a silent observer trapped in a world she could no longer understand. One evening, as the twilight deepened, Tamaka found herself drawn to the city's central plaza. In the center of the plaza stood a towering monolith, crafted from the same luminous stone as the rest of the city. The monolith was covered in intricate carvings, symbols that seemed to pulse with an inner light. As Tamaka approached, she felt a strange sensation, a tingling in her fingertips, as if the monolith was calling to her. She reached out and touched the stone, her fingers tracing the contours of the carvings. As she did so, a wave of energy surged through her body, a jolt that sent her reeling. Images flashed through her mind, visions of the silent ones, their faces radiant with knowledge, their voices echoing with power, visions of the cataclysm that had destroyed their civilization, the earth trembling, the sky ablaze, visions of a hidden chamber beneath the city, a place where the secrets of the silent ones were preserved. When the vision subsided, Tamaka gasped for breath, her heart pounding in her chest. She felt different, changed. She had glimpsed the truth of Ethel, the history of the silent ones, the secret of the city's silence. And then she heard it, a faint whisper, a sound she had thought she would never hear again. It was her own voice, trembling, hesitant, but undeniably hers. "Hello," she whispered, the word echoing in the silent plaza. "Can anyone hear me?" The sound of her voice shattered the illusion of silence that had enveloped Ethel. Juniper looked up from her plants, her eyes widening in surprise. Cyrus emerged from the library, his face etched with disbelief. Ramon stepped out of the shadows, his hand instinctively reaching for his sword. They stared at Tamaka, their expressions a mixture of wonder and confusion. "Tamaka?" Juniper asked, her voice also returning, though raspy from disuse. "Is that you? Can you speak?" "Yes," Tamaka said, tears streaming down her face. "I can speak. I know what happened here. I know how to break the curse." She explained what she had seen, the visions of the silent ones, the cataclysm that had destroyed their civilization, the hidden chamber beneath the city. She told them that the key to restoring Ethel lay in understanding the silent one's connection to the natural world, their ability to harness the earth's energy. Juniper, with her knowledge of the city's flora, realized that the plants were not merely thriving in the twilight. They were drawing energy from it, acting as conduits for the earth's power. Cyrus, with his understanding of the Silent One's language, realized that the carvings on the monolith were not mere decoration, but a complex system of symbols that could be used to channel that energy. Together, they devised a plan. They would use Juniper's plants to amplify the Earth's energy, Cyrus's knowledge of the Silent One's language to direct that energy, and Tamaka's newfound understanding of the city's history to guide them to the hidden chamber. Ramon, ever the pragmatist, would provide security, ensuring that they were not disturbed by whatever else lurked in the shadows. They followed Tamaka's lead, venturing deeper into the city than they had ever gone before. They navigated through labyrinthine streets, descended into forgotten catacombs, and climbed to the tops of crumbling towers. Along the way, they encountered strange creatures, beings twisted and warped by the city's unnatural energy. Some were hostile, attacking them with savage ferocity. Others were passive, simply observing them with vacant eyes. Ramon, with his skill and his sword, protected them from the hostile creatures, while Juniper and Cyrus used their respective knowledge to understand and appease the passive ones. Tamaka, guided by her visions, led them ever closer to their goal. Finally, after days of searching, they found it, the entrance to the hidden chamber. It was located beneath the city's main temple, concealed behind a massive stone door that was sealed with ancient magic. Cyrus used his knowledge of the Silent One's language to decipher the runes on the door, while Juniper used her plants to disrupt the magical seals. Ramon, with his brute strength, forced the door open, revealing a dark and forbidding passage. They descended into the chamber, their hearts pounding with anticipation. The air was thick with energy, the silence even more oppressive than above. The chamber was vast and cavernous, its walls lined with shelves filled with ancient artifacts. In the center of the chamber stood a crystal, pulsating with a soft inner light. It was the source of the city's energy, the heart of the Silent One's power. As they approached the crystal, they were confronted by a figure, a being of pure energy, a guardian of the chamber. It was a remnant of the Silent Ones, a consciousness that had been preserved within the crystal, tasked with protecting its secrets. The guardian warned them to turn back, to leave Ethel and never return. It told them that the city was cursed, that its fate was sealed. Tamaka refused to be deterred. She told the guardian that they had come not to steal the Silent One's secrets, but to restore their legacy. She told it that they understood the Silent One's connection to the natural world, their desire to live in harmony with the earth. She pleaded with the guardian to trust them, to give them a chance to break the curse that held Ethel captive. The guardian listened to her words, its energy flickering with uncertainty. It sensed the sincerity in her voice, the genuine desire in her heart. After a long moment of silence, it relented. It told them that it would give them a chance, but that the task would not be easy. They would have to prove themselves worthy of the Silent One's legacy. The guardian revealed the source of the curse. It was not a malevolent force, but an imbalance in the earth's energy, a wound that had been inflicted upon the land during the cataclysm. The Silent Ones had tried to heal the wound, but they had failed, and their efforts had only worsened the situation, trapping the city in perpetual twilight and silencing its inhabitants. To break the curse, they would have to restore the balance of energy, to heal the wound in the earth. The guardian showed them how to do it, teaching them the ancient techniques of the Silent Ones, guiding them through a complex ritual that would channel the Earth's energy and redirect it to the point of imbalance. Together, Tamaka, Juniper, Cyrus, and Ramon performed the ritual. Juniper used her plants to create a network of energy conduits. Cyrus used his knowledge of the Silent One's language to chant the ancient incantations. Ramon used his strength to maintain the flow of energy. Tamaka, guided by the Guardian, acted as the focal point, channeling the energy through her body and directing it to the crystal. As they performed the ritual, the chamber began to tremble. The crystal pulsed with increasing intensity, the air crackling with energy. The Guardian watched with bated breath, its energy shimmering with hope. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, the ritual reached its climax. A surge of energy erupted from the crystal, flooding the chamber with light. The wound in the earth began to heal. The imbalance of energy began to dissipate. The twilight that had enveloped Ethel began to fade, replaced by the soft glow of dawn. The silence that had haunted the city was broken by the sound of birds singing, the rustling of leaves, the murmur of voices. The inhabitants of Ethel, who had been trapped in a state of limbo, began to awaken, their memories returning, their voices restored. Ethel was reborn. The city of Whispering Stone was no more. Ethel was now a city of light and sound, a beacon of hope in a world shrouded in darkness. The Silent One's legacy was restored, their wisdom preserved for future generations. Tamaka, Juniper, Cyrus, and Ramon had accomplished the impossible. They had broken the curse of Ethel, restoring balance to the earth and bringing life back to a dying city. They had proven themselves worthy of the Silent One's legacy. As the sun rose over Ethel, casting its golden rays upon the city's luminous stone, Tamaka looked at her companions, her heart filled with gratitude. They had faced adversity, overcome obstacles, and emerged victorious. They had learned the true meaning of courage, the power of knowledge, and the importance of friendship. They had found their voices in the city of silence, and in doing so, they had found themselves. They stayed in Ethel for a time, helping the city rebuild and sharing their knowledge with its inhabitants. But eventually, the call of the unknown beckoned them once more. Tamaka yearned to explore new lands. Juniper sought to discover new species of plants. Cyrus longed to decipher new ancient texts, and Ramon craved the thrill of adventure. They knew that their journey was far from over, that there were still countless mysteries to be solved, countless challenges to be overcome. But they also knew that they were ready for whatever lay ahead, that they had the strength, the knowledge, and the friendship to face any obstacle. As they left Ethel behind, they carried with them the memory of the city of silence, a reminder of the power of hope, the importance of balance, and the enduring legacy of the Silent Ones. They knew that they would never forget their time in Ethel, that it would forever shape their lives and guide their destinies. And so they ventured forth into the unknown, their voices echoing in the wind, their hearts filled with the promise of adventure. The world awaited them, and they were ready to meet it together. Years later, the story of Ethel became a legend, a tale told around campfires and whispered in hushed tones. It was a story of courage and sacrifice, of knowledge and friendship, of the triumph of hope over despair. It was a story that inspired countless others to seek out the unknown, to challenge the impossible, and to never give up on their dreams. And somewhere, in a hidden corner of the world, the city of Ethel continued to shine, a beacon of light in the darkness, a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit. The first sensation was the grit, a constant, abrasive presence coating my tongue, clinging to my skin, filling every crevice. Ash, fine, gray, and seemingly endless. I opened my eyes, but the world offered little relief. The sky was a bruised, perpetual twilight, choked with the same particulate that blanketed the ground. Buildings, or what remained of them, clawed at the dim light like skeletal fingers, their outlines jagged against the oppressive gloom. I sat up, a wave of nausea washing over me. My head throbbed, a dull, insistent drumbeat. Memory flickered, fragmented and elusive like moths drawn to a dying flame. Names, faces, they danced just out of reach, leaving me with a profound sense of loss and disorientation. I was alone. My hand instinctively went to my side, finding the familiar weight of a sword. It was long, well balanced, the hilt cool and smooth beneath my fingers, but there was something wrong, something profoundly unsettling about it. The metal, usually gleaming, was dull and stained, as if it had been quenched in something foul. And then I saw it, the weapon. From the fuller, a thin, viscous fluid trickled, black as pitch and smelling faintly of decay. It wasn't water or oil or any substance I recognized. It was wrong. The sword wasn't just a weapon. It was afflicted, burdened with something unspeakable. I recoiled, a primal fear gripping me. What was this thing I held, and why did it feel so intrinsically linked to me? As I pushed myself to my feet, the world swam back into focus. I was in a city, or rather, what had been a city. The scale of the destruction was breathtaking. Buildings were collapsed, reduced to smoldering ruins. Streets were choked with debris, the remnants of a life that had been violently extinguished. This was Ashfold. The name surfaced, unbidden, along with a chilling understanding. Ashfold had burned, but not just burned. Something far more deliberate, far more terrifying had occurred here. The air itself felt heavy, laden with a palpable sense of dread. It was a silence unlike any I had ever experienced, a silence that screamed of absence, of a life force eradicated. It was a silence that pressed down on me, threatening to suffocate me. I began to walk, my boots crunching on the ash-covered ground. Each step was a struggle, my muscles stiff and unresponsive. I followed what was once a main thoroughfare, navigating around collapsed structures and piles of rubble. The devastation was everywhere, a constant reminder of the horror that had unfolded. As I moved deeper into the city, I began to see things, whispers of movement in the periphery, fleeting shadows that darted between the ruins. Sometimes I thought I saw figures, human-like in form, standing motionless in the distance, their faces obscured by the gloom. But whenever I tried to get closer, they vanished, leaving me questioning my sanity. Were they ghosts, illusions born of the oppressive atmosphere, or something else entirely? The sword, still weeping black tears, felt heavier with each passing moment. It was a constant drain, a physical and emotional burden. I considered discarding it, abandoning it to the ashes, but something held me back. A sense of obligation, or perhaps just morbid curiosity. It was a key, I suspected, to understanding what had happened here, to understanding who I was. Days blurred into nights, marked only by the gradual shift in the quality of the twilight. I scavenged for food and water, finding meager supplies in the ruins of what were once homes and shops. Most of it was spoiled or contaminated, but I ate anyway, driven by a primal need to survive. I slept in the hollowed-out shells of buildings, always alert, always listening for any sign of danger. The silence was my constant companion, broken only by the occasional groan of collapsing masonry or the whisper of the wind through the ruins. During one of these meager meals, I found a shield. It was almost completely burned, but some of the metal was still holding it together. I used some of the leather from the sheath of my sword to make a grip handle to hold the shield. The dreams started soon after. Visions of fire, of screams, of faces contorted in terror. I saw Ashfold in its glory, a vibrant city filled with life and laughter. Then the rot came, a creeping darkness that consumed everything in its path. And then the fire, a cleansing inferno that erased the rot, but also the city itself. And in the heart of the fire, I saw him, a figure cloaked in shadow, wearing a crown of burning embers. He sat on a throne of scorched bone, his face hidden from view. But I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that he was the one who had ordered the burning. He was the King of Ashfold. The dreams left me shaken and disoriented, blurring the line between reality and nightmare. Were they memories, or just figments of my imagination? One day, while exploring the ruins of what appeared to be a temple, I found something that offered a glimmer of hope. A mural, partially intact, depicting scenes of Ashfold's history. I recognized some of the events from my dreams. The city's founding, its rise to power, its prosperity. But then the mural depicted something new, something I hadn't seen before. A ritual. A group of figures, cloaked and hooded, performing some kind of dark ceremony. In the center of the circle stood a towering, grotesque creature, its form shrouded in shadow. The mural showed a creature corrupting the land, spreading the rot that would eventually consume Ashfold. And then the mural showed a single figure, a warrior, wielding a sword that wept black tears. He was depicted as the savior of Ashfold, the one who would vanquish the rot and restore the city to its former glory. I stared at the mural, my heart pounding in my chest. The warrior, he looked like me. The sword, it was the same one I held in my hand. Could it be true? Was I destined to save Ashfold? Or was it already too late? Driven by a newfound sense of purpose, I continued my journey through the ruins. I sought out any clues, any remnants of the past that could help me understand the rot and how to defeat it. I found fragments of ancient texts detailing the history of the rot and its origins. It was an ancient evil, a parasitic force that fed on life and corrupted everything it touched. It had been banished long ago, but somehow it had returned to Ashfold. The texts spoke of a way to defeat the rot, a ritual that required a sacrifice, a cleansing fire that would burn away the corruption. But the ritual was dangerous, and the price of failure was unimaginable. I also learned more about the King of Ashfold, the one who wore the crown of cinders. His name was Ambient, and he was said to be a wise and just ruler. But the rot had twisted him, corrupted his mind and body. He had become a tyrant, consumed by a desire to control the rot, to harness its power for his own ends. In a last-ditch effort to save his kingdom, Ambient had ordered the burning of Ashfold. He believed that the fire would cleanse the rot, that it would destroy the source of the corruption. But he was wrong. The fire had only amplified the rot. turning Ashfold into a wasteland of ash and despair, and Arion himself had become something else, a creature of fire and ash, bound to the throne of scorched bone, forever ruling over his ruined kingdom. I knew then what I had to do. I had to confront Arion, the Cinder King. I had to end his reign of terror and find a way to cleanse Ashfold of the rot. The path to the Cinder King led to the heart of the city, to the ruins of the royal palace. It was the most heavily fortified area in Ashfold, guarded by twisted creatures of ash and shadow. I fought my way through them, my sword a blur of motion. The black tears flowed freely, burning away the corruption with each strike. The combat was brutal, exhausting, but I pressed on, driven by my determination to save Ashfold. Finally, I reached the throne room. It was a vast, cavernous space filled with the stench of fire and decay. In the center of the room sat Arion, the Cinder King. He was a terrifying sight. His body was charred and twisted, his skin cracked and bleeding embers. His eyes glowed with an infernal light, and his voice was a rasping whisper that echoed through the chamber. "You have come," he said, his gaze fixed on me. "I have been expecting you." "You destroyed Ashfold," I said, my voice trembling with rage. "You unleashed the rot." "I tried to save it," Arion replied, his voice filled with pain. "But the rot, it was too strong. I had to burn it away to cleanse it with fire." "The fire only made it worse," I said. "You doomed us all." "Perhaps," Arion said, "but there is still hope. You are the key, the sword you wield. It is the only thing that can truly destroy the rot." He rose from his throne, his movements slow and labored. "Kill me," he said, "end my suffering, and use the sword to cleanse Ashfold. It is the only way." I hesitated. Could I do it? Could I kill the king even in his corrupted state? But then I looked at the ruins of Ashfold, at the suffering of its people. I knew what I had to do. I raised my sword, the black tears dripping onto the floor. "I'm sorry," I said, and then I struck. The sword plunged into Arion's heart, and he let out a final agonized scream. His body crumbled into ash, and the crown of cinders fell to the ground. With Arion dead, the rot began to recede, the shadows dissipated, and the air felt lighter, cleaner. But Ashfold was still a wasteland. The task of rebuilding lay ahead. I picked up the crown of cinders, its embers still glowing faintly. It was a symbol of Ashfold's past, of its destruction, and its hope for the future. I placed the crown on my head, feeling the weight of it settle upon me. I was the last of the royal line, the only one who could lead Ashfold back to its former glory. But I knew that I couldn't do it alone. I needed the help of the survivors, the few who had managed to escape the burning. I ventured out into the ruins, searching for any sign of life, and slowly but surely I found them. People who had lost everything, but who still clung to hope. Together, we began to rebuild Ashfold. It was a long and arduous process, but we were determined to succeed. We cleared the rubble, replanted the fields, and rebuilt the homes. And as we worked, the land began to heal. The ash receded, and the first signs of green began to emerge. Hope bloomed in the wasteland. The sword continued to weep, but the tears were no longer black. They were clear, pure like water. The rot was gone, cleansed by the fire and the sacrifice of the Cinder King. Ashfold would never be the same, but it would rise again. A new city built on the ashes of the old. A city of hope, resilience, and the enduring strength of the human spirit. And I, The one who had awakened in the ashes would be its ruler, not a king, but a protector, a guardian of the flame, ensuring that the rot never returned. The cinder crown, once a symbol of destruction, had become a symbol of hope, and I would wear it with pride, knowing that I had played my part in saving Ashfold. The weeping sword, no longer a burden, was now a symbol of sacrifice and cleansing. But the story doesn't end there. Years passed. Ashfold slowly healed, the scars of the burning fading with each passing season. The city was rebuilt, stronger and more resilient than before. The people prospered and the land flourished. I ruled wisely and justly, guiding Ashfold towards a new era of peace and prosperity. The cinder crown, once a symbol of destruction, had become a symbol of hope and renewal. But the memories of the burning never faded. The faces of those who had perished haunted my dreams. The fear of the rot returning lingered in the back of my mind. I knew that I could never truly rest, that I had to remain vigilant, always ready to defend Ashfold from any threat. One day, a traveler arrived in Ashfold, bearing news of a growing darkness in the east. A new form of rot was spreading, consuming everything in its path. It was more powerful, more insidious than the rot that had destroyed Ashfold. The traveler warned that this new rot was heading towards Ashfold and that the city would be defenseless against it. Fear gripped the hearts of the people. The memories of the burning were still fresh in their minds. They knew what the rot was capable of, and they were terrified. I gathered my advisors and discussed the situation. Some argued that we should flee, abandon Ashfold, and seek refuge elsewhere. Others argued that we should fight, defend our city to the last man. I listened to their arguments, but I knew what I had to do. I couldn't run. I couldn't abandon Ashfold. I had a duty to protect my people, to defend them from the rot. I ordered the city to be fortified. The walls were reinforced, and the defenses were strengthened. The people were armed and trained, ready to fight for their lives. And then I set out to find the source of the new rot. I knew that if I could destroy it at its source, I could save Ashfold from destruction. I traveled east, following the trail of the rot. I passed through ruined villages and desolate landscapes, witnessing the devastation it had wrought. The rot was unlike anything I had ever seen before. It was a living, breathing entity, a parasitic force that consumed everything in its path. It twisted and corrupted the land, turning it into a grotesque mockery of life. I encountered creatures that had been infected by the rot. They were twisted and deformed, their minds consumed by madness. They attacked me without mercy, driven by a primal hunger. I fought them off, my sword weeping in black tears. The tears burned away the rot, but they were no match for the sheer number of creatures. I pressed on, determined to reach the source of the rot. I knew that time was running out and that Ashfold was in grave danger. Finally, I reached my destination, a dark and forbidding forest, shrouded in mist and choked with the stench of decay. This was the heart of the rot, the place where it had originated. I entered the forest, my sword drawn. The air was thick with the stench of corruption, and the trees were twisted and grotesque. The ground was covered in a thick layer of slime, and the silence was broken only by the sound of dripping water. I moved deeper into the forest, my senses on high alert. I knew that I was not alone, that the rot was watching me, waiting for me to make a mistake. And then I saw it, a towering, grotesque creature, its form shrouded in shadow. It was the source of the rot, the embodiment of all that was evil and corrupt. The creature turned its gaze upon me, its eyes glowing with an infernal light. It let out a deafening roar, and the ground began to tremble. I knew that this was it, the final battle. The fate of Ashfold rested on my shoulders. I charged towards the creature, my sword raised high. The black tears flowed freely, burning away the rot that surrounded it. The creature attacked, its claws tearing through the air. I dodged its attacks, my movement swift and precise. I struck back, my sword plunging into the creature's flesh. It roared in pain, and the rot began to recede. But the creature was too powerful. It shrugged off my attacks and retaliated with a vengeance. I was knocked to the ground, my body bruised and battered. The creature loomed over me, its claws dripping with rot. I knew that I was beaten, that I couldn't win, but I refused to give up. I had to protect Ashfold, even if it meant sacrificing my life. I closed my eyes and prepared for the end, but then something unexpected happened. A blinding light filled the forest, and a wave of energy washed over me. The creature screamed in agony, and its body began to disintegrate. I opened my eyes and saw a figure standing before me. It was a woman, her face radiant with light. She wore a suit of armor that gleamed like silver, and she wielded a sword that burned with holy fire. She was an angel, a celestial being sent to aid me in my fight against the rot. The angel raised her sword and struck the creature, obliterating it in a single blow. The rot vanished, and the forest began to heal. The angel turned to me, her eyes filled with compassion. "You have fought bravely," she said. "You have saved Ashfold, but your journey is not yet over." She told me that the rot was not truly defeated, that it would return again and again, but she also told me that I was not alone, that there were others who would fight alongside me. She gave me a gift, a small seed that contained the essence of life. She told me to plant the seed in Ashfold, and that it would grow into a tree that would protect the city from the rot. I thanked the angel and returned to Ashfold. I planted the seed in the heart of the city, and it began to grow. Within days, a towering tree had sprung up, its branches reaching towards the sky. Its leaves were of vibrant green, and its trunk was as strong as steel. The tree radiated a powerful energy that cleansed the land and protected the city from the rot. Ashfold was safe, at least for now. I continued to rule Ashfold, guiding it towards a brighter future. The memories of the burning never faded, but they no longer haunted me. I had found peace, knowing that I had done everything I could to protect my people. But I also knew that the fight was not over, that the rot would return one day, and when it did, I would be ready. I would stand alongside my allies, the defenders of Ashfold, and we would fight to protect our city from the darkness. The Cinder Crown, once a symbol of destruction, had become a symbol of hope, resilience, and the enduring strength of the human spirit. And I would wear it with pride, knowing that I was a protector of Ashfold, a guardian of the flame. The weeping sword, no longer a burden, was now a symbol of sacrifice, cleansing, and the eternal battle against the forces of evil. My story is far from over, I am sure of it. The tree that grew from the seed given to me by the angel bore fruit. These fruits did not look like any fruit I've seen. They were dark, like the weeping of the sword, but shined with the same silver shade as the armor of the angel. I consulted with the wisest of Ashfold to decide what to do with them, and they all agreed. Eat them. I was hesitant. What if these were poisoned or had some adverse effect? But I was the protector, the ruler. I had to be the example. I ate one of the fruits. I felt immediately stronger. I felt like I could run for days and not get tired, so I began doing so. I gathered a group of our best people, gave them the fruits, and ran. We kept going until we reached other towns, other settlements. We gave all of them fruits and told them to keep going to find more people. We had to build an army. The rot would return, I knew it. But this time, we would be ready. We traveled far and wide, recruiting anyone we could find and getting them to eat the fruits that we started calling angel tears. We needed a fortress, a place to plan, a place to retreat to in case something went wrong. So we began looking. We looked for many months, consulting maps, charts, reading old stories, following rumors, until we found it. An old dwarven fortress built into the side of a mountain. It was abandoned for hundreds of years because of a mining accident. But it was perfect. We cleared it out, reinforced the tunnels, and set up shop. I had a vision. I knew what we needed to do. We needed to find the people who could wield the angel tear fruit in the most effective way. I knew who they were. They were the descendants of the people who had originally sealed the rot. They had the blood of angels in their veins. We sent out scouts, and they found them. They were spread out all over the world, living in hiding, afraid of their own power. We brought them to the fortress, and I taught them how to use their powers. We forged weapons of silver, blessed by the angels. We trained for years, preparing for the inevitable return of the rot. And then one day, it came. The rot returned, stronger than ever. It swept across the land, consuming everything in its path. But this time, we were ready. We met the rot head on, our silver weapons gleaming in the sunlight. The battle was fierce, but we were not afraid. We fought with the courage of angels, and we drove the rot back. We pushed it back to the forest where it had originated, and we sealed it away once more. But we knew that it would return, and we would be ready. We would stand guard, always vigilant, always prepared to defend the world from the darkness. And so, my story continues. I am the protector of Ashfold, the guardian of the flame. I am the wielder of the weeping sword, the bearer of the cinder crown. I am the leader of the angel tear army, the champion of light against the darkness. And I will never give up. I will never surrender. I will fight until my very last breath to protect the world from the rot. Because that is my purpose. That is my destiny, and I will not fail. The weeping sword had stopped. It no longer cried. It just bled. It constantly bled black and silver blood, the colors of the rot and the angel. It was pure, it was strong, and it was always ready. The sword had become a part of me, as the cinder crown had, as the fallen kingdom had. I am Ashfold, and Ashfold is me. I am eternal. The harmattan wind, a dry, rasping breath from the Sahara, whipped through the skeletal remains of Oyo-Ile, the ancient capital of the Yoruba kingdom. Once, smoke from the sacred fire had billowed here, a visible connection to the heavens, a promise of prosperity and the watchful gaze of the Orishas, the deities. Now, only dust devils danced where flames had once leaped, and the silence was a heavy shroud. Ayo, a diviner with eyes like polished obsidian and the lean strength of a desert cat, knelt before the blackened altar. He traced the intricate carvings, each a prayer, a sacrifice, a plea answered long ago. Today, there was no answer. The fire pit was cold, a gaping maw in the heart of the ruined city. The ember of Alaafin, the eternal flame symbolizing the king's divine right and the kingdom's connection to the cosmos, was extinguished. Io closed his eyes, and the wind seemed to whisper secrets in his ear, not secrets of the living, but echoes of the dead, the lamentations of ancestors, and the distant murmurs of the Orishas. He saw visions flicker behind his eyelids, a sky choked with darkness, fields withering under a merciless sun, and the faces of his people etched with despair. He opened his eyes with a jolt. The vision was clear. The extinguishing of the ember was not merely a tragedy for Oyo-Ile, but a disruption in the cosmic balance. The realms of the living and the spirit world were blurring, chaos was brewing, and if the fire wasn't relit, the consequences would be catastrophic. Io was no ordinary diviner. He was a Babalawo, a master of Ifa divination, chosen by the Orishas themselves. He could commune with the spirits, interpret the will of the deities, and navigate the treacherous paths between worlds. It was a gift and a burden, a responsibility he had never sought but could not ignore. He rose, his worn leather sandals crunching on the cracked earth. He clutched the tools of his trade, his opal, a divination chain made of sacred seeds, his iroka, an ivory tapper used to invoke the Orishas, and his ace, a small gourd filled with powerful herbs and potent words. His journey had begun. Io knew he couldn't simply relight the fire. The circumstances of its extinguishing were shrouded in mystery, and the reasons he suspected were rooted in the spirit world. He needed guidance, and for that he turned to Eshu, the trickster god, the gatekeeper between realms, the master of crossroads and chaos. He traveled for days, guided by the sun and the stars, his path leading him through sun-baked savannas, lush forests teeming with unseen creatures, and villages clinging to life in the shadow of the ancient kingdom. He listened to the whispers of the wind, the rustling of leaves, and the songs of the birds, seeking clues, deciphering the subtle language of the natural world. Finally, he reached a sacred grove, a place where ancient trees clawed at the sky and the air hummed with an unseen energy. In the center stood a towering Iroko tree, its roots thick and gnarled, disappearing into the earth like grasping fingers. This was Eshu's domain. Io approached the Iroko tree with reverence, prostrating himself before its immense presence. He scattered kola nuts at its base, a traditional offering, and began to chant, his voice weaving a tapestry of ancient words, invoking the name of Eshu Elegbara. The air crackled with energy, and the shadows around the Iroko tree deepened. A figure materialized from the darkness, tall and lean, with eyes that gleamed like embers. He wore a patchwork of clothes, each piece taken from a different era, and a mischievous grin played on his lips. "Io, Babalawo," Eshu said, his voice a melodic rumble. "I have been expecting you. The ember's fall has caused quite a stir, even in my realm. What troubles you?" Io explained his plight, his voice filled with urgency. "The fire is extinguished, Eshu. The balance is disrupted. I need to know why. I need to know how to relight it." Eshu chuckled, a sound that echoed through the grove. "Ah, the ways of the Orishas are never simple, are they? The fire was not extinguished by accident. It was a consequence, a symptom of a deeper ailment." He paused, his gaze piercing Io's soul. "The balance between the realms is maintained by respect, by offerings, by remembrance. But the people have forgotten the old ways. They have turned their backs on the Orishas, chasing after fleeting pleasures and empty promises. Their neglect has weakened the veil between worlds, allowing darkness to seep through. And who benefits from this darkness? Io asked, his hand instinctively reaching for his Iroke. That, Babalawo, is what you must discover, Eshu replied, his grin widening. The path to the embers relighting lies through the spirit world. You must journey to Orun, the realm of the ancestors, and uncover the truth. But be warned, the journey is fraught with peril. You will face trials that will test your courage, your wisdom, and your soul. The journey to Ile-Ife, the realm of the Orishas, was even more perilous than the descent into Orun. Io had to navigate treacherous landscapes, overcome formidable obstacles, and face trials that tested his very sanity. He had to climb mountains that pierced the clouds, cross rivers of molten lava, and traverse deserts where mirages danced like mocking spirits. He was tested by Ogun, the Orisha of iron and war, who challenged his courage and his strength. He was seduced by Oshun, the Orisha of beauty and love, who tempted him with earthly pleasures. He was confronted by Shango, the Orisha of thunder and lightning, who demanded his unwavering loyalty. With each challenge, Io grew stronger, wiser, and more determined. He learned to harness his inner strength, to resist temptation, and to remain true to his purpose. He realized that the journey was not just about relighting the ember, but about transforming himself into the person he needed to be to save his people. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, he reached Ile-Ife, a city of shimmering gold and radiant light. The air was filled with the scent of flowers and incense, and the sounds of music and laughter echoed through the streets. It was a place of unparalleled beauty and serenity, a refuge from the chaos and darkness of the other world. He was greeted by Obatala, the Orisha of purity and light, who welcomed him with open arms. "Ayo Babalawo," Obatala said, his voice filled with compassion. "We have been waiting for you. You have proven yourself worthy to stand before the Orishas." Obatala led Io to a grand palace, where all the Orishas were gathered. They sat on thrones of gold and ivory, their faces radiating divine power. Io prostrated himself before them, his heart filled with awe and reverence. The Orishas listened intently as Io recounted his journey, his voice filled with passion and urgency. They knew the danger that Iku posed, and they understood the importance of relighting the sacred fire. After he finished, Shango, the Orisha of thunder and lightning, rose from his throne, his eyes blazing with righteous anger. "This Iku must be destroyed," he thundered. "It threatens the very fabric of existence." Oshun, the Orisha of beauty and love, spoke next, her voice soft but firm. "We cannot simply destroy Iku," she said. "It is a part of ourselves, a reflection of our own darkness. We must find a way to heal the wounds that gave rise to it, to transform the despair into hope, the hatred into love." The Orishas debated for what seemed like an eternity, their voices echoing through the palace. Finally, Obatala, the Orisha of purity and light, spoke, his voice filled with wisdom and compassion. "We cannot fight darkness with darkness," he said. "We must fight it with light. We must rekindle the flame of hope in the hearts of the people, restore their faith in the Orishas, and remind them of the power of love and forgiveness." He turned to Io, his gaze piercing his very soul. "Io Babalawo," he said, You are the chosen one. You have the strength, the wisdom, and the compassion to defeat Iku and relight the sacred fire. He handed Io a small, unassuming clay pot. This is the source of the ember's power, he said. It contains the essence of creation, the spark of life. Take it back to Oyo-Ile and use it to relight the sacred fire. But remember, the fire will only burn if the people's hearts are filled with hope and faith. Io returned to the mortal world, his heart filled with a renewed sense of purpose. He knew that his journey was far from over. He still had to confront Iku, the spirit of death and destruction, and he still had to convince the people to embrace hope and faith. He traveled back to Oyo-Ile, the ruined capital of the Yoruba kingdom. The city was even more desolate than before, the air thick with despair, and the silence broken only by the mournful cries of the wind. He found the people huddled together, their faces etched with fear and hopelessness. They had lost their faith in the Orishas, their belief in the future. They had given up on life. Io climbed onto the blackened altar, holding the clay pot high above his head. "People of Oyo-Ile," he cried, his voice echoing through the ruined city, "I have returned from the realm of the Orishas. I have seen the source of our darkness, and I know how to defeat it." He told them of his journey, of the trials he had faced, and of the wisdom he had gained. He reminded them of the power of the Orishas, of the importance of hope and faith, and of the strength that lay within them. At first, the people were skeptical. They had been through so much pain and suffering that they had lost the ability to believe in anything. But as Io spoke, his passion and sincerity began to touch their hearts. He showed them the clay pot, the source of the ember's power. "This is the spark of life," he said. "It has the power to heal our wounds, to restore our hope, and to relight the sacred fire." Eshu vanished as quickly as he had appeared, leaving Io alone in the silent grove. He knew what he had to do. He had to journey to Orun, the land of the dead, and confront whatever forces had conspired to extinguish the sacred fire. The entrance to Orun was hidden deep within a cavern, guarded by ancient spirits and shrouded in an almost tangible darkness. Io prepared himself with potent herbs and incantations, fortifying his spirit against the dangers that awaited him. He drew a protective circle around himself with white chalk, invoking the protection of Obatala, the Orisha of purity and light. He stepped into the darkness, and the world dissolved around him. He felt a disorienting sensation of falling, of being pulled through a vortex of swirling energy. Then suddenly, he was standing on solid ground, but the world around him was unlike anything he had ever seen. Orun was a land of shadows and whispers, a mirror image of the living world, yet distorted and faded. The trees were gnarled and leafless. The rivers flowed with a viscous black fluid, and the air was heavy with the scent of decay and regret. Lost souls wandered aimlessly, their faces etched with sorrow and longing. They were the spirits of those who had died without fulfilling their purpose, trapped between worlds, unable to find peace. Io avoided them, knowing that their despair could easily overwhelm him. He followed the path laid out for him by Ifa divination, using his opale to guide him through the labyrinthine landscape. He encountered mischievous spirits who tried to mislead him, vengeful spirits who sought to drag him into their torment, and ancient guardians who tested his worthiness. He used his knowledge of herbs and incantations to ward off the malevolent spirits, his wisdom to outwit the tricksters, and his unwavering faith in the Orishas to overcome the trials. He learned that Orun was not a place of eternal damnation, but a place of transition, where souls could find redemption or be consumed by their own darkness. As he journeyed deeper into Orun, he began to sense the source of the imbalance, the force that had corrupted the spirit world and led to the extinguishing of the sacred fire. It was a presence, a malevolent entity that emanated from the heart of Orun, a being of immense power and ancient hatred. Io's path led him to a clearing bathed in an ethereal light. In the center stood a circle of ancient trees, their branches intertwined to form a living canopy. Beneath the canopy sat the council of ancestors, the elders of the Yoruba people, their faces lined with wisdom and their eyes filled with the knowledge of generations. He approached the council with reverence, prostrating himself before their collective presence. "Honorable ancestors," he said, his voice filled with respect, "I come seeking guidance. The sacred fire has been extinguished, and the balance between worlds is disrupted. I have been sent to uncover the truth and find a way to relight the ember." The ancestors listened in silence, their gaze penetrating his very soul. Finally, the eldest among them, a woman with hair as white as moonlight and eyes as deep as the ocean, spoke. "Ayo Babalawo," she said, her voice a gentle whisper. "We have been watching you. We have seen your courage, your wisdom, and your unwavering devotion to the Orishas. You are worthy to know the truth." She gestured to a swirling vortex of energy that hung in the air above the clearing. "This is the source of the imbalance. It is the manifestation of the people's neglect, their abandonment of the old ways. It has given rise to a darkness that threatens to consume both the living world and the spirit world." "What is this darkness?" Io asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "It is called Iku," the ancestor replied, "the spirit of death and destruction. It feeds on despair, on anger, on hatred. It was born from the broken promises and the unfulfilled potential of our people. It seeks to sever the connection between the living and the dead, to plunge the world into eternal darkness." "How can I defeat Iku?" Io asked, his heart pounding in his chest. "You cannot defeat it alone," the ancestor replied. "Iku is a reflection of the people's collective consciousness. To defeat it, you must heal the wounds of the past, restore the people's faith in the Orishas, and rekindle the flame of hope in their hearts." She paused, her gaze locking onto Io's. "You must travel to the realm of the Orishas, to Ile Ife, the sacred city, the birthplace of humanity. There you will find the source of the ember's power, and there you will receive the guidance you need to defeat Iku." As he spoke, the ground began to tremble, and the air grew heavy with a chilling presence. Iku, the spirit of death and destruction, had arrived. The entity manifested as a towering figure of pure darkness, its eyes burning with malevolent fire. It exuded an aura of fear and despair that threatened to overwhelm Io and the people. "You cannot defeat me!" Iku boomed, its voice a thunderous roar. "I am the embodiment of your own darkness, your own despair. You are weak and you are doomed." Io stood his ground, his heart filled with courage and determination. He knew that he could not defeat Iku alone. He needed the help of the people, the strength of their faith, and the power of their love. He turned to the people, his eyes filled with compassion. "Do not be afraid," he cried. We are not weak. We are the descendants of kings and queens, of warriors and healers, of artists and dreamers. We have the power to overcome this darkness, to heal our wounds, and to create a better future. He raised the clay pot high above his head. Let us relight the sacred fire and let it burn away the darkness. Let us embrace hope and let it guide us to a brighter tomorrow. The people hesitated for a moment, their faces etched with doubt. But then, one by one, they began to nod, their eyes filling with a glimmer of hope. They reached out to each other, offering words of encouragement and support. Io placed the clay pot on the blackened altar and opened it. A spark of light emanated from within, growing brighter and brighter until it filled the entire city. The spark ignited the dried wood and herbs that had been placed in the fire pit, and a flame flickered to life. The flame grew stronger and stronger until it became a roaring inferno, reaching for the heavens. The light of the fire banished the darkness, and the warmth of the flames chased away the chill. As the fire burned, the people began to chant, their voices rising in unison, their words filled with power and emotion. They chanted the names of the Orishas, they chanted the names of their ancestors, and they chanted the names of their loved ones. Their chanting created a wave of energy that washed over Iku, weakening its power. The entity shrieked in agony as the light of the fire burned away its darkness. Finally, with a deafening roar, Iku exploded into 1,000,000 pieces, its essence scattered to the winds. The spirit of death and destruction was defeated, its reign of terror brought to an end. As the flames of the sacred fire danced in the sky, the people of Oyo-Ile rejoiced. They had overcome their darkness, they had restored their faith, and they had rekindled the flame of hope in their hearts. Io watched as the people celebrated, his heart filled with joy and gratitude. He had done his duty, he had fulfilled his purpose, and he had saved his people from destruction. He knew that the journey was far from over. The world would always face challenges, and the darkness would always lurk in the shadows. But he also knew that the people of Oyo-Ile had the strength and the wisdom to overcome any obstacle, to face any darkness, and to create a better future for themselves and for generations to come. The sacred fire burned brightly, a beacon of hope in a world filled with uncertainty. The ember of Alafin was rekindled, and the cosmic balance was restored. The connection between the living and the dead was strengthened, and the Orishas smiled down upon their people with love and compassion. Io, the wandering diviner, had saved his kingdom. He had traveled through realms of gods and spirits, confronted his own inner demons, and emerged victorious. He was a hero, a legend, a symbol of hope for all who sought to overcome darkness and embrace the light. As the sun rose over Oyo-Ile, casting a golden glow on the faces of the people, Io knew that the future was bright. The ember was burning, and the spirit of the Yoruba people would endure. The journey had been long and arduous, but in the end, love, faith, and unity prevailed. He was more than just a diviner. He was a restorer of balance, a guardian of his people, a testament to the power of belief. And now, some soothing rain sounds for those that are still awake. Sweet dreams.